So what is Microsoft Azure? Microsoft Azure is a cloud provider that provides various platform as a service and infrastructure as a service products. Azure has cloud solutions to all the infrastructural problems by providing services in various domains. Did you know that almost 95% of Fortune 500 companies are using Azure? Also, it is 5 times cheaper than AWS in terms of Windows and SQL Server because there are also Microsoft products. Forbes say that Microsoft Azure is set to boost the size of the IT market by $10 trillion in the next 10 years. As per predictions, 80% of the businesses will move their workload to cloud by 2025, thus making it a major career to consider transitioning to. For a better understanding of Azure, let us start at the very beginning. Microsoft Azure was announced in October 2008 and released on February 1, 2010 as Windows Azure first and later named as Microsoft Azure on 25th March 2015. In today's scenario, its reach is in 140 countries and is still expanding, which is pretty impeccable. In simpler terms, Microsoft Azure is a platform that enables users to engage in agile cloud computing and is designed for creating and managing apps through Microsoft's data center. Now, there are four integral Microsoft Azure service domains. The first one is Azure Compute. Compute is the most integral domain in Azure as it brings everything together with Azure Virtual Machines. You can get on-demand scalable compute resources. Azure Virtual Machines, app services, and container instances are some popular compute services. Second, we have Azure Networking. Networks from the cloud networks. In Azure, VNet is the networking tool that connects all Azure resources together. These networking services allow enterprises to safely connect their on-premises services to the Azure cloud. It is also used to manage virtual private networks and further create multiple virtual networks on the cloud. The third one is Azure Storage. Azure Storage provides storage solutions that are more durable and large-scale applications, data-driven applications can be built without any hassle. Azure automatically scales the storage requirements according to the usage and it automatically balances throughput according to the connections made. And the last one is Azure Database. Azure provides relational databases, NoSQL databases, data lakes, and data warehouses. It provides a scalable, high available, and fault tolerant database server and lets you scale according to the incoming data. There are various job roles in Azure. Let's take a look at one of the most popular job roles, Azure Developer. An Azure developer is a cloud professional who creates cloud-based applications making use of the benefits of the cloud architecture. If you are proficient in testing, security, development, and deployment, then a career in Azure development is somewhere you will fit in well. The job includes responsibilities like testing of applications, maintaining, developing, and deploy them on Azure. It also includes participating in all phases of development and having the ability to work side by side with cloud administrators, clients, and cloud architects. In United States, on average basis, an Azure developer gets paid $132,148 per annum. However, for an entry-level developer, it's $97,000. Whereas in India, the salary offered ranges from 7 lakhs to 25 lakhs per annum.
But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Now let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Cloud Computing. Post that, we will introduce you to Azure and its basic concepts. After that, we will be explaining you in detail about Azure Core Architecture and its services. Then we'll move on to Azure Domain Name System and Windows Active Directory and also tell you the difference between these two. Then later on, we have covered a hands-on demo on how to create virtual machines on Azure to give you a better understanding of the subject. Then finally, we have covered the difference between AWS and Azure, followed by Azure Interview Questions and Answers to help you crack interview very easily. So guys, this is the agenda. Now let's begin the session.
Now, talking about why cloud computing. So, businesses have become less skeptical of cloud computing and more confident in its security and are more inclined to invest money in it according to the new findings. So, if I talk about olden days, maybe 5 years ago or 7 years ago, businesses were not really confident in the cloud security. Security has always been a major concern in the cloud. What if I use Azure or AWS? What if Microsoft or AWS steals my data, start tapping my clients or customers, right? So eventually, a lot of service level agreements came into picture, compliance came into picture, different laws, regulations, governance, standards came into existence. And that's where today companies are more inclined to invest money in the cloud according to the new findings. The cloud will continue to disrupt the traditional IT model as the growing amount of data, which is generated by people, machines, and things, will be increasingly handled in the cloud. So if you just talk about Google, on a daily basis, it generates petabytes of data. And if you just think about you and me as an individual, we do generate a lot of data on a daily basis. Every application on your mobile phone that you're running, whether it is Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or WhatsApp, you are generating large amount of data. And with this amount of data getting generated, it will be impossible going forward to have it stored all in one single drive. So that's where we have got the cloud computing, which is providing you all the underlying infrastructure to store the data, which is getting generated by the people, machines, and different things. Apart from it, we have got a point number 3, which is highlighted in both the shift to IT spending away from traditional on-premises hardware and the increased adoption of the cloud model. So if you talk about the traditional on-premises systems, companies are now moving towards cloud. They're trying to get rid of the underlying traditional on-premises hardware. If I have to maintain my own infrastructure, I need, first of all, initial capital to set up that infrastructure. After that, I need resources. I need people to maintain that infrastructure, to take care of that infrastructure. Your on-premises infrastructure can get obsolete very soon. The way technology is trending today, you never know how soon your systems may get obsolete, right? So that's where organizations are moving towards the adoption of the cloud model, where they don't have to worry about the underlying infrastructure. They can use the infrastructure, they can pay as and when required. Then cloud computing does promises new career opportunities for IT professionals. Now, in many cases, your existing core skill sets will transfer directly to cloud technologies. For example, some of you with database background, you can directly use your existing skill sets and transfer to cloud, where you would have database with cloud, developers with the cloud knowledge, different data analytics professionals with cloud, maybe somebody who is working into machine learning, IoT. Again, you can leverage those services on cloud. So maybe your existing skill set can directly transfer. In some instances, maybe you're trying to make a functional change. You're into a functional role, you are a program manager trying to move to cloud, you are a product manager trying to move to cloud. So in some cases, it may require you to develop new skill sets which would meet the demand of the emerging cloud job roles. Also, Gartner predicts that the worldwide public cloud service market will be up to 246.8 billion in 2021. So every year, if you talk about cloud, numbers are increasing, the adoption is increasing, and within last 2 years, again, there has been a huge bump. There is a huge demand in market. People are not able to find the right set of resources. Talking about the workloads in the cloud, so non-cloud currently is 21%, public cloud is 41%, and then if you look at private cloud, it is 38%. Earlier, if I just talk about public and private, so your public has moved like this, and private used to be too high, which is now declining. So your public is continuously increasing now, and private cloud utilization is decreasing. So that's how the workloads are changing in terms of the cloud. Now, talking about why cloud computing. So first is lack of resources and expertise, comparing 2020 and 2021 numbers. So lack of resources and expertise, it has increased. With the adoption of cloud, there has been increase in the resource requirement and people with expertise in cloud. And companies are not able to find the right set of people with the right set of cloud experience, cloud knowledge. So that number has increased. Security in cloud has again increased from 25% to 29% in 2021. And if I talk about security, continuously cloud providers are working to provide you best security which is possible. They're giving you support for DDoS attack protection, making use of HTTPS whenever required, use SSL certificates. So security in cloud is a shared responsibility, which means you as well as the cloud provider is responsible to take care of your security of your data. So that's where comes the security in place. Then we have got managing cloud spend. Managing cloud spend has increased. So people are now spending more on cloud and they're able to better manage their money in cloud with different services that cloud providers are offering them to manage the cost, view the cost analysis reports, have a better understanding of the pricing. That's where the managing of cloud spend has again increased. In terms of compliance, compliance is also increasing every year. It has increased from 23% in 2020 to 26% in 2021. Uh, Compliance and governance and controls goes hand in hand. So depending on in which region is the cloud provider providing you these services, based on that, or maybe based on the industry that you're working for, you would have certain compliance, certain governance and control required. That's where different cloud provider will have different compliance requirement. Then managing multiple cloud services, this has also increased. So today cloud is not just about infrastructure, it is not just about storage, it is not just about having virtual machines, it is not just about virtual networks, but it is even more than that. Now you talk about Azure DevOps, all the people enrolled for AZ400, it is Azure DevOps, where you're trying to leverage DevOps on cloud. Then we have got services for um, ETL, data warehousing, we have got Synapse Analytics, you have got different monitoring services. And then if I talk about AI, machine learning, IoT, even in those spaces, you have got lot and lot of cloud services available. For machine learning, it has now become very, very easy. I could simply have my data set uploaded and the cloud, I can run the algorithm automatically. It will distribute my data set into test data set, and I can kind of get the results. So it has given you all of those functionalities. You've got different cognitive services like Bing search, face APIs, um, chatbots. So cloud is not just about the infrastructure, but it has gone over and above and beyond that. So that's where you've got multiple cloud services. Complexity of building a private cloud has also increased. So today organizations don't want to build a private cloud. As I told you, a lot of things required with a private cloud. You need dedicated infrastructure, you need dedicated resource, you need dedicated location, you need to invest the money up front. So there has been a lot of complexity with building a private cloud. And in terms of performance has again increased in cloud. Every year you see there is a performance increase in cloud. You get a low latency performance. And performance is also directly related with the number of data centers the cloud provider is launching. If I talk about Azure, Azure has got more than 60 plus regions. in 140 plus countries. So in terms of overall presence, Azure has given you good numbers, and it is giving you more data centers than any other cloud provider today, whether you talk about AWS or GCP. The amount of data centers that Azure offers you is currently greater than any of the other cloud providers. So talking about the cloud computing, it's the delivery of computing services, whether it is server, storage, database, networking, different software, or could be analytics, intelligence, and more all over the internet, which obviously is enabling faster innovation, flexible resources, and also giving you benefit of economies of scale. Economies of scale is a concept where if you talk about these cloud providers like Azure, AWS, GCP, they are large businesses, and that is where they are able to pass on you the benefit of economies of scale, because when they operate at a larger scale, the overall cost reduces, and that is where they are able to pass on you that benefit of the lower cost. That's referred to as economies of scale. So you typically pay for the services based on the pay as you go model, and cloud computing does enable companies to consume a compute resource like servers, storage, or application, just like a utility. Maybe it could be how you use water or electricity, and you consume it throughout the month and then pay the bill, which is generated at the end of the month. In the same fashion, you use cloud and you pay for it based on the utilization. So it's all a pay per use, pay per go model. And the companies which are offering you these computing services, they are called cloud providers. So Azure, AWS, GCP, Alibaba Cloud, Oracle Cloud, these are all the cloud providers. And they're going to charge you for the cloud computing services, which will be based on the usage. So that's what is cloud computing. On coding point of view, I'm aware that Linux knowledge is added advantage for Azure. Is there any other coding languages which we need to be familiar with in order to work in Azure cloud platform? No, you just need to understand a bit of CLI or bash. So as you said, Linux, then it is fine. So in Azure or any cloud, whatever you can do through the console, through the UI, same things can be done using the PowerShell, can be done using CLI, can be done using the code. So that's where bit of CLI or scripting language knowledge is good to have. I think the difference in market share between Azure and AWS was on the higher side few years ago, and it is very less now. What's the main difference or reason behind that? Yes, so AWS was a earlier adopter, Vasant. AWS started their journey back in 2006 with the infrastructure as a service, and they launched their EC2 instances. Eventually in 2008, Microsoft Azure came with the infrastructure services. So being an early adopter, AWS had that advantage of providing you these services, having a good market value. That's where you see there was huge difference in terms of the market share with respect to comparing Azure and AWS and GCP. But today, if you look at the share has reduced. And also a lot of times I've seen people asking what is the difference between Azure, AWS, GCP, which is better? Which is better is a myth. It's not that AWS is better or Azure is better or maybe GCP is better. It completely depends on your use case. If you're more onto, let's say, Linux side of things, or you're looking forward to infrastructure services primarily, or you're more on open source platform, then AWS is a better choice. If you're looking forward to AI, machine learning, platform as a services, infrastructure as a services like Windows virtual machines, then I would say Azure is better. If you look towards data services or Kubernetes or maybe something like BigQuery, Dataproc, that is where GCP is better. So that's where you see we have Azure, AWS, GCP, all are good. Just that what you want to use and what enterprise agreement your company is into with. A lot of times, if you look at startups, whichever cloud provider is giving them a better benefit, better cost advantage, they go with them. Because primarily the important services or the very common services are available in all the clouds. Even Alibaba Cloud is very much trending right now. It's at number 4. So that's where we have got the different cloud providers, and eventually the number of services have also increased. If you look at Azure, Azure has increased the portfolio of services. More than 220 plus services available in Azure. And anybody claiming that he knows complete cloud or he's a master in cloud is definitely faking it up. Cloud is a very, very big ocean. You can be pro, you can be an SME for some certain services, not all. Even I haven't used all the services available in Azure. It's a very big ocean. If you pick one service in itself has got a lot and lot of options and a lot to deal with. So that's where cloud is. So that's how the cloud is trending. Now, talking about cloud, so it is composed of 5 essential characteristics, 4 deployment models, and 3 service models. We will talk about all of these. And these are according to NIST, National Institutes of Standard Technology. Cloud computing is a model for enabling ubiquitous, convenient, on-demand network access to a shared pool of configurable computing resources. Ubiquitous means it is present everywhere. So everybody can use it and it's present everywhere. Convenient. On demand means whenever I need, I can go ahead and create resources and spin up resources, providing access to a shared pool of configurable computing resources. It could be networks, servers, storage, application services, databases, machine learning stuff, etc., which you can rapidly provision and release with minimal management effort. That means whenever I need, I can provision them, I can create them. Whenever my task is done, whenever I don't need them anymore, I can go ahead and deprovision them. And with minimal management effort or service provider interaction. So I don't have to reach out to Microsoft to do that for me. I will have this kind of self-service portal. We will have something like this Azure portal where we can do everything. We can create resources, we can delete resources, we can start resources, we can stop resources. That's what is the NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology definition of cloud computing. Next, we will be talking about the cloud being composed of 5 essential characteristics, 4 deployment models, and 3 service models. So talking about essential characteristics, we have got broad network access, which basically means that you have got wide variety of global presence in terms of the number of data centers that Azure offers you is huge. 60 plus regions available in 140 plus countries, and it continuously increases. So we have a good global presence. If you talk about the Azure, let me quickly show you the Azure global infrastructure. And let's go to geographies. Going onto the globe, that's the infrastructure map. And if we look at this, they've recently changed the UI, probably a month back. Let me change this. So this is how the overall global map view of the Azure looks like. If we look at the regions, we have got regions in West US 3 to West US 2, West Central US, Central US. You have got North Central US, East US, East US 2, East US 3. Moving on, you have got Europe, France, Germany, Denmark, Sweden, Greece, Israel, Qatar. We have got UAE North, West India, Central India, South India, namely Pune, Mumbai, and Chennai, Southeast Asia, as in Singapore. Some data centers in China. In China, Azure offers via a third-party company, which is 21 ViaNet. Then you've got some data centers in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Brazil, and Chile Central. So that's the overall global footprint of the Azure. The number of data centers that you see is huge. That's where we say broad network access, right? Then we have got rapid elasticity. When we talk about elasticity, primarily we are looking at scalability factor. Now, elasticity and scalability go hand in hand. It's an ability where you're trying to increase or decrease the resources for any given workload, which means when I need more resources, I can add more resources. When my requirement is low, when the traffic is low, I can reduce the resources depending on my requirements. So I can reduce and I can increase the resources depending on the demand. Now, when we talk about scalability, there are 2 parts. One is you talk about scale in and scale out. And another is you talk about scale up and scale out. Sorry, scale up and scale down. This is horizontal scaling. Again, a very popular interview question. This is vertical scaling. Now, up and down are usually done manually. And in and out is something that you can do manually, but most of the time you would see it being happening automatically, where you create some rules to automatically add in the resource or reduce the resource. So we have got horizontal scaling, which is in and out, vertical scaling, which is up and down. Now, when I say up and down means, let's say today I have a Core i3 machine with 4 GB of RAM. I upgrade to Core i5 with, let's say, 16 GB of RAM. That's called as scaling up. You are changing the core underlying infrastructure. That's a scale up. You go to buy a t-shirt. You have different sizes, small, medium, large, right? So you are scaling up or scaling down depending on your requirement. When I say scale in and scale out, I am adding resources of same type. One machine, adding one more machine, adding one more machine. So same machine running in parallel. Let's say 4 such machines running in parallel so that your traffic can be distributed to these machines. That's something called as scale out. When you reduce these machines, that will be referred to as scaling. So this is horizontal, where I run the same kind of infrastructure. I'm replicating my infrastructure. While when we say up and down, you're trying to change the underlying functionalities. For example, today you use iPhone 7, you want to upgrade to iPhone 11 or iPhone 12, that's an scale up. You move from iPhone 7 to iPhone 5, that's a scale down. As simple as that. So that's what is the scalability. And whenever we talk about elasticity, we say that it will be happening automatically or dynamically. So elasticity is the ability where you will have automatic or dynamic nature of increasing or decreasing the resources as and when needed. Then we have got measured service. So whatever you use is all measured. You are using pay as you go service. It is also referred to as utility based pricing or consumption based pricing. That's where we have got the pay as you go utility model, consumption based model, or utility based pricing. That's what is a measured service. So what I use is what I pay for. That's where we say measured services. Then we have got on-demand self-service. So with cloud, you are your own master, you are your own boss. You can create resources as and when required. You can delete resources as and when required. You don't need to go to any IT help desk to get a resource spinned up for you. So you get a self-service Azure portal, which looks like this, and you can create your resources. You can deploy resources, delete resources, deprovision them, perform creation, whatever you want, basically. So you can provision the resources from this Azure portal. That's where we say it is an on-demand self-service. Let's say today I have a requirement of having 10 GB of storage. I can spin up 10 GB of storage capacity. Tomorrow my demand increases to 50 GB. I can scale it to 50 GB of data storage capacity. So that's where we have on-demand self-service available. Then we have resource pooling. Resource pooling is where you pool the resources efficiently from the available pool of resources. Now, when we are using cloud computing, we feel that the resources are available in unlimited quantities. But we are all bounded by the shared technology vulnerability. So we should use the resources efficiently. And how much resource you need, you can create those resources. When they are not needed, you can deprovision them. So provisioning is completely up to you. That's where you efficiently pool the resources, which is called as resource pooling. Measured service, Naveen, means that you are using a service and you are paying for a service based on utilization. It is like how much electricity you consume during a month, you only pay for that. In the same way, whatever amount of services you are consuming, you will be paying for that. So it is more of a pay as you go. You can think of it like a postpaid mobile plan. You utilize it for during a month, and then at the end of the month, you get a bill generated and you pay for it based on the utilization. So that is what it means by the measured service. Whatever you are using is all measured. We will talk about infrastructure as a service. So as of now, we have only talked about these 5 essential characteristics. Now moving on to the service models.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Shared technology vulnerability means when we are using cloud, we feel that resources are available in unlimited quantity, but there are always limits which are applicable to the services that you are using. For example, how many VMs you are allowed to create, how many storage accounts you're allowed to create. All of those limits are still applicable. Service models, we have got software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service. Starting with the infrastructure as a service, what do you think? Who would be using the infrastructure as a service? Who would be using the infrastructure as a service? So primarily infrastructure as a service was for system administrators, but today the scope has expanded. As Mohit says, who need the underlying infrastructure? So today, with the increased adoption of the cloud technology of cloud services, now infrastructure as a service is not just being used by the IT admins or system admins, but today developers are also leveraging infrastructure as a service to create the infrastructure and deploy the application. So it is one of the most basic category of the cloud computing services where you rent the IT infrastructure servers, virtual machines, storage, all of those things will be a part of the infrastructure as a service. And you can think of it as an instant computing infrastructure, which is provisioned and managed over the internet. Some of the examples of infrastructure as a service are virtual machines, storage, networks, databases, operating systems. These are all examples of infrastructure as a service. In terms of upfront cost, IaaS will not have any upfront cost. You will be paying based on the consumption. In terms of user ownership, user will be responsible for the purchase, installation, configuration, management of the complete software, operating system, middleware, and the applications. In terms of cloud provider ownership, cloud provider will be responsible for the purchase, installation. Cloud provider is primarily going to be responsible for ensuring that your underlying cloud infrastructure is always available for the user. Something like virtual machine is available, storage is available for you, networking is available for you. That's where we have got the infrastructure as a service. Virtual machines are simple examples of IaaS. So IaaS provides you an instant computing infrastructure. Some of the examples being virtual machines, storage, networks, operating systems. That's where we have IaaS. After IaaS comes the PaaS. What do you think? PaaS is for whom? Already set up pool. Developers, very correct. Platform as a service is for developers because developer don't want to get into the infrastructure configuration. So platform as a service provides an environment for building, testing, and deploying the applications. You get a ready-to-use environment to deploy the applications, and you don't have to worry about the underlying infrastructure creation. So that's where comes the platform as a service. Some of the examples of platform as a service being Azure App Services, AWS Elastic Bean Stack, Google App Engine, which powers your Android applications on the Play Store. You have got Heroku, you have got App Foundry. So multiple examples of platform as a service in place. SQL database in Azure, again a platform as a service. Kubernetes in Azure, again a managed service, a platform as a service. Finally, moving on to the software as a service. Yes, Cosmos, again an example of a platform as a service. Moving on to software as a service. What do you think? Who is the audience for software as a service? All of you, right? People like you and me, organizations, we all are the audience for software as a service. So today, software as a service is being leveraged by all of us in one or another form. Everyone uses it if you have a smartphone. So that means everybody has realized, everybody knows that you are using software as a service. So you have been using it for a long time now. All your email applications, your cloud storage solutions like Google Drive, OneDrive, Dropbox, or think about your mobile applications, WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, your Naukri.com, Shadi.com, all your OTT platforms like Amazon Prime, Netflix, Hotstar, cab booking applications, Ola, Uber, GoTaxi, food ordering applications, Zoom, GoToMeeting, all of these are simple examples of software as a service. So users don't have to pay an upfront cost. You get into a subscription based model, which could be a monthly subscription or could be an annual subscription. So exactly, no life without a SaaS these days. And everything you would have seen eventually has turned into a subscription based model. Gone are the days where there used to be perpetual licensing. And with this, it has made even more easier for people like us to try out on the newer products. How many of you in earlier days purchased a laptop and then paid for an Office license, Microsoft Office license? I think mostly you would have used some pirated applications or pirated softwares, because it used to cost you a huge amount. But today, if you look at Office 365, it is hardly somewhere around maybe $6 per user per month. So it becomes very, very easy for you to now afford it rather than purchasing that complete license. And the good part is, after a month, if I don't want to use it, I can discontinue it. So it's all subscription based, which has made it much more easier for us to use. And that is where, with this in place, I would want to take you to a comparison of on-premises versus service models, where we compare on-premises versus IaaS versus PaaS versus SaaS. When it is on-premises, everything has to be taken care by you. Right from your network to storage to server to virtualization, operating system, middleware, data, applications. Middleware as in web server, database server, queue, messaging server. Everything has to be taken care by you. It is all customer managed. When you further move on to infrastructure as a service, network, storage, server, virtualization. These are the things which are managed by the cloud provider. On top of this, applications, data, middleware, and operating system is something that you will take care of. If you further move on to platform as a service, network, storage, server, virtualization, operating system, even the middleware is being taken care by the cloud provider, and applications and data is being taken care by the customer. And further moving on to software as a service, pretty much everything is being taken care by the cloud provider. You use the services and you pay for it. So, I mean, if you talk about Google Docs, how seamless the experience is. You start editing your document on your laptop and you complete your document while you're on bed late night on your mobile phone or iPad. That's the kind of experience you get with the software as a service. So that's where we have got comparison of on-premises versus IaaS versus PS versus SaaS. Now, trying to make it much more easier, let's talk about something called as Pizza as a service. It's a famous model given by a person from IBM, where we talk about pizza as a service. So our end goal is to eat a pizza. During lockdown, I'm pretty sure a lot of you would have tried creating a pizza at home, making a pizza at home. So if you have to make a pizza at home, which is very similar to how the traditional on-premises model functions, you should have the base underlying infrastructure, which is cheese, toppings, tomato sauce, pizza dough, and then you need fire, oven, electric gas to bake the pizza, and then soda bottle and dining table to sit along and eat the pizza. Pretty much everything has to be taken care by you. That's how the traditional on-premises systems looks like. When I move on to infrastructure as a service, it's more of like take and bake. You bring a raw pizza, so you already have the base underlying infrastructure ready. Cheese, toppings, tomato sauce, pizza dough are already ready. Now you need electric gas oven or fire to bake the pizza, and then soda and dining table to sit along and enjoy the pizza. That's how the infrastructure as a service works. You get the base underlying infrastructure available for you. Further, if you move on to platform as a service, it's more of like you get the pizza delivered from your favorite choice of pizza outlet. Could be Domino's, Pizza Hut, US Pizzas, Lapinos, and so on and so forth. So you only need a soda bottle and dining table to sit along and enjoy the pizza. That's how the platform as a service looks like. I don't worry about the underlying infrastructure. I want to get an environment, sit and relax. That's how the PaaS looks like. And then eventually you move on to software as a service, where you dine out to your favorite choice of pizza outlet. You pay for the experience, the ambience, the quality of food that you get there. That's how the software as a service looks like. You use the pizza, you go to the outlet, sit and relax and enjoy the pizza. That's how software as a service is. So that's a simple comparison between how the traditional on-premises systems compare with IaaS versus PaaS versus SaaS. SaaS provider uses PaaS to provide their services. Yes, they do use platform as a service to provide their services, Harshal, very true. A simple example being you use a cloud platform to deploy your application, which is an e-commerce application. But when I, as a user, come to your e-commerce application to purchase a product, so for me, it becomes a software as a service. So as an example for Amazon, maybe they are deploying their website on platform as a service, but we all as an individual users, when go to amazon.com to purchase a product, for us, it is acting as a software as a service. Now moving on to public, private, hybrid, and the community cloud. These are the deployment models. In which scenario the hybrid will be used. So when you say SaaS versus PaaS versus IaaS, we don't talk about hybrid here. We talk about hybrid in terms of the deployment model. So hybrid is a deployment model. You can use hybrid with IaaS also. You can use it with PaaS also. You can use it with SaaS also. We had AAS and DRaaS service models. Okay. So when you say AAS and DRaaS, likewise, we have got lot of different service models. And specifically, I mean, it could be database as a service. It could be, when you say AAS, I am assuming, Naveen, you are talking about Azure analysis services and disaster recovery as a service, right? And all of these things will fall into one of these three. So today you would have heard about database as a service, identity as a service, disaster recovery as a service, right? All of these services will eventually fall into these three broader categories of the service models. So when I say disaster recovery as a service, that will fit into my infrastructure as a service portfolio. When I say identity and access management as a service, that fits into my platform as a service portfolio. So EAS will also evolve after some time, something that is yet to evolve. By the way, EAS is as of now available, which is escrow as a service, available in Azure, but employee as a service, that's, I think, something which is already available. So moving on to, since we are talking about these different service models, I'll just talk about a very good example from a startup. There was a startup which created a service called as alcohol as a service. Now, I'm not sure if, Naveen, when you say AAS, are you talking about alcohol as a service or you're talking about analysis as a service? But alcohol as a service was a concept by a startup where what they did was they came up with the concept of virtual alcohol. It could be simple virtual food card. And they used to show you a virtual alcohol jar filled in your mobile app or your computing platform or the UI that you used to see. They had tie-ups with different outlets. When you go there, you could virtually pay for it. It would get deducted from your account and you would see that bottle getting emptied eventually. And you used to get your alcohol served. So that was the concept of alcohol as a service that came in. So you can see where this as a service thing is kind of trending. Anything as a service, that's something which is very, very true. That is something which is valid. Today, if you look at it, is everything as a service. Eventually, everything has turned into service form. Now, talking about deployment models, so we have got a public model, private model, hybrid model, and a community model. Public cloud, which means your data centers will be taken care by the cloud provider.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure Certification Training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Something like Azure, AWS, GCP. So these are all examples of a public cloud where cloud provider will be responsible for taking care of the underlying infrastructure. All the underlying infrastructure is owned by the cloud provider, and you can use that. You don't need to buy a new server to scale up, scale out. It's all readily available for you. You pay for it based on the utilization. Organizations will not have any responsibility for hardware maintenance. You only pay for what you are using. And that's where we also refer to it as an OPEX model, which is operational expenditure model. Then you have got a private cloud. As the name suggests, private. What do you think, guys? What is private? Hosting internally in our data centers, in the company only. So a lot of times, the reason I've explicitly asked this question is a lot of times people think that having an on-premises infrastructure means we are having a private cloud, which is very wrong. Private cloud is always built on top of the on-premises infrastructure, which means having on-premises infrastructure is not a private cloud, but private cloud is built on top of the on-premises infrastructure, where you should be able to provide the users flexibility of the cloud, like self-service capabilities, elasticity. All of these functionalities should be available for the users. That's where we call it a private cloud. It is managed by organizations. Organizations will have complete control over the resources. Azure gives you a private cloud offering with the name of Azure Stack. Similarly, you would have heard about OpenStack. Then we have got VMware. VMware is one of the biggest player in terms of the private cloud space. So that's what is a private cloud, where private cloud is created on top of your existing infrastructure. Organizations will have complete control over the resource. Organizations will have complete control over the security. Obviously, this doesn't fall into the CapEx because there is an upfront cost involved. There is an upfront operational expenditure involved because you have to purchase the hardware, you have to purchase the complete underlying infrastructure, and then cost of maintenance has to be borne by you. You need dedicated people to take care of that infrastructure. Organizations would have the responsibility for the hardware maintenance and updates. So that's where comes the private cloud. So private cloud could be used in scenarios where, let's say, I want to have a data which should remain in the entirety of the organization. It should not go out. That's where you can use the private cloud. Then we have got the hybrid, as the name suggests. Definitely it's costly and you can use it for your personal or confidential data. And then comes the hybrid cloud, which is a mix of public and private. So when we say hybrid cloud, it's a mixture of public and private. As an example, let's say you are having an application and it is a finance application or a, let's say, healthcare application. Now, when it is a healthcare application, the patient's data is very, very critical. You can't put the patient's information on the cloud because it is a personally identifiable information. And maybe due to compliance, you're not allowed to put it on the public cloud. So what do? You keep the data in the private cloud while your application continuously runs on the public cloud. And this mix of public and private is referred to as the hybrid cloud. So hybrid is a mixture of public and private. Then you have a community cloud. Community cloud is where different organizations with a common notion will come together, and the cloud being used by them is referred to as a community cloud. So it's a cloud environment, or I would say it's a computing in which it is more of a collaborative effort where your cloud services or infrastructure will be shared between some organizations who come up with a specific common concern. Like a couple of years ago, there was a common data initiative where Microsoft, SAP, and Adobe came together as a part of that common data initiative. So cloud which these organizations are using for that common purpose would be referred to as community cloud. They can create this cloud internally. If they want, they can take it from a third-party provider. It could be internal, it could be external. Private cloud, who is providing? VMware is the biggest player in the private cloud space. Then we have got OpenStack, we have got Azure Stack. So lot of different private cloud providers are available. Example of community cloud, cloud being used by US based federal agencies, which is only dedicated to be used by the US government organizations and their employees. That's a simple example of a community cloud. Azure and VMware maintained by infrastructure, but why specifically VMware going to private? So it is also very important that, I mean, if you look at VMware has been in the private cloud space for a long time now. You would have used VMware Workstation and a lot more. So it's an organization's decision, and also very important to be to be an early player and early adopter. Now today, if you, let's say, think of an organization trying to start their own cloud, it is very difficult for them to come into and compete with these cloud providers. And that's where Azure kind of kick-started with the public cloud. And if you look at Azure journey on the public cloud, it all came after Satya Nadella came in. Before that, the focus was more on these Windows devices. Specifically, if you would have seen those Nokia Lumia devices which used to come, Windows powered devices. Primary focus of Microsoft was there, but after Satya Nadella came, the complete focus shifted onto cloud. And that's where today you see how trending Azure has been and the journey of Microsoft thereafter. So that's one of the reasons VMware is primarily into the private cloud space. Yes, public or private, any of these can be used. That's up to you, Kamesh, depending on the use case and the data privacy or your compliance requirements. Examples of IaaS and PaaS. PaaS examples are Azure App Service, AWS Elastic Beanstalk, Cosmos DB, Kubernetes Service in Azure and AWS. Then you've got Heroku App Foundry. Infrastructure as a service, simple examples, virtual machines, storage, databases, operating systems, networking, virtual machines. These are simple examples of IaaS. Now, trying to compare the cloud model, traditional versus the cloud computing model, with buying a car versus renting a car. So think of you trying to buy a car versus you trying to rent a car. When buying a car, you have to make the upfront payment. All the road taxes will be borne by you. Ownership, maintenance cost, insurance cost, driver cost, fuel cost, repair cost, everything has to be borne by you, which is very similar to how the traditional on-premises model functions. But when I say renting a car, in renting a car, I pay money as per the utilization. So it means pay as you go, pay as you use. There are no other charges. The price is lower, it's affordable. You can upgrade the car type anytime. Let's say today you go into sedan, tomorrow you take an SUV. And it can be either dedicated or shared, depending on if you want to go with a carpool, you want to go with a shared car or a dedicated car. You have all of those choice. So your cloud computing model is very similar to renting a car. And if you look at total cost of ownership, let's say 5 years down the line, you will see that cloud computing is more advantageous, because over next 5 years, the cost of the existing car is going to get deprecated. And you will have to continuously bear the maintenance cost, insurance cost, and so on and so forth. But with renting a car, all of those things are not required. So that's how you compare traditional model versus a cloud computing model. So that's a simple comparison. So first of all, talking about what is Azure. It's a cloud offering from the Microsoft, helping individuals, helping organizations to create, deploy, and operate the cloud-based applications, infrastructure services, platform services. So it's an open and flexible cloud platform, which means as an individual, each one of us can use it. Organizations can use it. So anybody can leverage the cloud. That's where we have got open and flexible cloud platform. Then you can build and deploy and manage applications across the global network. So we have got a wide variety of offerings, and you've got a global network to go ahead and deploy your application. 60 plus regions available in 140 plus countries. So huge global presence. Then it is not at all that it's a Microsoft offering. So you will have to stick on to maybe .NET or C# or any of the Microsoft based tools, technologies, or framework. You can feel free to use your own choice of language, your own choice of tools, your own choice of framework, right from PHP, Python, Node.js, Java, JavaScript, Golang, whatever you want, basically, you can use your own choice of language. Then it does integrate public cloud applications with your existing IT environment. So if you want to have an hybrid solution, you can integrate your public applications with your existing IT environment as well. So that's where we have got an Azure offering from Microsoft, which is a cloud provider. And Azure is one of the cloud that we have got in the form of the public cloud offering. Talking about Azure regions. So as a part of Azure offering, we have got multiple regions available. So the data centers are located across the globe in different strategic places, which are going to help meet the customer requirements. So they are designed in such a way, they are created in such a way that no matter in which part of the world you are, you will still have a data center nearby to you. And the areas are known as the Azure regions, and these are placed at a distance from each other. In case there is any natural disaster, natural calamity, it would not affect all the regions at a time. So that's where the regions are created in such a way that they are a distance from each other. They are not very close by. And a general guidance is that the regions are at a distance of 300 miles apart from each other. Apart from it, as of now, Azure has got more than 60 plus regions, approximately 64 regions, and they've got a plan to add more regions continuously. If you look at any cloud provider, geographic expansion is one of the priority for every cloud provider, not just Azure, because it is definitely going to help them enable the customers to achieve higher performance, and it would support their requirement and preferences in terms of the data location as well. So that's where we have got the Azure region. Let me quickly take you to the global Azure infrastructure. Now, when it comes to cloud, not all the services will be available in all the data centers. And that's where we see products by region. So let's say if I want to look at virtual machines, and if I select all the regions, you will be able to see that virtual machine of different sizes are available in different regions. Like for example, if I look at DV3 series, it is not available in the Azure Stack Hub. It's not available in Australia Central. It's not available in Australia Southeast, US government. And then you do have bifurcation like Azure Stack Hub, Africa, Asia Pacific, Australia, Azure government. Then we've got Brazil, Europe, India, US. So you've got multiple different regions available here. So this is link for products by region. Azure Stack Hub is primarily an on-premises offering from Azure, which is a private cloud offering. That's the Azure Stack Hub. And then you've also got Azure Service Status, that is again by region. So if at all any Azure service is down or is impacted, that's where Azure has got a link called as Azure Status. In this link, they talk about all the products and the status of those products in the region. Let's say if any service is impacted due to some natural calamity or due to, let's say, data vulnerability or any of the other factors, all of those things are listed right over here. So here also, if you look at, we have got different products available, different products by region, and their status, good, information, warning, or critical. So like you can see, for example, virtual machines, everything is green. Pretty much everything is green for all the services as of now. And you've got America, Europe, Asia Pacific, Middle East and Africa, Azure government and Azure China. Azure government are the dedicated data centers which are created for the US government. You as an individual cannot use these data centers. These are dedicated for US federal organizations. So that's where we have got US government non-regional, Virginia, Arizona, government Texas. DoD is Department of Defense, and then DoD Central is again Department of Defense. So these data centers are not available for use by us. And you've got Azure China. In China, Azure offers via third-party company, which is 21 via net. And then this is a Geo one. And this is again the Reliance Geo. So Reliance Geo has again done a tie-up with Microsoft for having their own Geo cloud. So that's where you see this Geo option as well available. Now on the Azure Global Infrastructure page, under geographies, you can see we have got these different regions, and specifically if I talk about Azure government, You can see we have got this US DoD Central, which is reserved for exclusive use by the Department of Defense. Similarly, we have got US Government Arizona, which is US government entities and their partners only. So these cannot be used by us as an individual. We are not allowed to use these regions or use these data centers. Redundancy regions, correct? Yes, so you've got multiple regions from a redundancy standpoint so that you can have multi-region deployment and ensure that your services are all up and running, Shiva. So that's on the choice of region that you've got with Azure. Now, which Azure region is right for me? So
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
if you look at a couple of points mentioned here, one is the location. So where is your business located? There are multiple factors which decides on right choice of the location for your services or for your application deployment. First thing is, where is your business located? Do you have some branch offices or customers which are located in another countries? Then you may want to go ahead with that choice of the region. So let's say if I'm trying to launch an e-commerce application, and if my target audience is, let's say, people in US, then I would prefer going ahead and doing the application deployment in the US region. So that's where comes the choice of the location. You would always want to stay as close as possible to your customers so that they have a low latency performance. Then comes the compliance requirements. The data center that you're looking forward to, is it compliant with the customer specific compliance requirements? So different data centers or different regions have got their own compliance requirements which are fulfilled. So again, depending on the compliance requirement, you may have to choose the right choice of region. Then service availability. Not all the services will be available in all the regions. So the services that you are looking forward to, are those services available in the region that you are considering? Maybe you are looking forward to a service which is not available in an X region, but maybe that service is available in a Y region. So that's where I've shared the last link, which is Azure products by region. So that also helps you decide on the right choice of the region. Then we have data residency and sovereignty laws. Something like GDPR, General Data Protection Right. So if your customers are having some specific data residency or sovereignty requirements where, let's say, your data should not cross the boundaries of the Europe location, or due to XYZ reason, maybe your data cannot move in and out of that location. That's where you would also have to consider the data residency and sovereignty conditions as well. For example, data centers in Germany, all the data in and out of that data center was earlier controlled by an organization called as T-Systems. And then lastly, pricing. Is cost one of the most important factors in your decision? Then you should go ahead with the right choice of the pricing. So cost again plays a very, very important role. It may be possible that you are looking forward to a low cost region because it's not a application which has to be deployed in production. You're trying something from a testing standpoint. It is fine. Maybe you would want to consider the right pricing in terms of the production environment, but you are okay because you want to do some POC. So you can even go with a region which is offering you lower pricing. So prices for services will be different in different regions. For example, a virtual machine in central India may cost you, let's say, $100 per month. The same virtual machine in central US may cost you $80 per month. That is quite a possible case. So it's like when you purchase an Apple iPhone in US versus you purchase it in India versus you purchase it in Dubai, right? There are price differences for the same product across different geographies. So it's the same thing. The reason there is difference in pricing is because the operating cost is different, the data center cost is different, the management cost is different. So multiple factors will lead on to the pricing part. So these are the factors that help you decide on the right choice of the region. if there is any issue on any region, how they identify it. They have got their own mechanisms to identify the issues. That's something which cloud provider will take care of. We should not worry about it. That's the reason we are using cloud. We don't worry about the underlying data center. If there is any issue with the region, you will be notified. In case your services are impacted, there will be automatic failover or failback depending on the services. So that's something that Azure will take care of. You will be notified using a service called as service health, and that's how the region's impact is identified. If the user base is global, then is it needed to deploy in multiple regions? You would want to deploy it in multiple regions because your users expect you to have a low latency performance. So let's say if I deploy my application in US and let's say my customers are in India, Australia, China, right? So for customers in India, Australia, China, and let's say rest of the other part of the world, which is maybe somewhere in US, Europe, in these regions, the latency will be low. But when you say India, Australia, China, the latency will be more. So yes, you do have to kind of look at multi-region deployment so that your latency and performance always are on the best part. If you have customers or users in different countries, how to choose a location. So that's where first thing first, where is your business located? You have to focus on that, Santosh. If your business is located in, let's say XYZ regions, you prefer deploying it in that region. Now you will not be able to fulfill all the 5 conditions at the same time. Either you prefer a location or you prefer pricing, right? So you will have to identify what is more important. If it is just a POC or test environment, then obviously I can go with any location and I can go with any kind of lower pricing options. So in one region, how many data centers can be identified max? So Kamesh, there are multiple data centers in one region. For example, when you see US geography, or let's say when I say India, so in India, I've got South India, I've got West India, I've got Central India, I've got 3 different regions available. Now, if a region has concept of availability zone available, then there will be at least 3 data centers. If not, then there will only be 1 data center. You are bounded by some compliance which is not allowing you to move your data in and out. So for example, if I say Yogesh, as a part of your organization, your data cannot cross the boundaries of the India region. So that becomes a data residency for you. Why I have to choose based on user location to reduce redundancy? Redundancy will be taken care by CDN by caching it globally. So CDN is just one service. CDN does not ensure redundancy for all the services. CDN can help you with respect to images. CDN cannot help you with respect to traffic. So all your these kind of myths will also get resolved here in the cloud sessions. I have a lot of time seen people thinking about CDN, that if we have CDN, then our problem of user location is gone. No, CDN is a content delivery network. It will help you to reduce the latency for the content that you are serving. But when it comes to actual hitting the traffic or actual application, then CDN will not always help you out. You will need a lot of different services in place. For example, let's say if it is a web application. Now, in a web application, I may have some videos, I may have some images. For that, CDN can be useful. But how about my complete application traffic? So that's where CDN will not be helpful. People can access the data, and people could be in any location. They will be able to access the data in different regions. Again, it will be primarily dependent on, let's say, for example, if you are in India, as a part of you signing up on Azure from India, you will be entitled to use only certain regions. That's where comes the data center use case. Data residency and sovereignty means that your data cannot cross the boundaries of a certain region. That's where we have the data residency and sovereignty. Then your data has to reside inside the India region only. It cannot move out of the India region. That's where we say data residency. We have got Azure geography, which is a defined area of the world which contains at least one Azure region. Now, Azure has got a concept of regional pairs. Azure has a concept of regional pairs. And this concept helps you with respect to BCDR, business continuity and disaster recovery. So an Azure geography is a defined area of the world that contains at least one Azure region. Geography could be, let's say India is a geography, US is a geography. Now inside geography, you have regions. Regions could be central India, it could be central US. So these are the regions within a geography. Now Azure region is an area within a geography containing one or more data centers. This region that we say, it could have one data center or it could have more than one data center. Each Azure region is paired with another region within the same geography. So let's say if this is geography and if I say, okay, this is India geography, then in India, I may have one region, which is, let's say, West US, another is, let's say, Central US. So these both the regions will be paired with each other so that it will allow for BCDR, it will allow for replication of resources. Now let's try to understand this in with a newer diagram, with a newer example. It could be any region in the India region. So if you look at this diagram, we have got a geography. This is a geography. This is a geography. So it shows a hypothetical application which uses the regional pair for disaster recovery. You've got a primary region, you've got a secondary region. When I say geography is India, which means both my primary and secondary region will be in the India itself. The green numbers that you see are highlighting the cross-region activity between the primary region and the secondary region. So we have got compute, which is virtual machine, storage, database, and some management services. And this diagram talks about how they are replicated. And all the benefits of this regional pair are mentioned in this orange color. Now let's go to next slide. First benefit is physical isolation. So you have got a primary region and secondary region. The distance between primary and secondary region will be greater than 300 miles apart, which means that in case there is any natural calamity or any power outage, not both the regions will be impacted at the same time. My primary and secondary region both will not be impacted at the same time. Only one of it may be impacted. And this 1, 2, 3, and 4 that you see, 1 shows the replication of virtual machine, 2 is showing the replication of data between primary and secondary, which is a storage, 3 shows replication of database between primary and secondary, and 4 is talking about the management services. So we talked about the first advantage, which is point number 5. Point number 6, platform provided replication. So for some services, data replication will automatically be taken care by Azure. So in this case, for storage, the data replication is taken care by Microsoft. Microsoft takes care of automatically replicating your data to the secondary data center. That's called as platform provided replication. Then we have point number 7, which talks about region recovery order. So let's say in case of a broader outage, if both the regions are impacted, the primary as well as secondary, then in that case, Azure will always prioritize, Microsoft will always prioritize on recovering one of the regions faster and bringing your services back to life again. So that's a region recovery order. Then point number 8 talks about updates. So whenever Microsoft has to roll out the updates, because Microsoft will also have to maintain their infrastructure and all the data centers time to time. So they do perform some rolling updates on these data centers. So they will ensure that not both the regions are updated at the same time. They will first perform the updates in this primary region. Once this is up and running, then they will go ahead and perform it for the secondary region. So that in case something goes wrong with primary, still your services in secondary are working perfectly, are running fine. So that's where we have got primary region and secondary region available. And point number 9 talks about geography, which means all your regions are residing within the same geography as its pair in order to meet the data residency requirements for tax and law enforcement's jurisdiction purposes, which means that your data is not going outside the geography. If I say India, which means both the regions are in India. When I say US, both the regions are in US geography. So my data is not flowing out. Now, talking about this region pair, so there is one exception of Brazil, where for Brazil South, the secondary region is South Central US. Except this, for all other regions, you will see that the primary region, which is region A and region B, both are part of the same geography. For example, Australia East, Australia Southeast, Australia Central, Brazil South. This is only the exception. Apart from it, if you look at, let's say, Central India, it is South India, West India, again South India, Japan, it's again Japan. So primary and secondary both are part of the same region. And this is the example that we just talked about. So how Azure is helping you with respect to BCDR. So that's on the region pair benefits. Talking about the Azure availability zone. Now, talking about the concept of availability zone, it's a physical separate zone within an Azure region. Forget all of this theoretical stuff. Let's try to understand this in a very, very layman language. Let's say you all work into an enterprise in a city X. Okay, you all work in some city. You can think of a city of your choice. This is a city A in which you all work. And let's say within this city, your office is in 3 different locations. Let's say within this city, this is location 1, this is location 2, this is location 3. So let's say you are working into an enterprise in a city A, and your enterprise has got offices in different locations within that city. Let's say location 1, location 2, location 3. And your work location is office 1. So you daily go to office 1. Now, each of these offices will have their own buildings. They will have their own infrastructure, their own network supply, power supply, electricity. Everything will be different for each of these offices. Which means, let's say tomorrow there is a power failure in office 2. Then this does not mean that there will be a power failure in the office 1 and office 3 as well, right? So that's the same concept of the availability zone. Availability zone is nothing but a data center. So in one single region, you have more than one data center, and that's where each of those data centers are referred to as availability zones. So if I say, okay, this is an Azure region, inside an Azure region, I may have one data center in location A, one another in location B, another in location C. For example, let's say, for example, if it is Mumbai, maybe my one data center is in Bandra, another is in, let's say, Santa Cruz, and another is in, let's say, maybe Vashi, right? So it's all in 3 different regions. Similarly, if I say, okay, it's Bangalore, it could be Belandur, one could be in Hebbal, one could be in some XYZ, another location, right? So that's what is referred to as availability zone. One single region having more than one data center. Each of those data centers are referred to as availability zone. So availability zone is nothing but it is actually a data center, and any region which has more than one data center, then we call that region as availability zone. That region is offering you the concept of availability zone. That's the simple concept of the availability zone. Yes, in Azure, as of now, the max limit of the availability zone is 3. And not all the regions are having the availability zone concept in Azure. So not all regions offer you availability zones. Let me quickly take you back to the Azure global infrastructure. So if you look at this image, you may see some circles, and then you may see some circles which have got this diamond shaped white color symbol, like West US 2, Central US, East US, East US 2, North Europe, UK South, West Europe, France Central, Southeast Asia. We have got Japan. These are the data centers, or these are the regions which are currently offering the concept of the availability zone. Rest of the other regions do not currently offer you the concept of availability zone. So if we look at this link, it says in India and Central India, it will be available in Q4 2021. And in South India and West India, there will not be any availability zones as of now. Similarly, if you look at US, in Central US, there are 3 zones. East US, again, there are 3 zones. East US 2, again, there are 3 zones. In East US, 3 availability zones are coming soon. In North Central US, again, no availability zone is present. In South Central US, there are 3 zones. In West US, it is yet to be available in 2021. So that's how the availability zone things are defined. For all the folks who haven't understood, I'm giving you again one example. Bhardwaj, you are from which region? Okay, tell me 3 different regions in East US. 3 different areas in East US. Maybe let's say, okay, we have got New Jersey, okay, NY, NJ, and Virginia. Perfect. So now as a part of this East US, okay, it may be possible that TCS has an office in NY, TCS has an office in NJ, and TCS has an office in Virginia. Now let's say you work into this New York office. Now there is one office in this location, one in this, one in this. Each of these will have their own electricity supply, power failure. They will have their own power supply, their network supply, their infrastructure, their building, right? Let's say something wrong happens with this NJ office. Maybe there is electric failure due to heavy snowfall or some XYZ reason. So this data center is down, which does not mean that NY office is also impacted and Virginia office is also impacted, right? NY and Virginia still continues to work perfectly. In a same fashion, Azure has got concept of availability zones, where in one single region, let's say if it is East US, then Azure may create one DC in NY, which is let's say DC1, DC2 in let's say NJ, DC3 in Virginia. So if something happens wrong with DC2, still your services in DC1 and DC3 are up and running. So your user traffic or your application request could be served from these data centers. That's the concept of the availability zone, which also means I should have my application deployed in these multiple data centers. As and when we move on, we will talk about how the application deployment, how the VM deployment happens. So that's on the availability zone concept. So Azure has got data centers. Very correct, Hussain, on the point that you mentioned. Workload can be split into DCs in case of power failure in the third DC. Now talking about Azure data centers. So Azure has got data centers. Usually cloud providers don't reveal how the internals of their data center function. The data centers are located in a specific location. They are grouped together in different regions. Data centers within a specific given region would be divided into clusters. So data center is collection of multiple clusters of servers, and all of them are plugged together, available in different regions. That's what at very simple is a data center. Now talking about Azure services. So Azure offers you wide variety of services in different areas, right from starting with the web and mobile, where we have got web applications where you can deploy your web apps. We have got mobile applications for your mobile backend, logic applications where you can directly create applications without writing code. You just have to have a business logic in place. API applications for your application programming interface, content delivery network, media services, Azure search functionality. Then we've got storage. On the storage, we have blobs, files, tables, and queues. Then we have data lake store, which is again Hadoop distributed file system as a service. You've got a store simple, Azure backup for taking backups of your virtual machines, taking backups of your SQL database. We have got Azure site recovery for creating disaster recovery or geo application scenarios for your VMs and database, as well as your on-premises file shares. Then we have got the Azure backup and site recovery. Then we have networking, where we have virtual networks. You have got subnets. Then we have load balancer to load balance the traffic. You have got application gateway, which works at layer 7. Your HTTP and HTTPS traffic distribution happens using application gateway. You've got VPN gateway for point to site connectivity or site to site connectivity. We have express route for on-premises connectivity to Azure, Azure DNS, traffic manager for DNS routing to different web application endpoints, network watcher, which is more of a monitoring service. Then moving on to Internet of Things and enterprise integration. So this is where you've got Azure IoT Hub, you've got event hubs, And when it comes to IoT, Azure has got very rich set of services. So today, world is all about different IoT devices, Alexa powered devices. You say, "Hey Alexa, do this," and Alexa will perform that operation for you, right? So that's how the IoT is trending, and that's where Azure has given you IoT Hub, stream analytics for analyzing on the different stream of data. BizTalk services, which is primarily an extension of BizTalk server to Azure. Then we have got event hubs, notification hubs, service hub, data catalog, all part of integration services. On the database front, we have got SQL database, SQL data warehouse, which is rebranded with the name of Azure Synapse Analytics. Then we have SQL Server Stretch database. We have Document DB. We have got Cosmos DB. You have Redis Cache, Data Factory for transferring data from one source to another destination. On the intelligence and analytics front, we have again got different services like Hadoop HD Insight, machine learning, where you have got machine learning studio, cognitive services like Face API, Bing Search, Azure Bot services. We have got data lake analytics. There is Power BI embedded, Azure analysis services. On the compute front, we have got virtual machines, virtual machine scale sets. We have got so virtual machine is very similar to your kind of virtual machines that you would have used in your enterprise environment. Virtual machine skill set gives you batch processing of VMs. So if you want to create multiple virtual machines all together, that's where we have VMSs. We have Azure Container Service for deploying your containers, Azure Container Registry, which is a private registry storing your containers. Then we have Azure Functions, which is primarily a serverless offering. You can simply run your code on Azure, and you only pay for the amount of time your code actually runs on Azure. Batch service, service fabric, cloud services. Service fabric is again one of the microservice based architecture, and cloud services, which was there in the old Azure portal. On the developer services front, these are some of the developer tools like Visual Studio Team Services, which is rebranded with the name of Azure DevOps. Then you have Azure Dev Test Labs, VS Application Insights, API Management, also called as APIM. So you've got APIM, API Management, Hockey App, different developer tools, Service Profiler. On the monitoring and management, we have Azure Portal that we will be looking at today. Azure Resource Manager, primarily the new Azure Portal, which is based on the Azure Resource Manager. We have got Azure Advisor, which is more of a personal cloud assistant for you. We have got Azure Monitor, which is again helping you with respect to different monitoring services, collection or umbrella of all the Azure monitoring services, log analytics, automation, and scheduler. So multiple Azure services. As a part of this course, we would be looking at web applications, logic apps, then storage, blobs, files, tables, and queues, site recovery, Azure backup, virtual networks, load balancers, traffic manager. You would be talking about in the architect track, we look at database, Cosmos DB, and virtual machines, virtual machine scale sets, container services, functions. We will be talking about Azure portal, the resource manager, Azure monitoring services. So a lot of services that we will be covering as a part of this course. So that was a quick overview of what are different Azure services. These are just the very, very common services, but apart from it, we do have wide portfolio of services. If you just go to Azure portal and try to have a look on all services, you will see lot of services available. So we just talked about few which are very, very popular ones. As I told you yesterday, cloud is a big ocean, and again, more the services you learn, more is the ocean to flow into. So you can always explore on new services depending on your area. Maybe let's say some of you may be from database. After learning this Azure track, maybe you would want to explore yourself on different database offerings. You would want to be a pro on the database offerings. So again, depending on your area, maybe somebody from security background, you may want to explore on the security services. So that's where we've got different set of offerings, different set of services available in Azure. Seems Azure offers a lot more services than AWS.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure Certification Training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Yes, if you look at the portfolio, yes, Azure has got a wide variety of offerings. Specifically, when I talk about blockchain, if I talk about IoT, machine learning, on the data front, Azure has got a lot of good services and better services than AWS. So not that AWS doesn't offer. So let me also quickly talk about corresponding AWS services. Web apps very much equivalent to your AWS Elastic Bean Stack. Logic apps similar to your AWS Flow. In storage, we have blobs, files, tables, and queues. So blobs are similar to your S3 in AWS. Queues similar to SQS. Files is similar to EFS, Elastic File Storage. Disk similar to your EBS. Tables are very similar to your DynamoDB. Then we have got virtual networks similar to your VPC, load balancers. It's the same stuff there, classic LB, network LB, and application LB is nothing but an application gateway. Traffic manager, Azure DNS, very equivalent to your, very much similar to Route 53. Then we have got Azure portal. There you have got AWS console. Then on the SQL database, we have got Amazon RDS. And on the document DB or Cosmos DB, we have got DynamoDB there. On the virtual machine front, they call it EC2. Virtual machine scale sets, very much equivalent to Autoscale. Container service, they have also got ECS. Kubernetes, they have got.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
EKS, Elastic Kubernetes Service. And then on these services like Azure Advisor, Azure Monitor, Azure Advisor, I'm not pretty sure. I think they don't offer you a personal cloud assistant, but they do give you some recommendation. So there is a recommendation engine in AWS. On the Azure Monitor, we have got AWS CloudWatch. Then again, as a part of CloudWatch, you've got log analytics as well integrated. So primarily, yeah, these are like the service correlations between the AWS and Azure. So talking about the Azure feature availability. So some services or the features are not available in all the regions. So Azure has got some services which are global, which means for those services, you don't have to select any region. So there are services like Active Directory, we have got Traffic Manager, we have got Azure DNS, which are global services. So when you will create these services on the Azure portal, you will not be asked to select a region because these are global services. So that's on the Azure feature availability. Now talking about Azure subscription. So for using Azure, a subscription is must. Just like to watch movie on Netflix, you have to purchase a subscription. In the same manner, to use Azure Cloud, you should have a valid subscription. So subscription will be responsible for all your pricing and billing. Whatever you will use will be billed to this subscription, will be charged to this subscription. Now you will also be having Azure accounts. Azure account means it's an identity, right? When I say Azure account, so this is nothing but this is actually an identity, right? It's a combination of username and password that you log in with inside an Azure account. And then corresponding to this account, you have got a subscription. So just like how you can still log into your Netflix account, even if you don't have a subscription, you will be able to log into your Netflix account, but you won't be able to watch movies or series, right? In the same manner, you can log into your Azure account, but to spin up a resource, to create a service, what you need is a subscription. So all your billing, all your services, all your pricing will be tagged to this subscription. So each subscription will also be limited in terms of quotas, where every service that you use in cloud will be bounded with a certain max limit. Like how many virtual machines can I create? How many storage accounts can I create? How many virtual networks can I create? So there is always a upper hard limit set on these resources. And these are on a per subscription and per region basis. So on every subscription, on every region, you will have some limits being applicable and applied. All the services that you will use will belong to a subscription. So you can't use a service without having a subscription in place. And then every subscription will have a unique ID. That ID is going to be a numerical number. So if you want, you can have separate subscriptions for your dev, test, production environment. Now, how you create subscriptions completely depends on you and your organization and what makes more sense for your business. Maybe you may want to have separate subscriptions based on your environments like dev, test, and production. Maybe you may want to have different subscriptions based on your business units. Maybe let's say for finance, I want to have a different subscription, for marketing team, a different one, for maybe let's say HR team, I want to have a different subscription. Or maybe I want to have subscription based on my business divisions. Let's say for if I'm into an automobile industry, I want to have one for automobile, one for aerospace. So how you create subscriptions completely depends on you. It's completely being dependent on how you would want to lay down that subscription. And as an individual, you can have multiple subscriptions as well. Maybe you have a pay as you go, you may have a free trial, you may have an MSDN subscription, you may have an Azure reseller subscription. So you can have access to multiple subscriptions as well. So that's a relation between an Azure account and a subscription. So when you go to this Azure portal, this is a glimpse of the Azure portal. I will tell you how do you go to this. But whenever you will go to this portal, you will have to sign in. And what you sign in is with an Azure account. So when you sign in, you will sign in with an Azure account. And once you sign in, you will be able to access different subscriptions, different services. You can create resources and perform a lot of other different operations. So that's a relationship between an Azure account and Azure subscription. And in Azure, we have got identity and access management service, which is Azure Active Directory. So we have an identity and access management service, which is Azure AD. Until now, you would have heard about on-premises Active Directory, right? Now we have Azure AD in place, which is a cloud-based identity and access management service. So this Azure AD will have all the list of users, different groups and stuff. So when you log in with the Azure account or the email ID, that email ID basically is nothing but a user present in the Azure Active Directory. That's how you are able to authenticate yourself. That's how your authentication is happening. Because with an ID that you're signing in, that user is already present in the Azure Active Directory. Whenever you sign up for an Azure account or a subscription, you will get an Azure Active Directory created for you. This Azure Active Directory will automatically be created. So this Azure AD is an identity and IDAAS, identity and access management as a service. Now we can have different kinds of subscription, like it could be a dev subscription, it could be a lab subscription, it could be a QA. You could have created a subscription for your production environment. So that's how different subscriptions could be created, and you could have different services consumed from these different subscriptions. Talking about managing the Azure subscriptions. So there are multiple ways to attain a subscription. Let's get started on this part. First, going on to azure.com, talking about how to get started with a free trial Azure subscription. So you go to azure.com and you will see this try Azure for free. You click on try Azure for free and it is going to land you to this page which says build in the cloud with an Azure free account. Start free with popular services, free for 12 months, 25 plus other services, free always, and start with $200 worth of Azure credit. Now, this popular services free for 12 months. This is valid only if you have an active subscription. So here is a catch. This $200 worth of Azure credit that you get as a part of the free trial subscription is valid only for 30 days. So it is not a 12 months free subscription. It is a subscription. Basically, the free trial that you are going to create will be valid only for 30 days, where you will get approximately $200 worth of Azure credit, somewhere around 13,000 or 14,000 worth of INR amount, which will be valid for 30 days, using which you can create all the premium services as well. So this is very different from how you get it in AWS. In AWS, you don't get this credit. In AWS, you basically go ahead with a pay as you go, where you attach your credit card, you use the services in the free tier. But if you create a premium service, it is charged on your card. How the AWS plan works is very similar to this. So for first 30 days, you use it in the form of this $200 Azure credit. no charges, nothing incurred on your card. After 30 days, this will get disabled. This subscription will be disabled and you will be given a choice if you want to move from a free trial subscription to a pay-as-you-go subscription. So if you want, you can switch to a pay-as-you-go subscription and continue to use your services. Thereafter, once you move to a pay-as-you-go subscription, you can use some services in the free tier for next 12 months. That's how it works in AWS as well. So you should have a pay-as-you-go subscription and then you can use these services free for 12 months. And there are some services which are lifetime free. So 25 plus other services which are always free always. Talking about what are the free services. So you've got Advisor, Anomaly Detector, App Bot service. Then you've got virtual machines, Linux virtual machines in B1S tier, Windows virtual machine in B1S tier. These are free for 750 hours per month. And you can use it up till next 12 months. Every month you will have 750 hours free. Then you've got Azure SQL database, 12 months of Azure SQL database free, 12 months of Azure Blob storage free, 5 GB per month, and so on and so forth. So that's about the Azure free trial subscription. Now you may have some questions. Will something be charged to my credit card after 1 month or after 30 days? Nothing will be charged until you explicitly decide to move to a pay-as-you-go. Otherwise, automatically after 30 days, your services will be disabled and nothing will be charged to your card. To create a free trial subscription, you click on Start Free. It takes you to a next page where you will need to sign up on the Azure. To sign up, you can use your existing Microsoft account if you already have one. If you don't have, you can sign in with a existing email ID. So what you have got here is, you go to azure.com, click on Try Azure for free, click on Start Free, and then it takes you to a page where you need to sign in. If you already have a Microsoft account, well and good, sign in with that account. If you don't have, create one. To create a new account, you can use your existing email IDs as well. So let's say if you want to use your Gmail ID, you can even do that. You want to use a phone number, even that's valid. In case you want to get a new email address @outlook.com, @hotmail.com, you can get a new email address as well. Once you perform all of these operations, you will land up to a new page where it is going to ask you some information like your name, your email ID, mobile number. It will do a mobile number verification and then it will ask you to enter the credit card details. So for India, as of now, it sometimes gives an option of debit card as well, but primarily it was only a credit card option that was available. For other parts, there are credit card and debit card options available. You are charged some INR 2 or $1, again, depending on which region you are in. It may deduct up to $1 from your card and you will be entitled for a free trial subscription. Now, in case anybody who has already created a free trial, it has already been expired, you want to create another free trial, please ensure you are using a new mobile number, new email ID, and a different credit card. Because if any of these information are found to be used earlier, then probably you may end up getting a message that failed to create a subscription. So these are a couple of things that you should take care of when you're trying to create a subscription. Yes, you can sign up with your Gmail ID as well. You will have to create an account on Microsoft, but so you go here, create account, you can enter your Gmail ID here. Even that will work for you. Yes, that 2 rupees are credited back. That's only for identity verification of the card. So even that will be refunded, but at the max, it may deduct up to $1. Any card that you use, it will deduct 2 rupees. If you're signing up from India, signing up outside India, maybe it can deduct up to $1 of amount. So it completely depends on the region that you're signing up from and the corresponding charges in the currency of that region. So that's the process of creating a Azure free trial account. So that's on how you get started with an Azure free trial. Once you create that, you will land up to a page which looks something like this. Don't create it right now, create it after 5 days. On the coming Friday, you can create your subscriptions. So this is how the Azure portal will look like. You can go to portal.azure.com to go to the Azure portal. Once you're on this, you will see screen like this. For the first time users, you will see something like this, a home screen. And that also the view will be a bit different. You will see this navigate and tools and this kind of a screen will appear for you for the very first time when you log into the Azure portal. So let's do a quick walkthrough of the Azure portal and then I will tell you how you can configure the different things here. So we have got the favorites. You will see some most popular Azure services by default listed in the list of the favorites. Like we have got all services, all resources, resource groups, app services, database, Cosmos, VMs, load balancers, Active Directory, VNets, monitoring, help and support, management and billing advisor, security center. So all resources where you can see all the list of resources that you have currently created in your subscription. This is pretty much customizable. You can move them up and down. You can add new service, remove a service. So this blade is configurable. We have got all services. In all services, you will see list of all 220, 240 plus Azure services available over here. From this list, if you want to add a service to the list of favorites, you can hover your mouse over a service. Let's say I go to public IP address. When I put my mouse pointer, when I hover my mouse pointer over this, you will see this kind of dialog appearing where you see the star. This star is currently white colored. When you click on this, it turns into blue color. And this public IP address gets added to the list of the favorites. So whichever service you want to add to the list of favorites, you can do it in a similar way. You can move this up and down. So this is completely customizable. And if you want to remove this, you can again hover over your mouse here, click on this star and it goes off. As simple as that. So that's how you can add a service and remove a service from the favorites. Here you have got different categories like all, general, compute services, networking services, storage, web, mobile, containers, database, and so on and so forth, going until other services. So this is a list of all services. It is quite a possible case that one service may be a part of multiple categories. For example, if I go to compute, I have app services. If I go to web, I have app services. If I go to mobile, I have app services. If I go to containers, I have app services. So it is quite a possible case that one service may land into multiple categories. Apart from this, you would see some services having classic in front of their name, like virtual machines classic. What is this classic? So Microsoft started their journey back in 2008. And back then it was referred to as Azure portal, which was called as Azure Service Management, ASM. This portal is referred to as ARM, Azure Resource Manager. But back then it was Azure Service Management, ASM. And that old Azure portal is referred to as the classic Azure portal. Starting 2014 onwards, that old Azure portal is completely deprecated. And now we only have new Azure portal. So for the Microsoft customers who have been using Azure since the old Azure portal days, their services have automatically been moved to this new Azure portal and are available under the head Classic. So that's where we have got the compute services or different services with the name Classic as well available, like virtual machines Classic, OS images Classic, cloud services Classic, disk Classic, and so on and so forth. You would also see some services which have got preview in front of their name. So preview means these services are not yet generally available. These services are in their beta version. They are yet to become available, but are currently not live. Basically, they are live, but then you would encounter some issues, or maybe you may encounter some bugs. So that's where they say that these are in preview. It could be either home or dashboard. By default, when you create an Azure account, you will see a home screen as the default screen, but then you have an option to switch between home and dashboard. So my personal favorite is dashboard because it gives me a luxury to configure it depending upon how I want it to look like. Then we have got home screen. I will talk about dashboard later on. Then we have a home screen, which has got some Azure services listed over here. What are the recent resources that they have used, that you have used very recently. Then we have got a couple of navigation options. So you can navigate to subscriptions, you can navigate to resource groups, you can navigate to all resources, you can navigate to the dashboard. So shortcuts are here. Then you have got links to Microsoft Learn, which is an official Microsoft website where they have come up with different learning paths. We have Azure Monitor, which is a monitoring service. Then we have got Security Center, which is this Security Center. Cost management, again, links to these tools. Couple of useful links, link to the Azure technical documentation, link to Azure migration tools. Then you have got link to Azure services. If you want to get an Azure freelancer, you can find an Azure expert. Then you have got recent Azure updates, Quick Start Center, and then we have got Azure mobile application as well. So you have got application for iOS and Android, which helps you keep track of your resources while you're on the go. So you can stay connected to the cloud, check the status of different critical metrics anytime, anywhere, and you can diagnose and fix the issues very quickly with this mobile app. So if you want to restart a web app or connect to a VM directly, it's allowing you to be more agile, respond to the issues much more faster with the Azure mobile app in place. And you can also run commands to manage your Azure resources. So you can run your PowerShell commands, you can run the CLI commands on the mobile app available for iOS as well as for Android. So that's the home screen. So you can search for a resource here. When you go to create a resource, you get an option of the search bar. Let's say if I have to create a Windows 10 virtual machine, I search here for Windows 10. I hit enter and I get different Windows 10 VM options as a part of this marketplace. I have Microsoft Windows 10, Windows 10 Preview, Windows 10 IoT Core, IIS on Windows Server, different options. I have this Microsoft Windows 10. I can simply click on this, select the choice of Windows machine and click on create and get started with creating a Windows 10 virtual machine. In the same fashion, whenever you want to create any Azure resource, you go to a resource, basically go to create a resource, search for that resource, click on that resource, click on create, and then get started. Same process here also. You go to any of the resource, click on create, and it takes you to that same create resource page. That's a simple workflow of resource creation. Now, let's say if you search here for a service very, very frequently, then you can simply go ahead and mark that favorite. So you can just click on this heart-shaped icon to add that service to the list of the favorites, so that you don't have to again and again search. You will be readily able to see that in the list of the favorites. So that's where you've got the different service offerings available as a part of the marketplace. After this, we have this search option. So in the search resources, services, and docs, you can search for any of the Azure service. For example, I search for a virtual machine. It will give me all the marketplace offerings corresponding to a virtual machine. So if I search for virtual machine, you can see it has listed down all the services with the name of virtual machine. Different marketplace offerings with respect to virtual machine, different virtual machine documentations. So it lists down all of these things. I have a virtual machine named Docker VM. So if I search with that name, then it will list all the resources with the name of Docker VM in my subscription. So you can see all the resources with the name Docker VM have been listed right here. So that's a search option that they have given you. Does services and resource both terminologies refer to same? Ideally, yes, Amarnath. So SQL database, virtual machines, these are all services. And when you create these, they are basically resources. So when I go to all resources, what I see here is all of these resources. So yes, they are referring to one and the same thing. While creating VMs, what's the procedure? Things will be done in background, I mean in solution design. Moving back to the Azure portal, so we talked about the search. Then we have this inbuilt cloud shell. So Azure has given you an inbuilt browser accessible shell, which is referred to as Cloud Shell. You can run different set of CLI and PowerShell commands here. So it provides you flexibility of choosing the shell experience, which is best fitting in for you. And if you're a Linux user, you may want to go with Bash. If you are a Windows user, you may want to go with PowerShell. So the reason it is available here is so that you can run the commands. Now, whatever you are doing using the UI, all of those things can also be done using the PowerShell and CLI commands. When it comes to automation, you would want to write a script to create all of these different services or resources. So that's where we have got the PowerShell and CLI. For example, if I want to list all the resource groups, I can go on this button and click. I can just come here and click on this. So I see all these. I can also do that using this CLI. So I can simply run a command az group list dash output table. So it will list all the resource groups that I have got. So you can see, I can also see that in the UI, and I can also see that right here in the Cloud Shell. Now, for the very first time, when you all will launch this Cloud Shell, it will give you an message to select the choice of shell experience. And then it will also ask you to create an Azure storage account, because behind the scene, it is making use of an Azure file share. So that's on the Cloud Shell. Then we have this settings. So in the settings, you can see I've got directory and subscription filter, which is again the same stuff. We already talked about it. Then I have appearance and startup view. This is where you can define your startup view, whether you want to have the startup page as home or dashboard. So as I told you, when you log into the Azure portal, you would either see home screen or dashboard. So you can set that view in the settings. What do you want, home or dashboard? Then you define the menu behavior like flyout or docked. If you have a very smaller screen size and you need a broader field of view, you can select flyout and click on apply. What it will do is it will convert that menu to a hamburger menu. These three lines that you see here, these three lines are nothing but an hamburger menu. You can just click here. And when you remove your mouse pointer, it will go away, just like how you have it in the mobile applications. I like keeping it to docked. If you want to just keep it to docked, you can also make it smaller and change the view to the icons. Then you have color theme options, Azure theme, a blue colored theme, a light theme, a dark theme. So depending on what theme do you like, you can keep and stick to one of the theme choices. You also have high contrast theme like white color theme and a complete black color theme. So this is specifically created from an accessibility standpoint for people with color blindness or eye sightedness. That's where they have created this high contrast theme. Then you can choose your portal landing page. This is something that we have talked about. And your startup directory is the last visited active directory. So that's on the portal settings. Then you have language and region. You can have your information available over here. Signing out and notification. By default, it is set to sign me out when inactive, as never. As a security best practice, I would recommend you set it to 5 minutes. Because in an enterprise environment, when you used to go to your offices, you do take lunch breaks, you go for tea breaks, and a lot of times we have a wrong tendency of leaving our laptops or desktops or workstations unlocked. Now, there can be a malicious user in your organization who may try to delete your months of data in just one single click. So as a best practice, always a good idea to keep it to sign me out when inactive as 5 minutes. After this, we have the home help option. This is the help option. So here you can go to help and support to raise a support ticket with Microsoft. When you click on this, it takes you to this page where you can see your support request. You can see different support plans. So what are the support plans available? So we have got basic, developer, standard, and professional direct plans available. By default, basic comes free for all of us. So we all are entitled for the basic plan. If you want to upgrade to a developer plan, the pricing is $29 per month. Then we have a standard and professional direct. So you can go with a standard, which costs you $100 a month, and professional direct costs you $1,000 a month. If you are already into an enterprise agreement with Microsoft as a part of your organization, then you would anyway have this professional direct or standard Azure support plan. Now, these support plans are important because today we are using cloud and everything is under the control of Microsoft, right? They are managing the data center. It is all a software defined infrastructure for you. So that's where whenever you face any issues, whenever you face any queries, you may want to raise out a support ticket to them, and they will be able to help you out with the right set of operation. Maybe your virtual machine is not running due to X reason. Maybe you tried to upgrade a Kubernetes service and upgrade failed.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
You can't do anything about it. You will have to reach out to Microsoft, right? So that's where support plans are very, very important. These support plans differ in pricing and they differ in terms of features, like how would be the severity of a case that you're opening. If you log a ticket with Microsoft, if it is a severity A ticket, you will be getting a response less than 1 hour. In less than 1 hour. Similarly, you get some architectural guidance from Microsoft. There is a Pro Direct Delivery Manager with you, assigned to you. Then you've got Azure Engineering led web seminars, Pro Direct Delivery Managers. So multiple different advantages. Apart from it, you do have what's new coming up in Azure, different Azure updates, launch a guided tour to the Azure portal. You can view the keyboard shortcuts. You can keep these three shortcuts handy: G plus D, G plus A, and G plus R. So G plus D will take you to dashboard. G plus A will take you to resource group. G plus D will take you to the G plus A will take you to the all resources. So that's G plus D, G plus A, and G plus R. So let me hit G and R, which takes me to resource groups. I hit G and D, which takes me to dashboard. I hit G and A, which takes me to all resources. So these are just the keyboard shortcuts that you can use. So G and A, then G and D, G and R. Apart from it, we have got this send feedback to Microsoft. So if you would have liked the service or disliked the service, you can send in the feedback to the Microsoft. Apart from it, we have this option of signing out of the portal. You can sign in with a different account. You can view your Microsoft account information, which takes you to account.microsoft.com. Then we have got viewing the permissions. So what permissions have you got on the subscription? All of those things are listed right over here. So here you will get an idea on, let's say if I have this subscription, what all access I have. So I am an administrator on this subscription. If I want to view the complete access details, I can click here and view the complete access details corresponding to this subscription. So that's on the Azure portal walkthrough and how to get us started with creating a free trial subscription.
What is an Azure virtual machine, and as well as the types of Azure virtual machines available. So let's get started. So first of all, as we already discussed, Azure virtual machine is the same as a virtual machine, but it is just running on a cloud server. So there will be a cloud host machine. So you don't need to use the word cloud in front of it, but it is a host machine inside Azure's architecture in which you can create multiple virtual machines and you can use them. So again, it is an infrastructure as a service offering. So this service lets you launch virtual machines in Azure Cloud, hence giving you the flexibility of virtualization without having to buy and maintain physical hardware. The thing is, you don't need to buy anything. You just have to launch the required number of virtual machines and then put your application on that so that you don't need to buy any physical hardware and waste money on it. So Azure offers different types of virtual machines categorized on the basis of memory storage and compute types. Okay, so for general purpose, there are virtual machines. For example, you just want and for practice, for hands-ons, you can use the general purpose virtual machine. Then for high processing power, if you want to run any software which requires a high processing power to process data or something to create data sets, you can use. There are services for that. For high compute workload, that is a lot of traffic. So let's say you have an application with a lot of traffic coming in. So for that, again, you can there are various types. You can choose one again. And then for large storage, so you can create a virtual machine with a higher amount of storage as well. You can have a more SSD. You can have more storage as well and more. So we'll look at those types. So types of Azure virtual machines. First, A series virtual machine. So this type is used for entry level workloads, for development and test machines. So this is not for production. This is for development and test environments. Okay, that is the first one. Second one is D series VM. This type is used to run applications with high compute power and temporary disk memory. If your application needs high compute power to run as well as a cache, you can go with D series. F series is for optimized for intensive workloads. So let's say suddenly your application will achieve a peak of 90%, suddenly it will be in 30%, again it will go to 80, 90, 95%. So for that you can use F series and provide higher CPU to memory ratio. That is, you will have more number of virtual CPUs, that is more computing power, but the memory ratio will be less. And then G series, so this is a storage or memory optimized. That is, if you want more storage and more memory, you can go with this type. Then H series is there. H series is for next generation high performance computing virtual machines. So this is more of a high-end virtual machine. Then there is L series, which is storage optimized virtual machines, and these applications are for low latency. So your application is mission critical and you don't want it to take a lot of time to load or take a lot of time to perform particular actions. You can go with L series because it will reduce the amount of latency. And then M series are the largest memory optimized virtual machines. They are ideal for heavy in-memory workloads like SAP HANA. So if you're using SAP HANA or any high memory in-memory workloads, that is, these are not stored in storage, but these are stored in the cache. So for high in-memory workloads, you can go with M series. Okay, and finally N series. So these are GPU enabled, that is graphic processing unit virtual machines. So let's say you want to run a game in this, you can do that. You can run a gaming application, or you can also, if you want to render something, render a video which is being edited in another virtual machine, you can do that using N series. Okay, so we've seen the types of virtual machines. So these are the sizes. So compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, GPU optimized, and high performance compute. So FS, V2, FS and F, these come under compute. E, M, G, D, these come under memory optimized. LS comes to storage. All the N series is in GPU, and H and A811. So you can see the description as well. So compute optimized is for medium traffic web servers. Second one, used in relational database servers, medium to large caches, and in-memory analytics. Storage optimized, this is for big data, SQL or NoSQL databases, because obviously it is a storage optimized virtual machine where you can store a lot of data than the other virtual machines. Coming to this, GPU optimized. So high graphic performance. These sizes are designed for compute intensive, graphic intensive, and virtualization workloads. As I told you, you can use this for running a high graphics optimizing or high graphics using application or game. And then finally, high performance compute. So this hardware is designed and optimized for compute and network intensive applications. So if you don't want your application to go down at all, if you want connections continuously, you don't want your connections to go down, then you can use this. So you can see here, including high performance computing, HPC, cluster applications, modeling, and simulations. So you can use all of these.
Alright guys, so now let's get down to the interesting part. Let's now start off with a hands-on where you will get a taste of how basically Azure portal looks like, and also how things work out, how you deploy resources on Azure. And basically, in the most essence, we learned about what a VM is. So we're going to see how we can actually launch a VM inside Microsoft Azure. All right, so just give me a minute. I'll just switch on to my portal and then we will start on with the demo. Now, before moving over there, guys, these are the three things that we're going to do. So when we were learning the architecture, I told you guys that basically all the resources that are deployed in Azure can be managed, or they can be grouped together using resource groups. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a resource group which will have the name demo environment. Okay. Then what we're going to do is, in this demo environment, basically we're going to launch a virtual machine which will have a Linux operating system on it. Now, once it is deployed, we will try to connect to this virtual machine using the putty tool that is available for doing SSH on Linux. So basically, whenever you're installing or whenever you're launching a Linux instance, a way to connect to a Linux instance is using SSH, right? Because it's a command line operating system, and everything and anything that you want to do on this operating system, you can do it on the command line. On the contrary, if you deploy a Windows machine, in that case, you have to use the remote desktop protocol. So it's basically called RDP, and there's a software for that which can basically connect using RDP. So that is inbuilt in Windows. So if you're on a Windows machine, just type remote desktop, right, and you'll get that application. The only thing it'll ask is the IP address. Click on connect, and then it'll ask for the password. All right, guys, so without wasting any more time, let's go ahead, switch to my Azure portal, and let's see how it looks like, right? So guys, this is my Azure portal. So let me just go to home and let me show you how it actually looks like. So this is how your portal looks like, guys. This is the web GUI that we were talking about. Now, there are some resources that are already launched in my Microsoft Azure, right? So as you can see, I've named my resources something like this, but let's say I'm going to deploy a Linux VM now, right? And that Linux VM is only for demo purposes. Now, this will actually give you a take as to how you can, or how resource groups basically can help you guys. Now, if I go to all resources right now, you can see these are all the resources which are deployed on Azure right now, but I do not know which resource is doing what, or which resource is contributing to what application. On the contrary, if I go to resource groups, you can see that there is a group which is called Intellipaat, which exists on my Microsoft Azure portal. And if I go inside this resource group, I would be able to see all the resources which have been deployed. So now what I'm going to do is, because what I'm doing right now is just for demo purpose. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a resource group. So let me just click on add, and let us create a resource group by the name demo environment. So I'll type in demo -env, right? And let's say the region that we have to choose, always choose a region, guys, which is nearer to you. So what do you mean by region? So region basically means, now Microsoft Azure is so huge that it has deployed, or it has set up its data centers in different countries. The reason they have done so is because let's say you have your application in, or you have a startup and you have actually started it up in, let's say, India, right? And your application is actually only accessed by the Indian audience, right? So that's whom you cater to. So what you can do is, rather than deploying, so it makes more sense to deploy your application or your website on in a region which is nearer to your audience, because in that case, the internet routes, it'll be far lesser when you compare it with launching your application in some other country. For example, let's say we launch this resource, or we create this resource group in let's say US, right? But my target audience is basically in India. Now what is going to happen? Now when my target audience is in India, and let's say I'm going to the Intellipaat.com website, that is my application, every time the data is being fetched from the US and it is being transferred to the Indian servers, and then from your ISP you are getting the data on your system. Now, if we were to make, or if we were to deploy our application in India itself, what will happen is that the distance that the data has to be data will cover will be less, and that will significantly increase your response time of the website, right? So that is why choosing a region is very important. You can choose any region you want, but I would suggest you choose a region which is more nearer to you, right? So in our case, let's scroll down and see if we have any region which are nearer to me. So I can see that we have a region in India which is called South India. So let us select that, right? All right. So now the region that my resource is getting deployed is in South India, right? So that's what I've selected. The name that I've given is demo environment. And now let's go ahead and click on review plus, right? So this is what is going to happen. The subscription is going to be pay as you go. If you are under free tier, you will see free tier. The resource group, this is the name that I've given, and the region on which this is being deployed is South India. Let's click on create. So now my resource group is being created, right? And if I do a little refresh over here, I can see that my demo environment resource group is present here. Now what I want to do, the next step that I have to do, let me just go back to my slide, is to deploy a Linux VM in this demo environment resource group. So let's do that. Let us come back to our Azure portal. And now what we want to do is we want to deploy a virtual machine. So you will see on the left hand side that there is a service called virtual machines. Let's select that. And now what I have to do is I have to click on add, right? So because I want to create a virtual machine. So I click on add. Now it'll ask you which resource group do you want to make this server available in. So I want to basically make it available in demo environment. So this is what I've selected. What do I want my virtual machine name to be? Let's say I want my virtual machine name to be new VM-Linux. Okay, this is what the name is. The region, I want it to be nearer to me, so I'll select as South India, right? Availability options, if you go ahead and choose it, you will have an option between availability set or no infrastructure redundancy required. So what is redundancy? Redundancy basically means, do you want a copy of your server somewhere else as well, so that let's say in the data center where this server is going to be deployed, that data center goes down, right? Or something happens and the data gets corrupted. So if you choose that you want to replicate your server, what will happen is, even if there is a downtime in a particular data center in which your VM was deployed, your redundant server will come into power, and that is from where you will get your data. So basically it increases the availability of your application, and even if there is a problem from the Azure side, your application will not go down. But since we are doing a demo, what we'll select is no infrastructure redundancy required. What is the image that you want? So by image we mean the operating system. What kind of operating system do you want to connect to, right? So you have all these operating systems over here. I can actually launch a Windows 10 Pro, I can launch a Windows Server, I can launch Ubuntu 16, I can launch Debian 9, CentOS, SUSE Linux, Red Hat, Ubuntu Server, right? So for our sake, let's consider Ubuntu Server is what we want to deploy. And now it'll ask me what is the size of the machine that you want to give, right? So what you can do is you can actually change the size. So by default, it'll say you should deploy a 2 CPU and an 8 GB machine. You can just click on change size and you will have all these options available to you, right? So you can see that because what we are going to do is a demo. So what you can see over here is 0.5 GB RAM and a 1 CPU will basically cost me around 383 rupees per month, right? So let's go ahead and try to deploy this machine, right? So this makes more sense because we are only doing a demo, and probably I'll delete it after this session, right? So I've selected this and I'll click on select now. So you can see it's 1 vCPU and 0.5 GB memory. Great. Next thing it is asking me is what is the authentication type that you want to give on this particular machine. You can either choose the SSH public key, or what you can choose is password, right? So if you want to choose SSH public key, what you'll have to do is you'll have to generate a SSH public key, right? If you choose password, what it will ask is the username and the password. And this is basically the most standard way of doing it, but if you want to give security to your instance, the suggested method would be to create a public key. Now, how can you create a public key? There is a software called PuttyGen, right? And the way you can download it is just type on Google Putty download, right? And then you will get a link from putty.org. Just click on that. And you will see this link which says download Putty. Just click over here, right? Now you will get all the versions on which you can using which you can basically install Putty. Now what we are basically looking for is PuttyGen, right? So you will find it over here based on your CPU architecture. You can basically select PuttyGen and then you can download. Once PuttyGen is downloaded, it will look something like this. So as you can see, it's Putty key generator. What I want to do is I want to generate a public private key. So let's click on generate. Now what it'll ask is you'll have to hover your mouse here for some randomness, and it will create a key based on that. So let's hover our mouse in this region, and now it has created the key for me. Now it says the public key for pasting into OpenSSH authorized key file. So this is the public key basically, right? And you will have to copy this. Let's copy it. Right, so this is my public key. Now let's come back to my portal. So I can just choose SSH public key and I can paste the public key over here, and this is how it works. Now if your key is verified, what you will get is a tick mark over here, which basically means that a key has been verified and now you can go ahead, right? So my key is now verified. What is the next step that I'll have to do? The next step that I'll have to do is I'll have to save the private key. Okay, so this is the public key which has been generated. What I have to do is I have to save the private key which I'll be using to connect to my instance. So in this case, you basically do not have to use any password. If you have this particular file which will basically be saved, once I click on yes, let's say I save it on the desktop, or let me actually save it somewhere else. Let me save it in C drive, and let me actually create let's say in the app folder I'm just creating this private key file, and let's name it as Azure -key. Okay, and now I'll click on save. So my PPK has now been saved. If I want to go there, I can just go to C, I'll go to app, and I can see that Azure -key PPK is now present over here. Great. So this is done. Now I'll have to specify the username. So let's specify the username as Azure. You can specify any username that you want, right? So we have specified it as Azure. Now the next thing that it is asking is, do you want any inbound ports to be enabled on this particular instance? Now we will be connecting to this instance from our machine, right? And the protocol that we'll be using is SSH. So we'll have to open the SSH port. So we'll have to click on allow selected ports. And what port do I want to allow? I want to allow SSH port. Okay. Let's select HTTP also. Why? I'll tell you that in a few moments once we have the Linux machine up and running, right? In case this was a Windows machine, I will also have to enable the RDP port, which you can just tick over here. In my case, I don't need the RDP port. I just need SSH, and I need HTTP too. The use for it, I'll tell you as we move along. Alright, so I want SSH and HTTP to be enabled, and what I can now do is I can just click on review plus create, and now it will basically just show me all the configuration for my VM, which is going by default, right? I can just review it, and that will be it, right? Now I'll show you something very interesting over here. Once this loading is complete. So as you know, cloud computing, it doesn't charge you per month, but basically the pricing model is a per hour kind of a thing, right? So as you can see, the machine that I'm launching right now is 50 paisa per hour. This is the rate, or this is basically the pricing of my machine that I'm gonna launch. So that's awesome. Right. The next thing is the OS which is being launched is Ubuntu Server 18.04. That is also great. And if you want, you can actually look at the username, which is Azure. What are the public inbound ports? It's SSH and HTTP. The disk type is SSD. Is it a managed disk? Yes. The network, it's basically creating a new network for me, which goes by the same resource group name, which is demo-env. So what is going to happen is, guys, when I launch this particular VM, a lot of things will be created. It will create disks, it will create networks, and everything related to it will actually go inside that particular resource group, right? So I'll show you how to do that. Just click on create once you feel everything is right. And now my machine is basically getting created. Okay, so let's wait for a few while. It will take like a minute or so to deploy your machine. So let's wait for that time, and let's hope this deploys soon. So as you can see, it says your deployment is underway. Once it's complete, you will see a different message over here. So let's wait for that message to appear.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure Certification Training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Alright guys, so my deployment is complete. As you can see, the message is being told over here. So the next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to resource groups, and now I can see that I have something called as demo-env. I will go inside that, and over here I have all the related resources to my VM. Okay, so guys, as you can see, my virtual machine is this particular resource. So let me go inside that. And now what I'll have to do is I'll have to select this IP address. This is the IP address on which the instance is available. So let's copy this IP address. And now let's open the putty tool. Now what is the putty tool? We used putty gen before to create the key. Now for connecting to the instance, you will have to use the putty tool. Now how do you download the putty tool? Again, back to your tab where you opened the download web page. Now over here, you will have to select putty.exe. It says the SSH and telnet client itself. You'll have to download this according to your architecture, and then you will have a tool which looks something like this. Now what I want to do is I want to connect to this IP address which I've just copied from the Azure portal, and I will have to go inside SSH and I'll have to go inside auth, and now I will have to select the PPK which will basically be used to connect to my machine, which is Azure-key. Let's click on open. And now everything is ready guys. So I have selected the PPK, I have inserted the IP address, and now let's click on open. So it will ask, so whenever you connect to a new IP address, it will give you this warning. Don't worry about it. Just click on yes. And now it is asking, what do you want to log in as? So remember the username that we gave was Azure. So let's select that and hit enter. And that's it. That's about it guys. So now you're inside your Linux machine, which is the Ubuntu machine, and now you can do anything with it as you feel necessary, right? Now you will ask me one thing that we deployed we allowed HTTP connection. Why did I do that? Just to show you one very awesome thing. Now since this is Ubuntu, the commands that I'll be entering now is basically for Ubuntu, and if you want to copy these commands, you will also have to install or you will have to launch Ubuntu OS, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this server as a web server. So in order to do that, I'll pass on the commands sudo apt-get. So let's update this machine first. Sudo apt-get update, and this will now update the machine. Alright, so my machine is now updated. Now let's go ahead and install Apache. So sudo apt-get install Apache 2. So guys, what is Apache? Apache is basically a software for web server, and what is right now happening is it is being installed on my Ubuntu machine. Once it gets installed on my Ubuntu machine, all I have to do is I'll have to go to the IP address of my VM instance, and then I will be able to see a web page over there, right? So it's almost complete guys. So let's wait for this to complete and then we'll move forward. Alright, so my Apache has now been successfully installed, and now if I go back to my machine or my portal, my Azure portal, I'll just copy this IP address, and now let's paste it in a new tab and hit enter. Can you see? This is basically a website which has been created by Apache 2. It's basically a default page which you see when you have installed Apache 2. But nevertheless, guys, if you guys go to this IP address, given that I would not shut off this machine, you will be also able to see this particular page, which is basically the Apache 2 Ubuntu default page. Now what I can do is I can also go ahead and edit this web page, right? So let's go ahead and go to the location where this web page is basically stored. So it's stored inside var www.html, and this is the index.html file which is being shown over here. So what I'll do is I'll just change the name of this index.html file to, let's say, 1.html file, and I'll have to give sudo in order to do that. And now let's create one more index.html, and let's say this is a HTML page whose title would be demo website, right? And and the body of this would basically have a heading which would go like welcome to Intellipaat's Azure. Okay, so this is what I specify. I close the headers and I'll close the body and I'll close the HTML as well. Okay, so I've closed the HTML, I've closed the body, I've given the H1, I've given the title as demo website. Let's save it. And if I do an ls now, I can see that there is an index.html present. Now, if I do a refresh, you can see I'm getting this. Welcome to Intellipaat Azure Training. And the title of my page is demo website. Right now, you would have also noticed I made the Apache page as 1.html. So if I go to 1.html, this is the Ubuntu default page. And if I simply go on the IP address, it will open index.html, which is basically this. So guys, we have successfully deployed our Linux VM on Azure, and we have successfully hosted a website also on this particular server. Now guys, remember that this is infrastructure as a service. Now what I've done is I had the access to the operating system. I basically installed Apache 2 and then I put a website over there in that particular folder, which is var www.html, and then I got the website, right? So this is infrastructure as a service. You're getting the whole operating system and you can do anything with it. I can also install MySQL on it and I can configure my website to basically talk to the MySQL server, right? I can do anything with this server. Now, when you compare it with app services, which we saw earlier, that app services are basically platform as a service or function as a service. Functions app is also a platform as a service. Now, how is it different? From the hands-on point of view, you will basically not be using putty. You will basically just deploy that app, that is the web app, and you will get a URL instead of an IP address. You will get a URL, and if you go to that URL, you will see a default page. So let's say you saw a default page when we installed Apache 2. You will see a default page from Azure when you go to that link, that this is a default page for the web app that you have deployed, right? And if you find the dashboard, you will see a button called upload, and what you can do is like I created this index.html file, you can also create yours and you'll just have to upload it. Now Azure will take care where that file has to go inside the file system, right? And it will take care that on the link when you go now, you will see your website. It will take care whether what software it has to install, whether it wants to install Apache 2, which is basically the web server, or there are several other web servers as well. You have Nginx, you have Tomcat. So anything that you want or anything which is configured in Azure would be automatically installed, and all you will get is a button which will ask you to upload the website. So you would not get direct access to the operating system, and hence it is called platform as a service. Similarly with Functions app, in app services, basically you can deploy applications. In Function app, you cannot deploy application. It is simply a place where you just put your code and that code will be run, right? So if in short, I'll have to tell you what Functions app is. It basically does processing. Okay, guys. So guys, this was our demo. This was the first demo as to how you can launch virtual machines on Azure. Alright guys, so next in our list are the networking services of Azure. So let's go ahead and start with them. So guys, basically there are 5 core services in networking that you should know of. The first one being the very important one, which is virtual networks. Now what are virtual networks? Virtual networks are basically isolated environments or isolated networks on the Azure infrastructure for whatever machines or whatever VMs that you launch in Azure, and if you want them to talk to each other. For example, I deployed an application where probably I would have a database, I would have a backend server, I would have a front-end server. Now all these servers have to interact with each other so that the whole application can basically function. Now how can they interact with each other? They can interact with each other only when they are on one network, right? So that is very important. Otherwise, they will have to interact with each other over the internet, but that is not a secure thing to do, right? A secure thing to do is when instances or when servers interact on their own private network, which is basically not accessible to the outside world. It is only accessible to the administrator who has possibly launched those instances. So in those cases, we need virtual networks. And also one more thing, that when you're using virtual networks, or if you're using private networks in Azure, you basically get a bandwidth of around 1 GB per second, right? That is the kind of bandwidth that you get when you are dealing with instances which are in the same network, that is in the same virtual network. But if instances have to interact over the internet, obviously the bandwidth will go down, and at the same time it is not secure, right? So whenever you want to launch any resource in Azure, which basically can be launched inside a network, they are launched inside a virtual network. And you do not have the option of launching an instance or a server without a virtual network. You have to launch it inside a virtual network. Now, that if you don't want to use it and want to have instances talk over the internet, that is your choice. But Azure does not give you an option of deploying an instance without it being a part of a virtual network. All right. So guys, this is a virtual network. Moving forward, now let's talk about load balancers. Now, what are load balancers? Now, this is a very important service. Reason being, when you deploy your application on cloud, one of the most popular reasons of deploying applications on Azure is because you can get high availability, which basically means you can launch your application on multiple servers, so that even if one server fails, the other server can basically be their replica and they can serve the application.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Right? So this results in a high availability of your application. Now, what is a load balancer? A load balancer basically sits in front of multiple virtual machines which have the same application running on them, right? And it sits in front of it. Now, obviously, if you are a customer, you do not realize whether an application has been made redundant on multiple servers, right? If you go to facebook.com or if you go to Intellipaat.com, you wouldn't realize how many servers are actually working in the backend. So how is it possible, right? You have to know, basically servers, they have IP addresses, right? So you as a customer should know which IP address you should ping. But all you do is you go to a particular domain, let's say Intellipaat.com, and you get the website. So how is it actually working? So basically the way it works is that load balancer has its own IP address or domain name. And what the load balancer does is it basically randomly spreads the request out to the n number of servers it has. Let's say my Intellipaat website resides on 5 servers, wherein one is the primary server and 4 are the redundant servers, but all these 5 servers are basically serving my website. Now, when a customer comes onto Intellipaat.com, his request is processed in this fashion, that whenever he comes to Intellipaat.com, basically he is routed to the load balancer's domain name or IP address. And once a request reaches the load balancer sees which server basically has less load, right? And the server which has less load, it sends the request to it, right? Now, load balancer is also an important concept. You must have heard about auto scaling, right? Or if you talk it in terms of Azure, it's basically called VM scale sets. So what happens in that particular scenario is we specify a threshold limit. We specify that whenever the CPU usage goes beyond 80% of the aggregate number of servers, let's say there are 4 servers and the average CPU load on all these 4 servers has gone beyond 80%. Right? So what happens in that case? It will basically launch a new instance. Now, when it launches a new server with the same application, your load balancer should also route traffic to it. And that is when load balancer plays a key role. It plays a key role when you're doing auto scaling, and at the same time, it plays a key role when you have multiple servers which are basically serving the same application, and you want to equally divide the traffic coming onto your servers, or basically coming onto your load balancer on your servers, right? So this is what a load balancer is, as the name suggests, right? But the load balancer in its most basic sense, it basically does it randomly, right? It randomly equally distributes the traffic among all the servers. It does not follow any protocol or rule as in how it has to basically divide the traffic, right? So this kind of process or this kind of procedure, when it is followed, it is basically called a round robin fashion of distributing traffic, right? The next kind of load balancer is the application gateway load balancer. Now, what is application gateway load balancer? The application gateway load balancer basically works a little different from the normal load balancer that we discussed earlier. So in the application gateway load balancer, basically the load is distributed based on rules. Now, what are those rules? Those rules are basically paths. Now, for example, if I go to intellipaat.com/blog, right, what will happen? I get to see the blogging website. And if I go to intellipaat.com/all courses, I basically see all the courses which are there on the website. Now, how does that work? Now, if you are from an IT background, if you understand how servers work, you might say that there must be two folders inside the root document of the server, wherein inside the all course folder you have the code for displaying all the courses, and inside the blog folder you have the code for showing all the blogs. But that is not actually how it works, right? So basically, if I were to talk about our infrastructure, the Intellipaat's infrastructure, we have a separate server for blogs and we have a separate server for all the courses that we have. Right now, the load balancer that we use is an application gateway load balancer. It's kind of like that. So basically what happens is, whenever it sees that in the URL there's a path which says /blog, it basically routes the traffic onto the blogging server. And whenever it sees that the path is /all courses, it routes the traffic to my courses server. So this is how it works. This is called path-based routing, and basically it works on the layer 7. So if you guys are aware of the OSI model, right? So according to the OSI model, the application gateway load balancer works on layer 7, right? Now, if you are not from CS background, if you didn't understand what I just said, it is okay. So in the most basic sense, what the application the layer 7 that it works on, in the most basic sense, what that means is that application gateway load balancer does path-based routing. Right, whatever path is there in the request, based on that path, it basically routes the request to a particular server. You can also define a default rule in case anything which is there except /blog and /all courses. If there is a default server that you want to send your request to, that is also possible. Like for example, you would have seen that some websites, if the link is not found on that website, they basically route to a 404 page, right? Now, how does a typical 404 page look like, right? If you look at 404 page, it basically says error 404, content not found, right? But some websites, like if you would have visited flipkart.com or amazon.com or even intellipaat.com in that case, if you try to search for something which is not there on the blog, for example, let me just switch to my browser, right? And let us go to, let's say, intellipaat.com and let's say /Azure, right? Now what will happen? It will basically give me a 404 page, and let's see how that looks like. Okay, so there is a /Azure thing. Let me do one thing. Let me type in some gibberish content and let me just search for that. So this should give me a 404. Right, so you can see I've got an oops page which says we were unable to find the page you are looking for. And if I change the content also over here, let's say we enter some random text again, I will again see this page. Can you see? It says page not found. And this is similarly the way it happens for other websites as well. For example, if I go to amazon.in and I again search for something gibberish, let's see what happens. It says 404 document not found, and this is basically a custom page, right? And if I again go to any other gibberish URL, I again get this page. Now, how is that working? So that is working because they also are using an application load balancer, which basically says anything other than the rules that we have specified. If someone goes or tries to go to a particular URL like the one that we have specified, route them to the 404 page, which is this, right? And that's how the application load balancer is bringing you to this particular 404 page. Right? So guys, this was the application gateway. The next service that we have in networking is called the DNS zones. Now, what is DNS zone? Now, any website that you go to, guys, you do not enter the IP address for that website, right? You basically enter a domain name, and that domain name basically gets you to the website, right? You never enter the IP address. So similar is the case with DNS zones as well. So what DNS zones helps you in is basically it helps you to route your domain to the Azure resource where your application basically resides. For example, you go to any domain website and you buy a domain. Let's say you buy a domain which is personalwebsite.xyz. Let's say you buy this domain. Now you want to route whoever is going to this domain, you want to route the traffic to one of the virtual machines that you have launched in your Azure portal. Now, how would you do that? For doing that, you will have to go inside the DNS zones service of Azure, and you basically will get some name servers, right? Those name servers are basically DNS servers that Azure owns, and those DNS servers you would have to specify in your domains. So where you bought your domain, you would basically get a dashboard wherein you can put the DNS servers which the domain that you have bought will ping on, right? For example, whoever would be going to personalwebsite.xyz would basically be routed to those DNS servers that you will be mentioning over there, right? And those DNS servers you get from DNS zones. The next thing that you do is you specify in the DNS zones that whatever traffic is coming from the domain that basically I've specified, route them to this particular VM instance. I'll have to specify that in DNS zone service, and that is how it'll work. So whenever you need a use, or whenever you have a use case like you have the domain with you, or even if you want to buy a domain, you can actually buy the domain at the Azure dashboard as well. But let's say you have the domain itself, right? And you want to point it to any Azure resource which is existing in your dashboard. So the way to do that is going inside DNS zone, right? Our next service, guys, is again a very important service which is called CDN. Now, what is CDN? CDN basically means Content Delivery Network. Now, how does that work? What is a content delivery network? A content delivery network basically improves the time taken to basically serve you a website. For example, if you go to Amazon.com or if you go to Facebook.com, let's say, do you happen to see the speed with which the website loads if you have a good internet connection? It loads very fast, right? Now, where do you think the Facebook website is actually hosted, right? Now, what happens is, now Facebook is a multinational corporation, right? It's a big website which is actually being used by the whole world, right? So they have different data centers across the globe from where the requests are basically served. But let's talk about a smaller scale website. Let's talk about Intellipaat.com, right? We don't serve the whole world. We basically might have around 400 to 500 people at a particular time on our website, right? Now, what happens is we get traffic from across the globe, right? We want everyone to have a speedy experience when it comes to them using our website, right? Now, what are the ways that I can ensure that? Let's say my traffic is coming from US, right? The traffic that comes from US is like, let's say 60% of my overall traffic. So what I can do is I can set up my data center in the US so that the US people will actually get the website fast, right? But let's say someone is accessing the website from Japan. So in that case, what he will have to do is whenever he goes to Intellipaat.com, the request will basically be sent to the US servers, and from the US servers, the request will come back, and that's when his website will start to load, right? So this basically increases latency. Latency is basically response time of a particular application. In our case, it's a website Intellipaat.com. Now, if you want to reduce latency, what are the different ways to do that? The different ways to do that is, the first way that you can do it is you can basically open a data center in Japan as well and load all your, scale up the number of servers that you have, and then also put your website over there. And whenever people from Japan will basically be accessing your website, they should be seeing the Japanese version of the website. And the people in the US, they should be seeing the US version of the website. The people in India should be seeing the Indian version of the website, right? That's how it works when you use an e-commerce website like Amazon. So you have Amazon.in, you have Amazon.com. For Australian people, it's Amazon.au. right? So for different countries, it has the different extension, which basically means that that particular website is being served from their home country's data center, right? But there is another way to basically serve your website faster, and that way is basically called CDN. Now, what is CDN? CDN basically caches all your static data, right? For example, what kind of static data are we talking about? Let's talk about videos. Let's say my Intellipaat website also plays videos in the self-paced courses. Now, if you are a person who is in Japan, and let's say my servers are there in the US, so what will happen is the moment you try to play a video on my website, that video will get downloaded to the nearest location of an Azure data center, right? So while you're watching that video has been downloaded on the data center of the Azure premises in Japan. And what happens in later is basically whenever any other person in Japan would try to access that website, he will get access to it through the Japan server rather than the US server. So what you have done is you have set up your servers in US. You have not set up your servers in Japan, but what you have done is you have basically enabled CDN on your website. And what happens in that case is all the static content is basically loaded onto edge servers of Azure. So whatever servers are used to cache data, cache static data in the CDN services are called the edge servers, right? So whoever is accessing my website from whatever part of the world, if they have a Azure data center near them, my content will basically automatically get downloaded over there. And whenever there is a next person who is trying to access it, that already downloaded data will be served to him directly. And that's how I reduced the latency of my application without setting up servers in different locations for different kind of traffic that I get, right? So this is how it drastically reduces cost because I'm not launching new servers, and at the same time, it serves the purpose of reducing your latency of your application. So this is what CDN profiles is, guide. So guys, these were the core services in networking of Azure, right? Now let's move forward and talk about the next set of services, which are basically the storage services. Alright, so guys, next in our list we have the storage services of Azure. So let's go ahead and have a look at them. So guys, essentially there are 6 services that you should know of while you're using Azure in terms of storage. The 6 services are Blob, file storage, tables, queues, data lake storage, and Databox. So let's discuss them one by one. The first one being Blob. Now what is Blob, guys? Blob basically means binary large objects, right? So if you have binary files and you want to store them on Azure, Blob storage is the answer for you, right? So it can store anything from music files or it can store video files. It can also store text documents. Any kind of file that you want to store on Azure can be stored on Blob. Now, Blob also can be used in conjunction with your websites, and it can basically act as a storage server for you, right? It also enables you to host content which is publicly accessible over a link. It can also host static websites on its storage. So that is what Blob is, guys, right? So most of the time you would see that companies, if they have a website, all its static content is actually picked up from the Blob, right? So this was about the Blob, guys. Our next service is file storage. Now what is file storage? File storage is basically a shared file storage that can be used with multiple computers. That basically means if I have 5 servers, right, and let's say they need a particular file for their working, and all these 5 servers basically need the same file. So what I can do is I can basically create a drive, or I can create a storage point on file storage, and all these 5 servers can be used to basically mount the file storage drive on them, right? And any change that is done from one server on the central repository of file storage, all those changes would be reflected on all the next 4 servers. The use that I can think of for file storage is, let's say you have an application which writes data onto a particular file, right? And basically this application of yours is spread across multiple servers. to ensure it is highly available, right? Let's say you have an application which basically writes data, right? And this application is spread across 5 servers. Now, what happens is we've already discussed the role of a load balancer. You hit the load balancer and you're randomly assigned a server and you work on it. Let's say you worked on server 1. As a customer, you would not know which server you're working on, correct? Let's say you worked on server 1, right? You saved your changes and now those files are now saved on server 1. But the next time you hit the URL, now you're on server 3. If you're on server 3, you would not realize it, but your work, you would expect it to be there on server 3 as well. Now here comes a problem. If there is no central storage for all these 5 servers, they will be asynchronous in nature, in the sense that they will not sync data with each other. Whatever changes are done on the first server, the third server, the fourth server, and the fifth server will be unaware of it, right? And that is when arise the need of a central storage, and that is what file storage is for, right? It basically uses the SMB protocol. So basically SMB 2.1 and 3.0 is compatible with file storage. And recently even Linux platforms like Ubuntu, CentOS, and even macOS have started supporting SMB, right? So it essentially would recommend you to use SMB 3.0, but there are some OS versions which could have SMB 2.1. For example, if you're using Ubuntu 16 or Ubuntu 14.04, they are basically using SMB 2.1, right? So it has the backward compatibility as well for older OS like Ubuntu 14.04. So if you want to mount drive on Ubuntu, which basically is hosted on Azure file storage, you can do that using the SMB protocol. There are a list of softwares that have to be installed. More on that we can discuss when we study file storage in detail. But for now, because we are in a tutorial session, I just told you what file storage is used for. So if you want to ask, or if you want to think of a use case where you need a central storage kind of a thing, now you know that you have to use Azure file storage. Moving on, guys, our next service is Azure Table. Now Azure Table is basically a NoSQL data store, right? And it can help you to store structured data, right? It basically can store structured data. It has tabular columns and tabular rows in which you can save data, but it is NoSQL in nature, which means the data does not have to be in symmetry, right? Your next data could have 8 columns, the third row could have 2 columns, the fourth row could have just 5 columns. It could take any kind of data, but the only condition is that the data should be structured among columns, right? So if there is any kind of need for storage of data of this kind, you can use Azure Table. Our next kind of storage is Azure Queues, which basically is used with stateless systems, right? Systems which do not know of what all jobs are executing on the counterpart or on the replicated servers of their application. For example, let's say there is an image processing website, and what it does is the moment you upload an image, you can process the process the image according to your need, right? So what happens in this case? Let's say there are 200 people on the website and they've all pressed the process image button together. Now what will happen? There are 200 images that have to be processed, and obviously not all 200 images can be processed at the same time. So what happens is the images are processed one by one, and let's say in the backend server where the processing is done, there are 5 servers who are doing the processing, okay? Now all these 5 servers, they pick up an image at random from the queue. So let's say the queue is first in, first out. Whichever image comes first goes out first as well. So whenever the job of the first server is done, let's say it was doing a processing on an image and the image processing is done, it picks up another image from the queue. The second server would also do the same. The third server would also do the same, right? So what happens is, let's say the first server, it processed image 1. Now the second, third, fourth and fifth server, they would not know whether the first image has been processed or not, and they can process it again. So for those kind of scenarios and for solving those kind of situations, we had queues, which basically streamline all the content which has to be processed, and whichever content is taken up by a particular server, it deletes it from the stack and then puts the second image or the second object which basically has to be processed. right? So for these kind of scenarios, you use Azure queues. Our next kind of service is data lake storage. Now, data lake storage is similar to that of blob, not a blob, but tables, Azure tables. So data lake storage can store data, but it is basically used to store data for big data analytics. It specializes in that particular core segment. So if you have a big data analytic use case and you want to store data for that, data lake storage should be the choice for you, right? So this is about data lake storage, guys. The next service that we have is Azure Data Box. Now, what is Azure Data Box? Now, you might think of your company. Let's say you're working for a company and you have all the servers on premise, right? You have been working since 15-20 years in the sector that you are, I mean your company, and you did not have cloud at that time. And what you've done is you've bought your own servers, you have hosted your own applications, but now the cost incurring for those servers is too high when you compare it with the cost which is there in cloud computing when you opt for cloud computing. So now what I have decided is basically that you want to migrate all your applications to Azure Data Box, okay, or sorry, to Azure. So let's say there's 5 petabytes, or let's say 1,000 terabytes of data that you have to transfer on Azure. Now, in businesses, time is very important, guys. Time is money, basically. You must have heard of that phrase. So everything is required at a fast pace. And if you want to transfer 1,000 terabytes of data, imagine the data transfer costs which would incur to you, and also it would take a lot of time to upload 1,000 terabytes of data via internet to Azure, right? You would agree on that. Now, to solve problems of this scale, when you have a large amount of data that you want to transfer onto Azure cloud, what Azure does is it basically gives you a physical device on which you can load your data, right? So Azure Data Box is a service in which you can basically request a box kind of a system from Azure, which basically ships to your company. You can load all your data onto it, and then that box is again shipped back to Azure cloud, and all your data is again uploaded to Azure cloud from their data center directly, right? So this not only reduces the time taken to transfer data, but it also hugely reduces the cost that you would incur in the internet charges, because 1,000 terabytes is not less data, guys. Now 1,000 terabytes is very less when I talk about a company which is existing since 15 years, and when you talk about multinational corporations, the data can be in petabytes, right? And if you have a petabyte scale data that you want to transfer to Azure, it would take weeks, if not months, to transfer that kind of data. So that is where Databox comes in, and Azure Data Box can basically support around 5 petabytes of data at one time, right? Now, if 5 petabytes of data is less for you, you can request multiple boxes from Azure too, and multiple boxes will reach your location. You store your data onto it. I mean, you copy your data onto it and then request Azure back that you can take away your data boxes, and they will take the data boxes back to the data centers and transfer their data directly, right? This will reduce your time to around 1 week of time. So your data of petabyte scale can be transferred to Azure in less than a week, and at the same time you would also save on huge internet costs, right? So guys, this is what the Data Box service of Azure is. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and do this hands-on on Azure Blob Storage. So let me quickly switch on to my Microsoft Azure portal, which is this. Alright guys, so this is my Microsoft Azure portal. What I want to do is I want to show you guys how the blob storage works in Azure, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go into storage accounts. And over here, you will find that there is a storage account called demo environment. Why is it here? Because I created virtual machine with the name demo environment, right? And obviously the virtual machine requires some storage. If you go inside this, you will see that you have the 4 options that we discussed, that are blob, files, tables, and queues. What we are interested in is blob. So we'll just click on that. And you can see that this has boot diagnostics for the new VM Linux that we launched earlier, right? So all the logs for that VM are basically going inside this container. So basically, if I go inside this container, you can find that these are the two text files which are present. Will have the log data of that VM that we launched, right? So, but we're not here for that. What we basically want to do is I'm gonna show you guys how you can use blob. Now, no matter what you are working on, if you want to create a blob storage for yourself, you will have to create a storage account, right? In our case, this was the VM storage account. If you are starting afresh on Azure, you will not have any storage accounts over here, right? So let's create a storage account first, and let's try to name it something relevant which might go with the demo that we're doing. So the resource group that we want to add it in is demo environment, and the storage account name that we want to give is, let's say, Intellipaat Azure. Let's say this is the one that we want to give. Okay, where is the location that we want the storage account to be in? As discussed earlier, we'll choose the nearest location to us. So in that case, the nearest location would be Asia Pacific, South India. Let's try to choose this location, right? Now, how do you want the performance? It could be either standard or premium. We can discuss this later, probably when we'll discuss this service in detail in our further sessions. But for now, let's let it be at standard, right? Put everything at default, and now let's click on review plus create. When you do that, it will ask you it'll basically show you all the information with respect to the storage account that we are creating. If everything looks good, just click on create. Once you have clicked on create, guys, your storage account will take some time, and then it'll become ready for use. And like earlier, I specified all you have to do is go to resource groups. Let's say this is the demo environment that we created earlier. I'll go inside this, and now I can see all the things that I had launched are present over here. Even the storage account that I'm creating that is basically being launched right now, I can see that also over here. As you can see, it's Intellipaat Azure. This is the storage account that I created, and now it is visible inside demo environment resource group.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
On the other hand, if I go to all resources, I'd be able to see all the resources that are there on my Azure account, but this looks a little messy. And that's why resource groups are pretty helpful, guys, because I know that my resource that I've deployed sits inside a specific resource group, and that resource group basically I can name on the basis of what task that particular resource is going to do. Since ours is a demo session, what we have done is all the resources that we are basically deploying are inside the demo environment resource group, right? And right now we just deployed this storage account, which is Intellipaat Azure, and as you can see, it has been successfully deployed. Now let's go inside the storage account, and like we saw earlier, you see a similar user interface over here. You have 4 options, either to go inside blob or to go inside files or tables or queues. Let me demonstrate to you how blobs work. So we'll go inside blobs, guys. And as you can see, there are no containers over here. What are containers? Containers are nothing but root folders, right? For example, on Windows, you have the desktop folder. So desktop folder becomes the root folder. Or to give you a better example, let's say you go to the C drive of your computer, right? Whatever is inside the C drive is the root of the drive. If you create a folder inside that drive and you then put files inside that folder, that is no longer the root directory, right? So whenever you are uploading files on blobs, the first thing that you need is a root directory.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure Certification Training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And that root directory is nothing but containers, right? So let's go ahead and create a container. So I click on a new container, and let's name this container, let's say, as Intellipaat. Okay, And now let's click on OK. All right, so my new container is now ready. Now you would have noticed that there is something called as access level. And right now the access level is private. More on this I'll explain to you as we move along. So right now we have not changed it to anything. It's private and let it be at private. Now what I'll do is I'll go inside this container and it says no blobs found. Right? So what I can do is I can upload some files onto this container, and for doing that I'll have to click on upload, and now I'll have to select the file. So these are some images that I have on this system. So what I'll do is I'll just select a random image, and now let's upload this image onto my blob. All right, so this image is now uploaded on the blob. And what I can do is I can just click on this image and I can see all the information with respect to it. It's 88 KB in size. This is the last modified time. This is the creation time. Now here is something interesting, guys. I have the URL to the file that I have uploaded, right? Now this URL can be embedded anywhere. It can be embedded on a website. It can be embedded on a post that you're making to social media. This basically is a file which is now hosted on the internet, and anywhere, anyone who has access to this particular link, and I'll hit enter. So right now it says resource not found. The specified resource does not exist. Now why do you think this happened? This happened because we did not give access to the container for general public use, right? What does that mean? If I click on the container and I click on change access level, it's right now private, which means I can only access this blob through the Azure portal or through CLI or through some other way, but only that way would be working. Now if I want anyone and anywhere who wants to access this file, I'll have to go ahead and choose anonymous read access for blobs only, right? So when I do that, I've just selected blob over here and I click on OK. Now the permissions for the files inside this container has changed. And what does that mean? That basically means if I refresh this now, I would be able to see this image over here, right? Similarly, if this link is copied by you and pasted on your browser, you also would be able to see this particular image. Right? So guys, this is what a blob storage is. You can use blob storage to dump data such as logs, such as images, such as videos. That could be either private if your application does not want to use it and you just want to keep it there for just keeping it there. Or what you can do is you can provide it a public read access on the blob level. That is, for all the files will have public read access, and those files will then be able to use by just going to their link. Let me upload one more file for you guys so that you are clear with the concept of defining permissions. So I've defined the permissions on the container, so I don't have to do anything now. I'll just upload the images, and this is a new image which has been uploaded. And now if I go inside the image and I copy the link, and if I paste the link over here, you can see I am able to see the screenshot even here, right? The moment I go out and I change the access level to private and I click on OK. Now if I refresh, okay, so it did not change the permissions of the files, not visible. Okay, so that basically took some time for the permission to get allocated on the container, which basically means like if I go out and if I change the access level again to blob, and if I refresh these files, yes, I'm able to see them, right? And again, if I go out and if I change the access level to, let's say, private again, and if I refresh, the first refresh, it is there. The second refresh, it is there. But if you wait for some time, like a minute or so, this access will basically be gone. As you can see, it now says resource not found, right? So with a click of a button, you can basically control all the files permissions which are there inside a container and grant them public or private read access. Alright guys, so guys, this was a brief demo about blob storage on Azure. Let us come back to our slides. right? So guys, I hope now you're clear with what blob storage is. Now let's move forward and talk about our next set of services, which are the database and the analytics service in Microsoft Azure, right? So basically there are 5 core services that you should know of when you're dealing with Azure in terms of database and analytics. So the first service is the SQL database service, which basically is a database as a service, right? You do not get an access to the operating system on which this database is installed. You basically get access to only the database, and basically, if you remember what we have studied earlier, for a service which does not gives you access to the operating system, but in turn gives you access to a platform kind of a thing where you can interact with the service and probably upload something onto the software being used, is called platform as a service. So Azure SQL database is basically a platform as a service, which not only gives you the independence from the infrastructure side, but at the same time it is highly scalable and it can provide you up to 212% of return on investment. That means that whatever money you are going to spend on Azure SQL database, the benefits that it is going to provide you is going to give you back 212% of the money that you would be investing in using Azure SQL database. Isn't that interesting, right? So guys, this was the first service among the database analytics services in Azure. Our next service is Cosmos DB. Now guys, Cosmos DB is basically a fully managed database service again, just like SQL Server. But in this case, what happens is your database is extremely highly available, which means it is distributed throughout the world using Azure Regions, and it is highly available, right? So basically what happens is when you launch a Cosmos DB cluster, it distributes or it creates a replica of the database in multiple regions as you specify, right? And the cool thing about Cosmos DB is whatever region you want to close or want to stop, and probably you do not want your database to be replicated in a particular region, you can do that with the click of a button. If you want it again in some other region, you can again do that with a click of button. So everything is fast, everything is at one, the whole control is at one central place, and you can replicate your database accordingly with that one platform or with that one Cosmos DB dashboard that you get, right? Now again, you have multiple models that you can implement in Cosmos DB. For example, you can implement multi-master replication, or you can implement multi-write regions replication, which basically means usually when you have a distributed database which is highly available, you have one region where all the writes take place, but the read can actually be done from any of the regions where the database has been distributed. But in case of Cosmos DB, you also have the option of configuring multi-write regions, which basically means that let's say I'm in India and I'm a user who's using your application. Right now, if I am using your application, probably the website is being served from the nearest edge location of my location. For example, you must have enabled content delivery network on your website if you want to decrease the latency on your application. Right now, to decrease the latency of your application, you've implemented CDN. So I am being served the website from the nearest location of my home from where I'm accessing your application. And at the same time, the application itself is also accessing the database, right? Now imagine the website is fast, but the processing that it does, that is the data that it has to fetch from a particular database, it exists in altogether a different region, which is on the other part of the world, right? On the other side of the world, right? That will again increase the latency of your application. So you don't only need your front-end component to be highly distributed, you also need your backend and your database to be highly distributed and highly available, right? And that is the sole reason when you are dealing with a audience which is spread across the globe, you also have to take care that the processing that each of these guys are doing would also be available to them in the lowest time possible. And for that, what you have to do is the backend processors or the backend servers and the database servers also have to be near them, so that whenever they're writing any information, that also information can be written faster. Now, if you have a write one and read anywhere kind of a distribution, in that case, you will have to write at a central location. Let's say the central location is the US, and your databases, which are basically the read replicas, are actually distributed throughout the globe. What are read replicas? Read replicas are basically the copy of the central database from which you can read the data. And these read replicas basically get synced or basically are synced with the central database with the so whatever you write on the database is automatically and quickly replicated on the read replicas as well. So it's very fast, right? So in terms of reading the data, you can get a very low latency. But in terms of writing the data, if you want low latency as well, then you need to have multi-write regions. And that is exactly what this feature is for. So in a nutshell, Cosmos DB is basically a fully managed database service which provides you with a large scale deployment of databases throughout the globe. And it also gives you the option of deleting or replicating your database on a new region entirely with a single click of a button, right? So that is what Cosmos DB is for you guys, right? The next set of or the next service that we have is the Data Factory service. Now, what is the Data Factory service? It is basically an ETL service, which is an extract, transform, and load service, which basically can take data from multiple sources and then transform the data according to what has been coded in the application using a particular service, which can be used in conjunction with Data Factory, and then load the resultant data into a BI service which can be used to analyze the data, right? So usually when you're doing this kind of an infra setup, you need a lot of planning, you need a lot of mediators between the technologies which are being integrated. For example, the data can be coming from multiple sources such as social media websites, it can be coming from emails, it can be coming from chats, it can be coming from reviews, it could be coming from anything, right? So all these data sources are basically first of all aggregated, and the data is first put in the raw form in one particular place. Then what happens is, according to the logic that you have specified for the transformation of this data, for example, you probably want to see the data in a particular view. So that basically means you would have to first transform this raw data that you've got from multiple sources into a structured format. So that is what transformation is. So once you have the resultant data that you feel is the correct way of getting the data or representing the data, the next step that you need is, obviously, if there are a million rows in your data set, you won't be able to find what you are actually looking for, or basically it might take a lot of time for you to analyze a million rows of data that you have just created. So what you can do is, or what the industry came up to this particular problem was that they created a business intelligence application. What is a business intelligence application? It takes in the data set and it quickly creates patterns, it quickly creates graphs, which can actually help you to better understand the data, right? So Data Factory also happens to have the integration capabilities with a lot of BI tools. The most prominent one is Microsoft's own Power BI tool, but it also can integrate with Tableau and other BI systems, right? Similarly, it can be integrated with multiple data ingestion systems as well. So it's a total ETL system that you can deploy on Azure and connect your various sources and outputs and get the resultant output. Okay, so guys, this is what Data Factory is. Our next service is Event Hubs. Now, what is Event Hubs? Event Hubs is basically a place where you can again take in a lot of data. Just like Data Factory, you can extract data from multiple sources. But in this case, you're not actually extracting data, but the multiple sources from where the data is being generated, the data is being pushed onto event hubs. Okay, so the data is pushed onto event hubs, and the event hub's job is to process this data and see where this data has to go next, right? For example, let's say the data is coming from a social media website, right? So you analyze, okay, so this data came from a social media website, it has to go to this particular service. This data is coming from this particular website, it has to go to X or Y particular service. Similarly, you have millions and millions of data coming every second, or data packets coming every second, and the sole job of Event Hub is to basically analyze each packet and redirect it to the corresponding consumer of that packet, right? So this is what Event Hubs is for you. So this is done very fast. So the speeds claimed by Azure is around 1 Gbps. That is, it can process 1 GB of data per second. So the messages coming to event hubs can be processed that faster, and it also does parallel computing of each data packet, right? So this is how, or this is what event hubs is for, guys. Now obviously event hubs cannot be just used alone, right? You have to use it in conjunction with a host of applications. For example, the producers, that is the data producing resources, have to first combine with an event hub, and then you have to define the rules in event hub as to what data goes where, or what data goes to which consumer, right? And then your consumers are defined on, and they are basically connected to event hubs, right? So basically event hubs in the most basic sense is a singular point of data ingestion. So you don't have to worry about where should I send my data. Send all your data to event hubs, and event hubs will decide where your data packet has to go based on what rule you have defined inside that system. Okay, so guys, this is what event hubs is. Our next service is data lake analytics, right? So we already saw what data lake is. So data lake is basically a storage for big data analytics, right? So data lake analytics is basically a distributed cloud-based data processing infrastructure, right? So it is basically architected to perform data processing on the big data. I mean, the data that you stored on data lake has to be processed by something, right? And that processing can actually be done by data lake analytics. So it is basically, the architecture is based on Yarn. So Yarn is basically a component of the Hadoop ecosystem, and it can also and basically pairs with the Azure Data Lake Store, or where basically we have stored all our data, and can perform the analysis on the scale of big data analysis. That is, big data is huge amount of data with variety of data in it, right? So all the data has mixed and matched fields, right? The data is in the rawest form possible, and the processing can be done only by using selected tools, which can actually make that happen. If you use simple tools, or if you use traditional tools, the time taken by those tools to process this amount of data will be huge, right? And that is why you need Hadoop tools to basically make this process faster. And Azure has used the same technology that Hadoop uses and has made it even faster for you, right? So data lake analytics is used in big data analytics. It will basically used for processing data. And what data? The data which you store on Azure Data Lake Store, right? So this is what data lake analytics is, guys. Moving forward, guys, now let's move on to our next domain, which is the AI and machine learning domain in Azure. Alright, guys, so in Azure, you basically have three core services in the AI and machine learning domain. The three core services are cognitive services, then you have bot services, and then you have the awesome machine learning studio. So let's understand each of these services one by one. The first service is the cognitive services. Now, what are cognitive services? Cognitive services in Azure are basically APIs or SDKs, which have been developed for a developer, which can be integrated in his application. And these APIs and SDKs basically interact with the machine learning models which have been, right? So cognitive services would include services like vision, which basically gives you image processing capabilities. It also has text analytics services, which can basically do natural language processing for you. So all these services in Azure are ready to use, and to use them, you'll have to integrate them with your applications. And those integration can happen with the help of APIs, it can happen with the help of SDKs. And once your application is integrated with these services, you're charged on the basis of the number of requests that you make to these particular service. For example, the vision service and the cognitive services of Azure is pretty awesome. Any image that you upload, it will tell you each and everything in the image, whatever is present. And how is that possible? Basically, Azure has processed thousands and millions and even billions of images already, right? And they have trained their image processing machine learning model in a way that now it gives accurate results, right? So instead of creating your own machine learning model for image processing, you can actually use the Azure's machine learning model and you can get your work done. So it might have used deep learning, it might have used only machine learning, we do not know. But the results are very accurate. And if you want to use AI and machine learning capabilities of Azure, so the models which are trained by Azure, if you want to use them directly, you can actually use the cognitive services of Azure, and to integrate them with your applications, you have several APIs and SDKs available to you. So this was about cognitive services, guys. Now there's a derivative of the cognitive services that Azure has launched, which is basically called the bot service. Now what is the bot service, guys? The bot service is basically a chatbot which has been developed by Azure, which is totally based on AI, and it basically makes uses of the natural language processing service or the capabilities which are basically there in the cognitive services of Azure. It makes use of that, right? And it is very to the point, and you don't have to train the model to become expert in the conversation that you're having, but it can actually learn from every conversation that you have with the AI chatbot of Azure. And you can actually tweak its setting so that it becomes custom designed for you, so that your customers get the right answer every time they ask a question from the bot service of Azure, right? So in a nutshell, Azure bot service is nothing but a chatbot service. It's a pre-built chatbot service which you can integrate in your application. And this chatbot service has already been trained by Azure, and it gives accurate answers to questions. But obviously you'll have to tweak it according to your applications. You'll have to do some settings so that it answers the correct way of answering. The answers would be according to you and according to your domain of application. Okay, so guys, this was the bot services. Our next set of service is the machine learning studio. Now what is the machine learning studio, guys? It's basically a very simplified version of using machine learning. For example, the most simple language that I think for starting off in data science is R, right? So as a beginner, if you start using R or start learning R, you will have to spend some time to first of all understand the syntax, how it works, etc. And then you'll get a hang of how to create models, how to train them, how to test them, etc. Right? What Machine Learning Studio says is you do not have to learn any programming language. It has drag and drop interfaces. So all you have to know is data science, AI, or machine learning conceptually. And if you understand, or if you have the principles of the data science concepts understood pretty well, what you can do is you can start off by creating your own machine learning model by just doing drag and drop from the UI of the Azure Machine Learning Studio, and you'll be up and ready with your first model in under 5 minutes. Of course, for a specific set of data set. Obviously, you will not be taking millions or billions lines of data set, otherwise that will take a little more time. But yes, you can create your own machine learning model with Azure Machine Learning Studio without knowing any programming language, right? So that is the power of Machine Learning Studio. And the most coolest feature of it is it has a drag and drop user interface. So everything is drag and drop. You just drag and drop whatever you need, whatever data set you need, whatever algorithm you want to implement, whatever thresholds you want to implement, just drag and drop everything, and it will work like a charm. Okay, so guys, this was the Machine Learning Studio application for you. The next set of services that we're going to discuss, guys, are the identity services in Azure. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand the core Azure services in the identity domain, right? So guys, probably the most important service when you're dealing with identity in Azure is Azure Active Directory. Now, what do you mean by identity? Identity basically means when you want to give a particular person some access to a particular resource is being used on Azure Cloud, right? So Azure Active Directory is basically a fully managed multi-tenant service from Microsoft that basically offers identity and access to particular users in your organization. Now, if you're acquainted with how a Microsoft Windows server works, you would know that there is a server Active Directory as well, right? There's a Microsoft Server Active Directory as well, in which you can specify for your on-premise applications which users have access to what extent, right? For example, some people can just have read access, or some people can have read and write access, or some people can even have admin access to a particular application, right? And the most important part about Azure Active Directory is that it can integrate with your on-premise server Active Directory and can also authenticate people who are there on the on-premise infrastructure and want to use the on-premise resources or on-premise software can also be authenticated using Azure Active Directory. And if those on-premise users then you want to use resources on Azure, that also will be authenticated using Azure Active Directory, right? Now, how does all this works? So it's a very simple concept, guys. What you can do, you can actually add users in Azure Active Directory, right? Now you can add individual users and you can assign individual roles to each users. For example, if there is a SaaS application which you have deployed on Microsoft Azure, giving access to that particular SaaS application to a particular user would be possible by just adding a user and giving him the access of that SaaS application, right? And you can also do a mass allocation of a particular permission. For example, let's say you want to give administrator privileges to a set of people. Now, how would you give that? So one way is whenever there is a person who comes into a company whom you think can be given admin access, you will add his user and provide him the admin access.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Or what you can do is you can actually define a group on which you have specified admin resources or admin privileges, and whoever users will be added to this particular group will get those permissions or will get those privileges automatically, right? So in this case, what you will be doing is whoever is coming into the organization, you're just adding him to the group and the permissions inheritance takes place automatically because that group has been assigned the admin privileges. Similarly, if you want to create some other group, for example, you want to create a group for some SaaS application, you can also do that, right? And this concept is a part of Azure Active Directory. And again, in a nutshell, Azure Active Directory is nothing but it's basically a directory in which you can add users and specify what these users can do on Azure or on-premise software, right? And these users can be managed in two ways, or either you can manage them individually by creating a user time and again, or what you can do is you can add these users to already existing groups that you have created with the respective permissions, and they'll inherit all the properties which have been specified to that group. Okay, so guys, this was the Azure Active Directory and this was about the identity domain in Microsoft Azure. Moving forward, guys, now let's talk about the management tools in Microsoft Azure that are very important for you to know while you're working as an Azure professional. Alright guys, so let's go ahead and understand the management services of Azure. So the first service is Log Analytics, guys. Now, what is Log Analytics? So basically the full name of this service is Log Analytics Workspace. Now, what you can do with Log Analytics Workspace is you can dump all the logs with respect to what is happening on a particular Azure resource onto this workspace. Now, how do you do that? The first thing that you do is you basically go to your management console and you go to Log Analytics Workspace. Over there, you will have to create a Log Analytics Workspace and specify the name anything, right? It's pretty straightforward. Once you have specified that, the next step would be to add a data source. So if I were to show you quickly, I can just jump on to my management console. I can go to log analytics workspace, which is somewhere over here. Here it is. Now here's a sample log analytics workspace that I've created. I'll just go inside it, and as you can see, it says connect a data source. So you can create, or you can basically connect Azure virtual machines over here, or you can specify some other sources if you want to. And you can also specify Azure activity logs to stream over here, right? So this will start accumulating logs in this workspace. Once that is done, we'll have to specify monitoring solutions as to how you want to read the logs and what do you want to do with respect to a particular level of logs. For example, you have info level, you have critical level in logs, right? This basically tells you that a particular command failed or a particular command passed. So if the level, so the level field of a log, if it, let's say info, that means it's fine, it can go ahead. But let's say the level field in the log. So what do I mean by level field? A level field is nothing but you can specify in your log notation that whenever there is an error, I would specify a term such as level, okay, and I would specify that is equal to critical. But if things are okay, it's just for a know-how as to which command has been executed and that command executed successfully. In that case, I can specify the level as info. Okay, and then I can specify in my monitoring solution that whatever log comes in, check the level field in that log. And if the level field is critical, you can flag that log basically. So all that can be configured inside the monitoring solution. So if I were to click on view solutions, you can actually check out what all monitoring components you can actually add on your log analytics workspace. So as you can see, you can add Azure Security Center, you can add optimized catalog. So there are a lot of things that you can basically add on to monitor logs, right? You can choose according to your will. It is available in Azure Marketplace. So once you specify the monitoring solution, your log starts to flow in, and in your monitoring solution, you have to specify which logs to flag, and that's how it's gonna work, right? So this is the log analytics service in Azure, guys, and it helps you to manage your Azure resources effectively, pinpoint where the problem is occurring, go over there and see the logs, see on which command the problem occurred, fix that problem, and then go ahead with your daily routine. So this is what log analytics is, guys. The next service is cost management and billing. So this is basically a native application of Azure, guys, which helps you to manage your bills in Azure, right? So for a few things which I can tell you on the top of my head, which comes in is that you can manage a budget. You can specify that my Azure budget or my Azure bill should not go over a particular limit. You can specify that, or you can, so when you say it should not go over a particular limit, that means if it goes beyond that, all your Azure services will be stopped. But when you are in a business, you actually don't want that. So this particular limit is called a hard limit. That is, you want to limit it to that particular cost. There is another kind of limit which is called a soft limit, which basically means it will alert you that your budget has been crossed, and you can actually make forecasts also in this particular service based on your usage. Let's say you have used Azure heavily for 5 days, so it gives you a forecast that if you happen to use Azure in this similar fashion, this is what your bill is going to be at the end of the month, right? And then you can actually see what kind of tweaks you can make in your services so that your bill comes down. So all of this is possible in cost management and billing services of Azure. Now, this also is under the management domain. Reason being, it helps you in managing your Azure resources in a better fashion. The next service, guys, is a very important service, which is an automation account. Now, what is an automation account, guys? It is nothing but it's a way of deploying Azure resources. So how do you deploy Azure resources? So we have seen few of the resources in this session today, wherein we deployed a virtual machine, we deployed a storage account. So all of that was possible one by one. I mean, I had to go manually into that service. I had to click on that, I had to specify a name, and that's how my resources were deployed. But in automation account, what happens is you can create runbooks. Now, what are runbooks? You basically specify a code wherein you specify all the resources and their names and their configurations that you want to deploy, and then you upload that runbook onto the automation account, and then you run that runbook. Then what it does is it automatically creates the resources for you. You don't have to do anything, just put that runbook over there, click on play button, and it will create all the resources for you with the exact same configurations that you have specified in the code. It is particularly helpful when you're setting up a large infrastructure wherein you'll have to deploy thousands or 2000 machines, where the 2000 machines are basically divided into multiple sets. It could be backend server set, it could be database server set, it could be front-end server set, all of which will have different kind of configurations. And if this is the kind of a scenario, then runbooks would be of great help. And that's where automation account also comes in, which basically helps you to play those runbooks. Okay. Our next service is Metrics, guys. Now, Metrics is a service which helps you to visualize what all is happening on your Azure resource. For example, what is the network throughput, what is the CPU usage, right? What is the memory usage? All of that you can see inside Metrics. Now, you can actually check a 24-hour log as well in Metrics and see at what point of time does your resource or the particular metric that you're checking, could be CPU usage, could be memory usage, is actually rising, and then you can plan accordingly as to how to plan how to scale your infrastructure at that particular time, right? So this is what metrics are useful for. It basically gives you an overview of how things are going. So if you think about it, it is nothing but metrics, it is nothing but logs, which is basically getting visualized in form of graphs. But nonetheless, it's very helpful, and that is a service which is being provided to you by Azure by the name Metrics. Alright guys, so these were all the services in the management domain, guys. Our next up, we'll be discussing a hands-on. So enough of theory, I guess. We have discussed probably most of the important services which are there in the Azure portal. Now what we'll be doing is I will be showing you an application which basically exists on my local host, and what we'll try to do is we'll try to migrate that to Azure, and we'll choose the services based on the knowledge that we have gained today. We'll choose the services accordingly. Then we'll set up the infrastructure, and then we'll see how it works on the cloud. So guys, let's go ahead and do that. Alright guys, so let's go ahead and let me show you what all we are going to do. So the first thing that we're going to do is basically I have a website that I've already created on my local host, which basically can upload data to Azure blob storage through the website. So I'm going to show you guys how I have configured it and how can it basically upload data to Azure blob, right? So the second point is create a new container and upload files to this container from the website, right? So we'll be creating a container, and our website we're going to configure to upload files to this particular container. Third thing is we have to create a MySQL database on Azure. So right now what is happening is my website is basically storing data on the localhost MySQL engine. What the hands-on expects us to do is we'll have to deploy MySQL database on Azure, and the website should basically push the data onto the MySQL database, which will be there on the Azure portal, right? So this is the third step. And the fourth step, finally, we want our final website to be uploaded on Azure web app, and basically we have to deploy it using the local git method. What it is, don't worry about it. As you move along, you'll get it. All right, so let's start off with the first point right now, which is demonstrate the website on the local host. So let me switch on to my browser. So guys, this is my Azure portal, and if I have to demonstrate to you my website, it basically exists on localhost Azure 1, right? So this is my website, guys, and what it does is it basically can upload data onto Microsoft Azure. But right now, what I have not basically configured it to connect to my Microsoft Azure storage account. I'll show you how we can configure it, right? So once a file is uploaded on the blob, it also makes an entry of it in the database, right? Now, where is the database? The database exists on my local host. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just open the MySQL console. right? And my MySQL console basically has a database called images. So if I do a show databases, you can see that there is an images database. So this is the database that my website will be interacting to. So let me just use images, and in this database what I have is a table. So if I do a show tables command, you can see that I have a table called names, right? But right now there is no data inside names. So if I do a select star from names, as you can see, it is empty set, right? So when this website will be uploading file, when it will be successfully uploaded, the next step would be to basically put the data inside the database as to what is the name of the file. Okay, so let me show you the code, guys. Let me show you how the code looks like. This is my index.php. Let me just open it. All right, guys. So guys, this is how my code looks like. So the first thing that I'll have to do is basically I will have to enter a deployment key over here, which will basically be my connection string. And the second thing that I'll have to do is I'll have to enter the container name, which I'm going to create in a little while, right? So let's first jump on to our Azure portal, and what we want to do is go inside our storage account. So guys, this is my storage account, and what I want is the deployment key. So in the storage account, you will have to go to access keys, just go inside that. And here you will find two keys. You can take any of these two keys. So what I'll do is let's say I take key 1, and this is the connection string. So I'll have to copy this, and I'll have to come back to my code, and I'll have to replace it over here. So let's replace the deployment key. And now I will have to remove this part out of the deployment key. This is not required, right? So this we will remove, and this is my deployment key, guys. All right, next step is to basically enter the container name. Now the hands-on basically expects us to create a new container, so let us do that. So let's go inside overview and let's go to blobs. So I have a container in Intellipaat over here. Let's create one more container and let's call it new, right? And let's give the access as blob, and let's click on OK. All right, so my container is now ready and it's called new. Let's name the container over here. So my container name is new. Okay, everything else looks good. So right now this is basically the connection information for my MySQL database. So right now it is going to upload the data onto my local host MySQL. All right, so let's see if I can upload a file now. Let's save this index.php. Let's come back to our website. Let's refresh it once, and now let's choose a file which we want to upload. Let's go inside. Let us try to upload, let's say, database. So this is an image which is called database. Let's select this and let's click on submit. So it says blob uploaded successfully and new record created successfully. So let us verify that in our database. So I'll do a select star from names. As you can see, there is a new entry over here which is 680345573. This is the name which has been assigned by my website. So this is basically a random name. The reason for that is that it could be that you are uploading duplicate files, and if you upload duplicate files you don't want the names to coincide. So what I'm doing is I'm assigning a random name to every file that I'm uploading, right? So this is the file which has been uploaded, and we can check it over here. If I click on checklist, this is the file which has been uploaded, and if I click on this file now, I can download that file basically from Azure. It says blob not found, and the reason for that is that I'll have to change the URL inside my list website, which is basically if I click on checklist, this is the list.php. I'll have to change some code here. I'll show you that. But first, let's go inside the new container, and as you can see, there's a PNG file over here.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure Certification Training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Now this PNG file I can directly download from my list file, but in order to do that, what I'll have to do is I'll have to click on this file and I'll have to copy this URL, and I'll have to see what is the prefix over here. So the prefix is this. So I'll have to copy this prefix, and now I will have to go inside my code and open the list.php code, and this is the URL that I'll have to replace. So let's replace it. All right, great. Now let's save it. Come back to our website. This is the list.php. Let us refresh this once, and now when I click on the file, you can see that I've downloaded the file automatically. Let's click on this file, and this is an image which has been downloaded. Now let's try something else. Let me show you the image first, and then I'll try to upload it. So what I'll do is I'll go inside downloads, and let's say I want to upload this machine file. So this machine file looks something like this. Okay, now we're going to upload this machine file. Let's go inside our website. Let's choose a file, and now let's select the machine file, which is basically this. This we will upload. We'll click on open, and we'll click on submit. So it says blob uploaded successfully. If I go inside my container and I refresh it, you can see there's a new entry over here. Even in my database, if I refresh, there's a new entry over here. And now what I can do is I can basically just go to my list, refresh it. This is the new entry. Click on it, file gets downloaded, click here, and this is the file which was uploaded. So what is basically happening over here is this file is now hosted on Blob, and any of you, if you click on this link, you will be able to download it. But the problem is that this website right now is only available on my local host, and I have to make it available to the world. Now how can I do that? So first thing first, let us go back to our slides and see what is our next step. So our next step is that I want to create a MySQL database on Azure. So right now my database which is being updated is on my local host. But what I want is that it should be updated on my Azure MySQL database. Now let's see how we can do that. So the first thing that I will do is I'll have to go back to my Azure dashboard. I'll have to go to services, and I'll have to go into databases. And this is the database that I want to launch, Azure database for MySQL Server. Let's select it. Let's add a database. I want to include it inside my demo environment resource group. The server name, let's specify it as Intel1, right? The admin username, let's specify it as Intel. The password, let's specify it as Intel@123. Okay, it says your password cannot contain all or part of the login name. No issues. Let's name it as Azure@123. Same is the case over here. Alright, and where do I want to launch it? I want to launch it in South India. The version is 5.7, which is great. Now let's change the amount of specification that we have for this server. Let's click on configure server. I want a basic configuration. I basically want one core, and I want the least amount of storage, which is 5 GB. Auto growth, no, I don't want it. Backup retention period, the least is 7 days, which is fine. And I think that's it. Let's click on OK. Now the server has been configured. Now let's click on review plus create. Okay, so our username is Intel, my password is Azure@123, and now let's click on create. All right, so my deployment is underway, which basically means my MySQL database is now getting deployed. Let's wait for some time. We'll wait for it to be complete, and then we'll proceed with our demo. Alright guys, so my deployment is now complete. So I can just click on go to resource, and I am in. So this is my database, guys. Now in order to see, or in order to access my database, this is the server name that I'll have to use. So let's go ahead and select this. So my server name is this. Let's copy it, and let's come back to our command prompt. And what we want to do is MySQL-Edge. This is the connection string or the server name. Next thing is I'll have to specify the username, which in my case is this. So let's copy it, paste it here. Next thing that I want is the password. So the password is Azure@123. Now this will give me an error, guys. It says client with IP address is not allowed to connect to this MySQL server. So let's solve that. So we'll go inside connection security. And what I want to do is I will specify my client IP, which is this. Alright, that's been added. Also guys, turn this enforce SSL connection off, because right now we don't want to get into making an SSL connection since this is a demo. Alright guys, everything looks good now. Let's click on save. And once this rule has been saved, what we'll see is that we should be able to connect to our database. Alright guys, so it says it has successfully updated the connection security. And now when I go back to my command prompt and I try to enter the same command with the password Azure@123, you can see I have successfully connected to my MySQL database on Azure. Now if I do a show databases right now, you can see there are only the default databases present. So let us change that. So I'll just exit, or before exiting, let us just create an empty database, which is images. So we'll use images and let's create a table. So create table names, and the names will be name space varchar 20. So we have created it, and now let's just go to our code. So the code is over here. This is my code guys. Now I will have to specify the server name. So server name in my case would be this. Let's copy it. This is my server name. My username is this, and my password is Azure@123. Okay, everything looks good. Let's save the file. Similarly, in index.php, let's do the same changes. My server name is this. Let's copy it. My username is this. Let's copy it, and my password is Azure@123. Alright, let's save the file, and now let's go to our website. Let's try to check the list. Let's see what it shows us. It shows us empty because there's no data in the Azure SQL table. Great. Now let's choose a file, and now let's try to upload some random file. Let's click on submit. It says blob updated successfully, new record created successfully. Let's check that. So I'll just do a select star from names, and I can see that there is a new entry over here. If I do a checklist, this is the new entry. If I click on this, I can download the file, and this is the file that I basically uploaded. Great. Now my website is updating data onto Azure database, and at the same time it is uploading data onto my storage account inside the container, which is new, right? So let's go inside blobs. Let's go into new, and this is the new file which was basically just uploaded. Great guys. Now what I want to do is I want to make this website public, right? This website is working fine over here, but I want this website to be used by everyone in the world. Now how can I do that? In order to do that, I will have to go on to home, and we studied, or we saw a service which can basically just upload our website and not ask us to install any software. It will not ask us to log in into the operating system, do some configuration, nothing. It will just give us a dashboard through which we can upload our website. So let's go ahead and do that. So the service that I'm talking about is app services. So let's go inside app services and let's click on add. So now it will ask me which resource group. So I'll say demo environment. Name of the instance, let's specify it as Intel demo. Alright, okay, it's already been taken. So let's specify Intel Azure. Alright, this seems to be available. What do you want to publish? I want to publish the code. The runtime stack, it's actually PHP 5.6. This is the one. What is the region that we want to deploy it in? We want to deploy it in South India. So let's select that. South India, this is the one. Great. Let's change the size of the server which will be launched. So basically we are in dev or test environment, right? And this is the minimum configurations that we can launch. Alright, let's click on apply, and now let's click on review and create. So this over here we can basically do all the necessary review as to what all we are launching. So we just selected PHP 5.6 and we specified the name of the app. That's all we did, right? Now let's click on create. Now guys, what will happen now is it will basically deploy a server on which it will install PHP 5.6, it will install Apache, and then it will give me a URL, and when I go to that URL, I will basically see a sample app, right? It is not giving me access to the operating system. It is not asking me to install any software. All that was done over here was we selected the runtime stack, which was PHP 5.6. We specified the server configuration, and that is all. That is all we need to configure, and that is all we get access to. Now, once it gets deployed, I'll show you guys how you can upload your code onto this particular web app. So as you can see, it is already deployed. Now let's go to resource, and this is a resource, guys. The status is it's running right now, and if I browse this web app right now, it'll basically show me a sample web app which has been deployed on it, right? Let's wait for that website to appear. Since this web app has just been launched, it might take some time for the web app to show the website, but nevertheless, it will show the website. So let's wait for it to actually show us. Let me try stopping it and refreshing it once. All right, it's going to take its sweet time, so let's give it that. All right, so as you can see, hey app service developers, your app service is up and running. Time to take the next step and deploy your code. Great, so this is what we want to do. Now, to deploy your code, you will have to go inside Deployment Center. So let's go inside that. So once we are inside Deployment Center, it's asking me where is my source control, right? So my source control is basically on my local, right? So, but my local is not a Git repository as of now. So what I can do is I can just go on my code, which is over here. Azure 1, this is the folder, and let me just right click here and click on git bash, right? Let me just make the text a little bigger for you so that it is visible. All right, so guys, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to initialize an empty git repository, so git init, and now I'm going to add all the files in the git file system. I'm going to stage it for the git file system. So once this process is done, I'm going to commit it, git commit -m, and this is my first commit. Now it's going to save the files. Great, so the files are saved. Now what I want to do is I want to upload this particular code onto my Azure web app, right? So going back to the portal, I do have a local git where I have my code checked in. So let's select this option and click on continue. Now it's asking me which build provider to choose. Don't worry about here. Don't worry about what is Azure Pipelines and what is Kudu Engine. Basically, if you select Kudu Engine, you don't have to do any configuration. More on this we can discuss in the further sessions, but right now just select the Kudu Engine and click on continue. And now it says your local Git repository URL will be generated upon completion. Branch would be master, app service is build service. Great, let's click on finish. So now it is basically going to set up the Git environment for me on the web app server, and what I will get is basically this URL, which is my Git URL. So this URL I'll be using to upload my code, but before that I will also have to set the credentials for my Git system. So to set that, I click over here, FTP or credentials, and I'll go to user credentials, and I can specify anything over here. Let's specify a username. Let's say the username is Intellipaat, and let's say the password is Intelli@123, Intelli@123, and now let's click on save credentials.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure Certification Training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So it says saving credentials was a success. Great. Now what I can do is I can just close this, and now I'll just have to go to my resource. I'll have to go to deployment center, and now I will just take the git URL over here. All right, so this is a git URL. Let's copy this, and now git remote add Azure, and let's try to paste this link now. Yes, so this was the syntax: git remote add Azure, right? And now what I want to do is I want to push my code onto Azure. So git push Azure master. I'll hit enter and it'll ask me the credentials. So credentials is Intellipaat and the password is intel@123. Oh, authentication failed. I think I forgot the password. No issues, guys. So I can just specify it again. So it's intel@123 and intel@123. Let's save the credentials. Okay, credentials are saved. Let's go back here, git push Azure master, and now it should basically push my code onto the web app. Now it will take some time over here, guys. Don't worry about the time. It'll take around a minute or so to upload your code. So let's wait for that time and let's hope everything goes well. Alright, the process has started. So it is updating the branch now, copying all the files. Great. So my code is now uploaded on the app and it says it will restart in 10 seconds. Great. So meanwhile, what I can do is I can go to my web app and I can just refresh this. And as you can see, my website is now available over here. Alright, if I click on checklist, you will see an error. And I'll tell you why that error would be there. It says connection failed. Client with IP address is not allowed to connect to this MySQL server. Now, how can you solve that? Just go to home and go to your database, go to connection security and allow access to Azure services. Just click on. And as a security feature, just remove the IP address that you used earlier. And now let's click on save. So now my security settings will get updated and then I would be able to use my website on the web app. Alright, so my settings are about to be updated. Let's wait for that time and then we'll go ahead. Alright guys, so my data has been updated successfully. So if I go here back and I click on refresh, you can see the list is now being generated. Let's try to upload a file, guys. Let's try to upload this Word file. Okay, let's click on open and let's click on submit. It says blob updated successfully. Let's check that. Let's go to our resource group. Let's go to our storage account. Let's go inside blobs. We'll go inside our container. And this is the docx file which was just updated. And if I refresh the list, I can see the docx file over here as well. If I click on it, I'd be able to download it. And guys, with this, we have successfully completed our demo. But let me show you a very awesome thing that comes with connecting Git to your web app, right? So now I can just simply go to my index.php and let's say I want to change this heading. Okay, so let's try to change the heading. I'll just go down, upload to Azure blob, and let's add a little bit of text over here. Let's say welcome to Intellipaat. Okay, let's save it, come back to our Git terminal. Let's do a Git status. You can see that index.php has been modified. Great. Let's save this file. Let's commit this file, updated index. Great. And now let's push it. So git push Azure master. It'll again take a minute or two and then our files will get updated on the web app automatically. Alright, so my code has been updated. Let's go ahead and check it. So let me just refresh this website. And as you can see, my code has successfully updated over here. It says upload to Azure blob, welcome to Intellipaat. And this is exactly what we changed. Alright.
So when we talk about Azure DNS, we need to understand what is the DNS in itself. So the domain name system is responsible for translating or resolving a website or service to its service name to its IP address. So this is what fundamentally happens, and almost all of you should be aware about this, like how a website name is translated into its original IP address of the server which is hosting the web page that you're seeing on your browser. So Azure DNS, what it does, it provides a hosting service for your DNS domains. So it provides name resolution using Microsoft Azure infrastructure. So what Microsoft is doing, it is giving you a global infrastructure available for your DNS, and it has actually implemented DNS servers across all its data centers across the world. And it's not something where you can register your domain. You need to register your domain separately with a registrar. But after you have registered your domain, you can use Azure's infrastructure to utilize the name servers and its bandwidth to host your services like DNS on Azure itself. So by hosting your domains in Azure, you can manage your DNS. Means you don't need to go to the your registrar's domain page to manage your DNS. You can manage everything in your Azure portal, Azure DNS zone itself. First thing you need to do, you just need to delegate permissions to your to Azure to manage your domain for you. So Azure DNS also supports private DNS domains. So like you can use local domains as well for your virtual networks and your on-premise setup as well. So this is a simple flow here. It's very obvious, like how we create a request, like a user is creating a request here and hitting this URL, and Azure DNS in the background will do all the work, and it will translate this domain name to a particular IP address. So how it does, we'll try to understand that, and ultimately you will get a IP address of the page of the server that is hosting that website with all the pages, and the user will get that IP address, and then it will connect directly to the resource. It can be a VM, it can be a web app, or it can be many other things, but fundamentally it will have your website hosted inside that infrastructure. So if we talk about what Azure DNS offers in terms of what all features are there, so fundamental things like you can see here, reliability and performance. So we are talking about Azure. With Azure and cloud of this scale, you get reliability and performance highly optimized. So DNS domains in Azure DNS are hosted on Azure's global network of DNS name servers. So like how it is managed, that's taken care of by Microsoft. But you, whenever you create a DNS zone in Azure portal, you get a set of name servers for all the domains, like 4 name servers. Now for every DNS zone, they maintain a name server, and how they do it in the background, that is not something we should be like concerned about, but they manage it in the background so that wherever all across the world, your domain is highly available, and it means you can take benefit out of this global infrastructure that Azure is providing. So Azure DNS uses Anycast networking so that each DNS query is answered by the closest available DNS server. So based on where the request is originating from, Azure will ensure that by default, it will ensure that your users actually get the fastest response from the closest available DNS server. So that is just a relevant explanation of how you can actually enhance the performance. So since Azure provides very healthy and robust infrastructure, so your users can actually utilize that to get better performance. So this provides both fast performance and high availability for your domain. So which is actually an inherent feature for anything that is in Azure. So when you start using DNS from Azure, again, it becomes obvious that you can utilize that as well. So seamless integration, the Azure DNS service can be used to manage DNS records for your Azure services and can be used to provide DNS for your external resources as well. So within the Azure infrastructure offering like VMs and web apps, you can use Azure DNS, which is already being used by Azure. Like when you create a VM, it is getting an IP address, a private IP address, and it is getting a public IP address if you choose to do so. All that is managed by the Azure DNS, that public IP address and the resolution of that name of the VM that you get to the IP address in the background. All that is happening in the background using Azure DNS. That is by default, but you can customize it as well. Because whenever we create a VM, we don't need to create a DNS server explicitly to begin with. We can do so, to manage it inside we can manage a different VM. Inside that, we can have a DNS role, and we can manage everything as a using that DNS server. But by default, if you don't have that requirement, Azure DNS maintains everything in terms of name resolution and management. So you can do it for your Azure services as well as for your external resources as well, outside of Azure, maybe your on-premise setup. So this is something about integrating with your Azure as well as non-Azure services. And when we talk about security, the Azure DNS service is based on Azure Resource Manager. So again, when you use anything in Azure, you get all the inherent features out of it. So role-based access control, the Azure Active Directory management. So all the things which make Azure highly secure are available in Azure DNS as well. So you will get this feature in ARM model, not in classic model. So with ARM, you get inherent security features enabled for Azure DNS as well. Your domain and records can be managed via the Azure portal, Azure PowerShell commandlets, and the cross-platform Azure CLI. So again, this is also very obvious. You can actually programmatically access it using PowerShell or CLI, and you can directly go to the portal, and you can manage your DNS entries on the portal itself. So this is something quite generic, not related to Azure itself. So this is a little overview about what a domain is. So the domain name system is a hierarchy of domains. So the hierarchy starts from the root domain. So V means, I think you all must be familiar with it. So the dot represents the root domain, and you can have different top level domains like com, net, org, UK, or JP for Japan. So different geographies or different kind of organization types, you can have different top level domains. And then there is a second level domain that is specific to your like organization type, especially here org.uk and co.jp. So they're like root domain, top level domain, second level domain, and then you have further sub level domains. So the domains in the DNS hierarchy are globally distributed, hosted by DNS name servers around the world. So it's not as if without Azure DNS you don't have access to any DNS name servers. It's already there. When you register a domain, you get a set of name servers assigned to your domain, and those name servers actually host your DNS entries and your domain. So it's not like it's not available before Azure DNS, but yes, Azure DNS is a good option to opt for when you start utilizing Azure as a complete resource for all your IT needs. So you can use Azure DNS as well. So a domain name registrar is an organization that allows you to purchase a domain name such as contoso.com. So this is not, Microsoft is not a domain name registrar as of yet, like in terms of Azure. So you need to purchase it from somewhere else. But that domain name registrar will actually help you with purchasing a particular domain name. And Azure DNS provides a globally distributed high availability name server infrastructure which you can use to host your domain. So this is in a sense telling you what exactly Azure DNS is. It is actually a set of name server infrastructure that is available globally, and it is highly available, and you can use it to host your domains. By hosting your domains in Azure DNS, you can manage your DNS record directly in Azure itself. So you don't need to keep on going to your domain name registrar domain page and manage things there. You can do it here itself. Azure DNS does not currently support purchasing of domain names. If you want to purchase domains, you need to use a third-party domain name registrar, so which I have iterated many times. This domain concept is quite generic. It's not specific to Azure. We use it in so many ways every time when we hit the browser. And DNS zone is something like inside the Azure. It's all outside Azure as well, but in reference to Azure DNS, DNS zone is the way we manage Azure DNS. Like we create our own entries in Azure DNS using DNS zones. So this is how we actually manage our domain inside Azure DNS. So a DNS zone is used to host the DNS records for a particular domain. So like, as we said, abc.com. So you can create a DNS zone with abc.com, and you can configure the name servers, and you can start creating records and managing everything with Azure DNS itself. So what it does, it actually provides you a set of infrastructure in the background, You pay a price for it. We'll discuss about pricing in the end, but it's not a big kind of a price. It depends on how much you're consuming. You will start paying on that basis. So to start hosting your domain in Azure DNS, you need to create a DNS zone for that domain name. Each DNS record for your domain is then created inside this DNS zone. So first for the domain, you create a DNS zone, and then as I showed you, you can start creating DNS record for your domain inside this DNS zone. So an example is here, like the domain contoso.com may contain several DNS records, such as mail.contoso.com for a mail server and www.contoso.com for a website. So once you register your domain using a DNS zone in Azure DNS, you can start configuring the records for that particular domain. And you can have a mail.contoso.com for your mail server. And similarly for a website, you can have www.contoso.com. So this is very simple, but this is how it actually gets implemented in Azure. So when creating a DNS zone in Azure DNS, there are certain things you need to keep in mind. So there are certain limitations, not in terms of how much you can create, but how you create it in Azure. So the name of the zone must be unique within the resource group, and the zone must not exist already. So what it is trying to say is that suppose you have a resource group, suppose IPdemo RG01, you have a DNS zone already created inside that resource group abc.com. Now you cannot register abc.com again in that same resource group. So the second line makes it even clearer. The same zone name can be reused in a different resource group or a different Azure subscription. So if I have another resource group in the same subscription, IPdemo RG02, I can create abc.com as a DNS zone there in that resource group. So it allows you to do that. So you would be now trying to understand how it allows to do that, and if it allows, how it works in the background. So I think the third line explains that. So where multiple zones share the same name, each instance is assigned different name server addresses. You see ns1-04 azure-dns.com. So this is a name server for .com, and similarly for other top level domains. So if I create ipdemo.com inside this resource group RG03, and inside RG02, I can create ipdemo.com, but again, it will have a different set of name servers. But I cannot create ipdemo.com in the same resource group RG03. So this is what it is trying to tell here. So only one set of addresses can be configured with the domain name registrar. So this is very obvious, even though you might be able to register the same domain in two different resource groups and have different set of name servers. With your domain name registrar, you can configure it only for one DNS zone, because it won't allow you to configure it with two name server records, two name server entries. So inside like DNS zone, you will create DNS records. So the records are specified by using relative names. Okay, a fully qualified domain name FQDN includes the zone name, where a relative name does not. So the example will make it clearer. So the relative record name www in the zone contoso.com gives the fully qualified record name www.contoso.com. So a relative name would be like a www, and if you talk about fully qualified record name, it would be www.contoso.com, where contoso.com is the DNS zone name. So this is just an overview, like how you actually name your records. So if you are naming like a you want a name for your website, you will create a www record, and its relative name will be www, and FQDN will have the entire DNS zone integrated with it. So what all types of record types we can have in Azure DNS? We can see that in the last line, but in essence, a DNS record has a name and a type. So it's very obvious. So as you can see, the last line, there are so many types of DNS records you can create, and then you assign a name to it. So records are organized into various types according to the data they contain. We will actually see in the next slide quite detailed description of different record types. So different record types actually pertain to different services or data that they contain. The most common type is an A record, which maps a name to an IPv4 address. So this is something we use quite commonly. And another common type is an MX record, which maps a name to a mail server. So this must also be very familiar. Azure DNS supports all common DNS record types. So A, quadruple A, CA, CNAME, MX, NS, PTR, SOA, SRV, and TXT. So there are so many types of DNS records. People who actually manage DNS servers must be very familiar with these things. So here is a little description to what all record types are in general, not only in reference to Azure DNS. So this will give you a better idea if you don't already have it. So a record type of A refers to an IPv4 set of a version of IP addresses, and quadruple A is for IPv6 version of IP addresses. So in any case, both of these record types do the same function. They map a host name, for example here adatem.com, to an IP address. So it can be any IP address which would belong to a particular server or infrastructure that is hosting your website. So it's simple. This record actually does the task of mapping a host name to an IP address, which is what we do most of the times when we hit a web browser. And CNAME record, canonical name, is actually used to assign a custom name. So it is used when you configure email services, and especially Exchange server. So there you mention the MX record, and you point it to a particular A record, which will have a particular IP address assigned for the Exchange server that you're pointing to. So NS is very common that we have seen here as well. So name servers contains the name of a server hosting a copy of the entire DNS zone. So if we go to the portal, you see these set of name servers for different top level domains. So what it is doing is it is actually hosting the entire copy of this DNS zone inside these servers. So right now they have only NS and SOA records to begin with, but in future you will add more records, and all those records will be hosted in these name servers. So SOA is start of authority that we saw is by default, and it provides information about the writable copy of the DNS zone, including its location and version number. So if we go here, we see a lot of information here. Yeah. So if you see here, it's giving the entire email here, which is referencing to this, and the host, which is one of the name servers here, and the refresh time, retry time, expiry time, and all the metadata information. So this is something which is there by default, and it actually refers to your DNS zone. So SRV records are another kind of records which actually point to hosts that are providing specific services, such as session initiation protocol (SIP) or ADDS, Active Directory Domain Services. So these are the whole point is all these records are actually meant for different services. So this is not something specific to Azure. It's generally available, and the point is all this is available in Azure, and we can start using it to manage our domains and manage our services which we use those domains for. And the last one is TXT, which is a simple, it contains custom text, and it is a text record. These are the general record types for managing DNS anywhere. So what is a registrar? A domain registrar is a company who can provide internet domain names. So they verify if the internet domain you want to use is available and allow you to purchase it, which is obvious. And once the domain name is registered, you are the legal owner for the domain for the specified time you have purchased it for. And if you already have an internet domain, you will use the current domain registrar to delegate to Azure DNS, which I showed you. You can start pointing it to the name servers of Azure. So in Azure DNS, you have the option of using private domains as well. Azure DNS is a hosting service, which we have understood very clearly for DNS domains. In addition to internet-facing DNS domains, Azure DNS now also supports private DNS domains. So you can have the public domains. Along with that, you can have private DNS domains as well. The third line is very important because This is something which is by default and we never realize that. So Azure DNS resolve domain names in a virtual network without the need to add a custom DNS solution. So whenever we create any VM or any other infrastructure in a virtual network, we don't have to manually create a custom DNS solution or have a DNS server in place in the virtual network to manage all the DNS entries and the name resolution. So this happens by default, and Azure DNS is actually managing it in the background. So private DNS zones allow you to use your own custom domain names rather than the Azure provided names. So this is something you can actually build over. So instead of using the names that Azure provides for your VMs, you can start using your own custom domain names. And how useful it's going to be for you, we'll try to understand that in the next slide. But yes, you can start doing that as well. It provides name resolution for VMs within a virtual network and between virtual network. Yes, it will start doing that. It's happening right now as well, but you can use private DNS zones as well. Additionally, you can configure zone names with a split horizon view, allowing a private and a public DNS zone to share the same name. So what it is trying to say here is same DNS zone name can be used privately as well as publicly. So all the traffic that is coming from our virtual network will be treated as private, and all coming from internet will be as public.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Active Directory is used to store and organize information about various elements of an organization's network, such as computers, users, resources like printers, shared files, or folders. To understand this better, let's consider a scenario. Let's say that you work for an organization of about 100 people, right? So there are like total 100 employees in your organization, and there are 150 computer systems. So, and let's say that there are 5 printers. So the organization needs to keep, obviously the organization would have to keep the track of all the computer systems that are currently in use and all the computer systems that are just sitting idle, and the systems that are spare, and they will have to keep a track of which employee is using which computer system, or which computer system is connected to the 5 printers, right? And they will also need to keep a track of what kind of user credential to log into their computers, and all of the information related to this. So that means organizations need a database where they can actually store and organize this information, right? So that database is actually called Active Directory. So usually on-premise organizations, when they store and organize this kind of information, they call it the Active Directory. So this is what Active Directory is. Since Active Directory contains all kinds of information about the organization, it contains information about users, computers, and resources that are part of the organization. It can actually be used to authenticate and authorize the users, right? Because it contains the credentials of the users, it contains the names and all other kinds of information about the user. So you can actually use the Active Directory to authenticate and authorize the user. So this is what Active Directory is all about. Now let's understand what is an Azure Active Directory. Like I've already said, that Azure Active Directory is basically inspired from this on-premise Active Directory service. But it's so much more than that. Azure Active Directory is the identity management solution for Azure. It's a live directory or a database that stores user accounts and their passwords, computers, file shares, security groups, permissions, and so much more. Let's again take an example to understand this a little better. Now let's say that you again work for an organization, but this organization uses Azure Cloud for all of its workloads, right? So let's say that there are multiple departments in your organization, and each and every department needs access to some different kinds of services from Azure Cloud. So again, your organization doesn't want employees to be using their own personal accounts, personal Azure accounts, in order to be able to access Azure services, they have gone and created one parent account, Azure account, so that their employees, all of their employees, can use that one single account to access and use Azure services. Now, like I've already said, that different departments may need access to different kinds of services. That means, let's say that the production environment doesn't need access to any machine learning services, let's say. So if you give out the credential for the whole parent account, then they will actually have the access to those services as well, right? Along with the services that they actually need. So this is not very a smart decision when it comes to the security terms, right? Because if everyone has access to every service that comes in your Azure subscription, then how would you know that who is using what service, right? So
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure Certification Training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
to keep a track of that, what you can do, you can easily create users, and you can give them their own passwords and own user accounts, so that, and then you can go ahead and give them a role so that they can only access the services that they actually need. That way you will know that production department is only accessing virtual machines and databases and cloud function and these kind of services, and other departments are only accessing the services that they actually need. This way your Azure subscription or your Azure organization's Azure account will stay safe, right? Because there won't be any unauthorized access, and you can also keep a track of all of the billing, right? So till here everything seems fine, but now if you think about the number of employees, how would that work? I mean, there are going to be so many employees. There are going to be more than 100 employees with their own user accounts and their own passwords to access some specific service, and then if they want access to some other service, then they will have to be given another user account and another pair of passwords so that they can access that other service as well. So there are going to be multiple usernames and multiple passwords for all of the employees. Now, to keep a track of all of those things, of course your organization's IT admin would need Active Directory. Now, instead of just using an on-premise Active Directory, he can directly go ahead and use Azure Active Directory, because Azure offers this service, right? So IT admin will go ahead and store all kinds of information about user accounts, their passwords, the computers, file shares, security groups, permissions that they have given to every user account, and so much more in that Azure Active Directory. Now again, like I said, that Azure Active Directory is an identity management solution, right? That means now, since it contains so much information about users, we can actually go ahead and use Azure Active Directory for identity management purpose. Now that we understand what is an Azure Active Directory in layman terms, let's see how Azure defines Azure Active Directory. So Azure Active Directory is Microsoft's multi-tenant identity solution for Azure. Azure AD is one-stop solution for core directory services for cloud, application access management, and identity authentication solutions. That means, like I said, that it is inspired from the on-premise directory services. That means that for cloud, it is one-stop solution for core directory services, right? And for application access management, well, of course, like I said, that it's an identity management solution. That means you can actually use Azure Active Directory to configure who can access your application and not. And then, of course, identity authentication solutions, like I've already told you, Azure Active Directory is the solution offered by Azure for identity authentications, right? Now, moving on, why exactly Azure Active Directory came into the picture? Like, what was the need that Azure felt so that it provided this service, right? Let's first consider the scenario before Azure Active Directory. That means the case scenario where Azure Active Directory does not exist. So for any service that you might want to use, you are given a set of username and password, using which you can access that particular service for which the username and password is created. Now let's say that you as an employee of your organization wanted to use database services offered by Azure. So IT admin goes and creates a username and password for you, and now you can use your organization's parent or tenant account, Azure account, to access database service. But you can only access database service using this username and password. Now let's say if you wanted a cloud function service, right? You wanted to access the cloud function service. So for that, again, IT admin had to create one more username and password for you, and now you can use this particular username and password to access cloud function. You cannot use the previous set of username password to access cloud function because that username and password is specifically created for database service, right? Now let's say that you want one more service, you want to access Azure virtual machines. Now for that also, IT admin had to go and create one more username and password, and then now you can access Azure virtual machine using this particular username and password. That means if you want to access 3 different services from Azure, then you will be given 3 different sets of username and password. Now, of course, it's a hassle for you to remember all these different username and passwords, but it's not just you. It's also a very big problem for the IT admin of your organization, because of course he has to manage all of the passwords, all of the usernames, because he needs to keep a track of what username he has already created or what password he has already given to what username, and what a set of username and password goes to which employee, and what are the permissions connected or related to that set of username and password. So he has to keep track of all of this. So of course, if one employee needs access to 3 services and there are 3 different sets of username and passwords, of course there are going to be so many other employees as well, and they are also going to have multiple username and passwords, because of course they are going to need to access multiple services, right? So this all of this becomes hassle for employees as well as the IT admin, who has to keep track of or who has to manage all of these username and passwords. So this is where Azure Active Directory comes in. Now that we have seen what was the case scenario before Azure Active Directory, now let's move ahead and see how, when Azure offered its service, identity management service, Azure Active Directory, all of these problems got solved, right? So after Azure Active Directory was introduced in your organization, Azure Active Directory, your organization can actually use Azure Active Directory to just create a single set of username and password, using which an employee of your organization or you can access any service that you want, as long as the admin has given you the permission. Which means that now, instead of creating multiple sets of username and password for all of your different services, now IT admin just has to create one username and password that belongs to you, and the IT admin can actually go ahead and add permissions in that same username and password for different services. That means, let's say that first of all you want a database service and your password and username was created, right? Now when you wanted cloud function service, then instead of creating a new username and password, your IT admin just has to add the permission for cloud function service in your existing username and password. That is all he has to do. So that means there will only be a single username and password for every single employee, right? He just has to keep track of all the username and password for every single employee, and now he can use Active Directory to track or store or organize the permissions that he has given to all of the username and passwords. So now your task has become simple, because you only have to remember one set of username and password, as well as your IT admin's task has become simple because he doesn't have to track all of the different username and password that belong to only one employee, right? Because now there is only one username and password for one employee. So this feature is actually called a single sign-on. That means a single set of username and password to sign in and access any service that you want, as long as you're given the permission, right? So Azure Active Directory provides this feature, which is called single sign-on. So as we all know that Microsoft isn't just providing or offering web-based services through its cloud platform, that is Azure, but it has been actually also providing on-premise services as well. So before Microsoft provided Azure Active Directory, it had already provided an on-premise Active Directory service, which was known as Windows Active Directory. So Windows Active Directory was not actually designed to handle web-based services or information related to web-based services, right? So that was one major drawback which led Microsoft to come up with this another Active Directory service, which is called Azure Active Directory now, for all the users that were now using cloud platform, right? So even though Windows Active Directory and Azure Active Directory come from the same root, that is Microsoft, they still have many significant differences. One of the very obvious difference is that obviously Windows Active Directory, like I've already told you, was designed for on-premise purpose, while Azure Active Directory was designed for cloud, right? So it is basically cloud located. So apart from this major difference, there are many other differences which we will see. in this Windows AD versus Azure AD topic. But before that, let us just see what is Windows AD in official definition terms, right? So Windows Active Directory is a Windows operating system directory service that offers a single interface for organizing and maintaining information about the organization's network. Now, I've already told you one major drawback because of which Microsoft had to come up with this another Active Directory service, but there is so much more than that. To learn how Windows Active Directory works differently or how Azure Active Directory works differently from Windows Active Directory, we will first have to see how Windows Active Directory works, right? So basically, Windows Active Directory works on different layers, each layer to perform different tasks. So as you can see on your screen, I have listed 5 layers. So the first layer is called ADDS, which is acronym for Windows Active Directory Domain Service. And then next we have ADLS, which stands for Azure Data Lake Storage Services. And then third layer is ADFC, which is Active Directory Federation Services. And then fourth layer is ADCS, which is Active Directory and Certification Services. And then finally we have the fifth layer, which is ADRMS, which stands for Active Directory Rights Management Services. So like I said, all of these different layers perform different kinds of tasks, right? So let's discuss all of these different tasks one by one, starting with ADDS. So ADDS, like I've already told you, stands for Windows Active Directory Domain Services, right? So this layer actually allows admin to manage information related to user logins and other information such as when the user signed up or logged in, or when did he log out, and how much of services are they using, and stuff like that. And the next layer we have ADLS, which stands for Azure Data Lake Storage Service. This layer lets admin store any amount of data and data of any type and any size, right? And the next layer ADFC provides the single sign-on feature, which lets user access systems and applications with a single password and username. Now, like I've already told you about little bit about single sign-on feature, right? So since this is the Windows Active Directory, which means that it's working on the on-premise work locations, that means that this layer provides single sign-on feature using which users will be able to access systems or application, not the web-based services, right, with a single password or credential. So this is what ADFC is for. And then the next layer that we have, that is ADCS. This layer allows admin to customize services and manage or issue public certificates. And then the last layer that we have is ADRMS, which is basically used for data protection. So when we use Windows Active Directory, the admin will have to take care of 5 different layers that perform different tasks. Now that is also very big of a hassle. So this was one of the other drawbacks which led Microsoft to come up with this Azure Active Directory, another Active Directory solution, which is Azure Active Directory, right? So when Azure Active Directory came into the picture, what happened was Azure Active Directory actually merged all these layers into just 2 layers, and these 2 layers performed all of the tasks that were all previous 5 layers were doing. So these 2 layers were WAAD, that is Windows Azure Active Directory, and then the second layer was WAAC, that is Windows Azure Access Control Service. So WAAD layer combines all the 5 layers of Windows Active Directory. That means that it does all the tasks that were previously done by 5 different layers in Windows Active Directory. So, and it is the ultimate identification management layer. And the second layer, that is WAAC, enables federation for all of the services of an organization. Now since it's Azure Active Directory, that means we are using single sign-on to access different Azure services, right? So for that, WAAC layer was introduced in Active Directory, in Azure Active Directory. So these are the 2 layers. So this is how Azure Active Directory is much evolved and better version of Windows Active Directory, as it has combined all of the 5 layers into just 2 layers, and it has performed all of the tasks that were previously done by 5 different layers, and it also lets users access web-based services using single sign-on, right? So this is how Azure Active Directory is different from Windows Active Directory. Now let's see what is service audience. That means who is using this service offered by Azure. So there's basically 3 kinds of audience when it comes to Azure Active Directory. First is IT administrator, second is application developer, and then we have online customers. So IT admins basically ensure that every employee has relevant credential to access Azure services with relevant permissions. So they basically take care of all the sign-in procedure, and they also resolve issues related to authentication. Now coming to application developers, well, they are the ones who want to use the services for which they have been given the permission, right? So with Azure Active Directory in the picture, application developer only have to remember one set of username and password to access any service that they want to use for their application development purpose, right? And also with Azure Active Directory, the services are made easily available, so their development becomes significantly hassle-free. Now the next service audience that we have here is online customers. So online customers can access services such as Office 365 and other CRM services offered by Azure with their Azure Active Directory credentials. So these are the three major service audience of Azure Active Directory service, right? Now moving on, we will learn about the terminologies in Azure Active Directory. Well, of course, in order to be able to understand Azure Active Directory in depth, you must first get familiar with the major terminology that you will most likely come across when you're dealing with Azure Active Directory, right? So that is why we are going to cover the terminology section first. Okay, so in terminologies, we have tenants, domains, user, and groups. So first of all, let's discuss tenants. Now you must have come across this term a lot. You must have heard tenant term in context of tenant accounts, or that Microsoft is a multi-tenant cloud platform or something like that, right? So what does it actually mean? Well, as for tenant, you can think of it as an organization. Now there are a lot of organizations that are using Microsoft Azure cloud platform, right? They're using their services, and so all of these organizations can be referred to as separate tenants to which Microsoft Azure has been providing or offering their cloud services. So what Microsoft Azure does, it makes sure that all of these tenants stay isolated and separated so that they can maintain the services that they are separately providing to all of these organizations. So basically, when people use the term tenant account, they are usually referring to the parent Azure account that an organization has created, using which they are making use of Azure resources and Azure services, right? So that is what tenant is in Active Directory. Now moving on, next terminology that we have here is domains. So what is a domain? A domain is a DNS zone for which the tenant has proven ownership, which means that it's the public domain of the organization, or maybe a subdomain of the organization, or even an alternative domain that the organization isn't using publicly but has ownership for it, which means that no one else can use this particular domain but the organization itself, because it is the lone owner of that domain, right? So in most cases, organizations use this domain for their own websites or applications, so that the user base of those organizations can access their websites or applications using these domains. When you create an Azure Active Directory, you get a default domain with your Azure Active Directory. It's usually in the format as shown on your screen, that is onmicrosoft.com. The prefix of this domain depends on the name of the Azure Active Directory. That means the organization gets to decide what would be the prefix of this domain. And this domain, that including that prefix, this domain becomes their unique domain for which the tenant or the organization has the lone ownership, right? Now, you might be thinking, like I said, that in most cases, organizations use this domain for their own websites and applications, right? Now, if they used this default domain that they're getting with their Azure Active Directory, which has the suffix of onmicrosoft.com, then their user base might think that this URL might take them to some Microsoft page, right? Because it has Microsoft.com in the end. But that doesn't happen, because in most cases what happens is that the organizations or the tenant usually add their custom domains in Azure Active Directory, and then they verify that custom domain. That means they prove their ownership for that custom domain, and then they use that custom domain for any of their personal purposes, right? But how do they add their custom domain in the Azure Active Directory? So let's understand that. Let's add a custom domain in our Azure Active Directory using our Azure portal, right? So for that, I'll go to my Azure portal. So this is my Azure portal, and basically this is the homepage of my Azure portal. So before we begin adding a custom domain name in our Azure Active Directory, let me first tell you how you can get a custom domain name. It has to be a valid domain name. That is the only way it will work. Now, for a valid domain name, since it's just a demo, you don't have to go and buy or purchase a valid domain name. You can use one of the online websites that provide you free domain names for a certain period of time, right? So I'm going to be using one such website for this demo, which is called freenom.com, right? So this is what I'm going to use. I will pick domain name from here, a free domain name, and then I will add that custom domain name in my Azure directory, Azure Active Directory here. So first of all, let's go ahead and select a custom domain name. All right, so this is how freenom.com looks. I have already created an account and logged in. All you have to do is create an account and then sign in, and then this page will open up for you. Now what you have to do is you have to go to service and you have to register a new domain, right? Now what you have to do is you have to search for a domain name of your choice. So I'll search for any domain name that will start with Hello Cloud. Alright, so here's the result of my search. As you can see, hello.tk is here, hellocloud.ml is here, hellocloud.ga is here, and all of them are free. We also have some other domain names, hellocloud.com, which is not actually free. So we are going to be using a free domain name for today's demo, right? So I will select this hellocloud.ga domain name, right? So to get this domain name, I just have to click on this button here that says get it now. Alright, once I do it, I'll go to my checkout. Don't worry, you won't be charged if you go to checkout because this is a free domain name, so you won't be charged anything, right? And I'm getting this free domain name for 3 months. Alright, so I'll click on continue. Alright, and then final step, I just have to check mark this and then click on this complete order button, and then this domain will be given to me and I can use it however I wish for the next 3 months, right? So I will go to my client area. Alright, so now that I have a domain, let me show you guys where it is. The domains that you have purchased or the domains that you have got for free from this freenom.com, you can find them here in my domains section. Alright, so the domain that I just bought from them for free was hellocloud.ga. Now let's go ahead and add this domain name in my Azure directory, Azure Active Directory, right? So in my Azure portal, what I will have to do is I have to search for Azure Active Directory, right? Alright, so this is my Azure Active Directory, and like I told you that you will get a custom domain name with every time you create an Azure Active Directory. So with every account you get one Azure Active Directory already created for you, right? And this is my Azure Active Directory, default directory, which is a default directory, right? And for this default directory, I already have a default domain name as well. Let me show you how you can find that. In this search bar here, you just have to type custom domain, and custom domain names is the option that you have to select. Alright, so now as you can see that there is already a domain name here with the suffix of on Microsoft.com. So this is the default domain name that I got with my default Azure Active Directory, right? But now we want to add a custom domain name, and we have already bought a free domain name, and now we can start adding that custom domain name. Now to add a custom domain name, we just have to click on this button right here. So I'll click on it, and here we have to provide the custom domain name, which is in our case is hellocloud.ga, right? Alright, GA. So this is the custom domain name that we want to use. Let's again make sure it's right. hellocloud.ga, hellocloud.ga, right? So now I'll go ahead and click on this add button here. Alright, so now it says that to use hellocloud.ga with your Azure AD, create a new TXT record with your domain name registrar using the info below. So we have to create a TXT record in our domain registrar, which is for us is Freenom. Alright, so now what you have to do is you have to navigate to your Freenom and you have to click on this manage domain button in front of the domain that you want to use. So for us it's hellocloud.ga. So I'll click here. Alright, from here you have to click on manage Freenom DNS. Alright, so now here we will create a record using the information given to us by Microsoft Azure, right? So what you have to do is, first of all, you have to change the type to txt because that is the kind of record that we are trying to create here. So I'll select txt here. Alright, so next thing we have to do is we have to copy this destination field and then we have to paste the value here in the target field. Alright, and for TTL it's already same, so we don't have to do anything, and we have to keep the name field here blank, right? Now I'll just click on save changes. Alright, so it says my record added successfully. So I'll go back to my Azure portal. Now I can go ahead and click on this verify button. But before that, let me tell you that verifying a domain name could take up to 72 hours. That means once you have bought or purchased custom domain name and that once you have added that custom domain name here in Azure Active Directory, and even when you have created a record successfully, if you go ahead and try to verify it right at that second, it might not happen for you at that moment because it usually takes up to 72 hours. So if an error comes up, then you don't have to worry about that because it will eventually get verified. You can just come up again and you can try it in another 10 or 15 minutes. It'll happen for you eventually. But for the first time when you try to verify it, it might give you an error saying that it can take up to 72 hours for registering or verifying the domain name that you're trying to create, right? So let me show you what this error is actually that I'm talking about, right? So if I click on verify right now, it's going to give me an error like I've already said. So let's see. Alright, so it says that it could not find DNS record for this domain because DNS changes may take up to 72 hours to propagate. That means that the changes that I've made, that the record that I've successfully added here may take up to 72 hours to actually get acknowledged, right? So we are going to wait for a few more minutes and then we're going to try again to verify it. It's going to get verified after some time. Let me tell you, once you have added this custom domain name, even if it's not verified, it's going to show in your custom domain names page. It's going to be shown like this. The status is going to be specified as unverified. So it's only going to get verified after some time. So when you are adding a custom domain name, once you have added your custom domain name, you can just leave it like that. You can just leave it for an hour or two. And then you can come back to it and then just click on it and then click on verify. So we will do it after some time. Alright guys, so now let's try to verify this added custom domain name, right? So I'm going to, like I've already told you, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on it and I'm going to click on verify. So since I have already created a txt record and I have already saved it, it shouldn't give me any problem now because I have waited for a few hours. And before, when I tried to verify it, as soon as I created this record, it gave me an error saying that it could take up to 72 hours for a created record to propagate, right? So now that I have waited for some time, it shouldn't give me that error anymore and it should get verified easily. So for that, I'm going to click on this button and let's see what happens. Alright, so like I told you, it should get verified easily and it has. It says that verification has succeeded. And now if I go back to my custom domain names page, you can see that now the status here is not saying unverified, it says verified. That means custom domain that I wanted to add here in my Active Directory, my default Active Directory, has been added and it has been verified as well. Now I can go ahead and start using this custom domain name that I have added. Alright guys, so this is how you can create and add a custom domain name in your directory, in your Azure Active Directory. Now let's go on and move ahead with our further topics in this module. Alright guys, so the next terminology that you're most likely to come across when you're dealing with Azure Active Directory is a user. So by now I know you already understand the meaning of a user. right? And we have also used this terminology before in this module only when we were understanding what is an Azure Active Directory. But let's just once go through the definition. So users are the individuals that are given permission and set of username and a password.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
To access and use certain services, right? So you definitely understand what is a user, but what you don't know is how to create a user in Azure Active Directory, how to create or how to add a user. So moving on, let's understand that. Let's add or delete users using Azure Active Directory. Now for that, I'll have to move to my portal, right? So let me do that. Alright guys, so now I'm in my portal and I have to add a user in my Azure Active Directory. To do that, I will first have to navigate to my Azure Active Directory, right? So I'll do that using this search bar over here. I'll just search for Azure Active Directory and here it is. So this is my default Active Directory. Now I have to add a user in my Active Directory, right? So for that, I'll select this users option right here. Alright, so as you can see that there are already some users that I've added in my Azure Active Directory. You can see their names over here. So that means that whenever you create a user, they will all be listed down here for you to navigate or explore from, right? So let's go ahead now and create our own user. Now, as you can see that there are two options right here. First is new user and the second option is new guest user. So let me tell you a brief difference between these two options. The functionality is basically same. You're basically adding a user in your Azure Active Directory and you will be eventually giving them some roles so that they can access your Azure services, but within some specified permissions or access controls, right? But eventually you'll be doing that for both of these. So let's say that you work for an organization and you have been asked to add some users within your organization so that you can provide them access to their relevant service, right? So for that you will use this new user option. So basically this option is used whenever you want to create a user that is considered as the internal part of your organization, right? And as for this guest user option, you use this option, let's say, when your organization wants to collaborate with some external partners so that they can give them access to some of their resources, right? That is when you use this new guest user option. So apart from the fact that this new user option is only has to be used when the user is your internal member of the organization, and this new guest user option has to be used when your organization wants to give access to some external party that is not a part of the organization, but that external party needs access to the organization services. There's not much difference between these two because eventually they will be given a username and a password and they will be signing in, and then they will be given some roles according to which they will be accessing your services. So all of these procedure remains same. The only fact that differs is that the new user will have a user type that says member here, and for new guest user the user type will be guest. It's just a very neat way of organizing all the users that you have created so that you instantly know which user is the part of the internal organization and which user is the external party as soon as you have a look at this list of users, right? It's just a neat way. It's just a way of keeping everything neat as Azure likes it, right? So also there is one more difference, which is since the new user, when you use this new user option, the user is expected to be a part of your organization, right? That means that when you create this new user, the username that you will use should have a domain name that is verified with the directory in which you're trying to create the user, right? As for guest user, because they are guests, I mean they are external partners, they are not a part of your organization. That means they can have their own domain, and that domain does not have to be verified in the directory where you are trying to create a user, right? Because all the domains that you will verify in your directory will belong to that organization only, and the external partners, they might not have that domain. because that domain is not of their ownership, right? So that is why the domain name that you can use in the username of guest user does not have to be verified in the default directory where you're trying to add this guest user. So let's start by creating a guest user first. So for that, I'll obviously click on this new guest user button. Alright, so now this create user will give me an option to create a user, which is a part of my organization. But right now, I don't want to create a user. I want to invite a user. That means I want to invite a guest from some external party so that I can provide him access to my services, right? So I will use this option only. Alright, now I have to provide a name to my guest user. So let's say the name of my guest user is Shikha Thakur, right? And the email address. Now this is what I was talking about. Let's say that the email address is... Now this email address is not verified in my default directory. So, but still I am able to use this email address because right now I'm not actually creating a user. I'm just inviting a user, right? So I have provided the name, I have provided the email address. The rest of the things are not mandatory, so I'll leave that out. And yes, so that's all I have to do right now. For now, the role will be user. And there are also options for me to decide whether I want to block sign in for them and other things. I don't want to do that. Now I'm just going to click on invite. And as you can see, inviting user, and here you go. My user has been invited. That means the invitation has gone through, and now that user can decide whether they want to accept the invitation or not. As you can see, the user type of the user that I just invited says guest. That means it's a guest user and not an internal member of my organization, which would have the user type of member. So now that you know how to create a guest user, let's go ahead and actually create a user using this new user option. All right. So for this also, I'm again going to click on this add button. And now out of these two options, I'm going to choose this option here that says create user. All right. So now I have to provide, first of all, I have to provide a username. Like I said, the username should have the domain name that is verified in my default directory. So the first domain name option that I get here is obviously the default domain name that I get with my Active Directory, right? Because since this is the default domain name, that means that it has already been verified by my directory. So it's there. And I will also get option for any other domain name that I might have gone ahead and added myself. That means the custom domain name. If I have verified any custom domain name in my directory, then I can choose that domain here as well, right? So let me show you. The domain name that we had, the custom domain name that we have previously added in my directory should show here if I click on this drop down option here. Alright, so here it is. As you can see, hellocloud.ga, the custom domain name that I had added is also here. Since it has been verified in my Azure account, I get the option of using this domain name as well. So let's do one thing. Let's first give a name in the username, right? So that name would be, let's say, Jordan. Alright, now as for the domain that I want to use, I will use the custom domain name that I had just verified and added in my directory, right? So this is the domain name. Now I can provide the name. So for name, again, I'll go ahead with Jordan. Right, so the rest of the things again are not mandatory, so I'm just going to leave. I can block the person, or I can give job info. I can provide the title here. I can give the department if I want to, so that everything stays organized for me, so that I know this user belongs to this department, right? So for this demo, I'm just going to go ahead and skip that part, and now we can just go ahead and click on create. Right, so as you can see that the user that we have just created is added. The name of the user is Jordan and the user type is member, and the username of that username says hello.cloud. hellocloud.ga, right? So this is the custom domain name that I had added and verified in my Active Directory. Also, one more thing that I would like to point out is this is the username for the user, right? So where is the password? Let me tell you. So when you are creating a user, let's say that we are again in this create user page, right? So if I give a name here, let's say Sarah, and the name would be Sarah, and domain name, I'm going to keep the default domain here. Now as you can see that there is a password option here. If I click on this show password, then it will show me the password. So just copy this password and keep it somewhere safe, because when you are giving the credentials to that particular user, you will have to give this username and this password to that user, so that for the first time it can log in using this credentials, right? So this is where you can get the password. So just copy it and keep it somewhere safe, and then you can go ahead and create the user. So for Sarah, I have the username, I have the password that I had copied, and I'll go to Sarah and I'll give her these credentials so that she can access the resources using, or she can log in using the credentials that I have created, right? Alright, so this is how you can create a user, or you can invite a user in your Azure Active Directory so that you can provide them access to some of your services from the subscription, right? So this is how you create a user. But how about deleting a user? Well, that's easy. There is a delete user option here. You just have to select the user, select any user that you want, and then you can just click on this delete user button and then just click on yes. Alright, so as you can see, I have received a notification saying that the user Sarah has been successfully deleted. So this is how you can delete users. Now let's move on and understand our last terminology, that is groups, right? So what are groups? Well, when we talk about groups in Azure Active Directory, so as you can already imagine or guess from the name itself, a group is a logical collection of users, right? So groups in Azure Active Directory are different than the resource groups because they are the logical collection of resources, while these groups are logical collections of users, right? So groups are created to organize the users or devices on the basis of geographic location, department, types of services, or hardware characteristics. For example, let's say that you are an IT admin in your organization and you have a department where the employees usually need access to same services, right? So now what you can do is you can create them users and then you can give them access, or you can create them user and then you can put them in a group and then giving access to separate users one by one. What you can do is you can just give access to the whole group, and that same access or same permissions will be inherited by any member that is added in the group. That means the users of the group, right? So that is how groups work. Now let's see how we can actually go ahead and create groups and add members using Azure Active Directory, right? So again, for that I'll have to move to my portal. So the first option that I get here is the group type. So you can select group type on the basis of what is convenient for you. I'm just going to keep the default value here. The next is group name. Now we have to provide a name to our group. Now remember that the name of your group should be relevant because it should be easy for you to understand or to remember what that group involves or what kind of services are involved with that group as soon as you look at the name. So remember to keep the name of the group relevant, right? So I'm going to name my group as development here, right? Alright, so the next option that we have is group description. Is not mandatory, but you can add a description for the group. You can add what kind of services are involved in that group or how many members are there in the group and things like that. So it basically gives us a neat organized way of having a track on the group, right? And the next option that we have here is membership type. So in this membership type you basically get three options: assigned, dynamic user, and dynamic device. So you basically use this assigned membership type whenever you want to create a very basic group and add some members in it. You can add those members in this group manually and you can remove those members manually, right? And the next option that we have here is dynamic user, which actually lets you define some rules for this group on the basis of which new users can be added automatically or existing users can be removed automatically. That means you won't have to do anything manually. The users that meet the requirement of the rules that are set by you for this group will be added automatically to this group, and the users that don't meet requirement of the rules that have been set by you for this group will be removed automatically from this group if you use this dynamic user option, right? And the next option that we have here is dynamic device. Now this option is similar to the previous option. The only difference is that it automatically adds or removes a device in a group instead of a user. So for this demo we will use assigned only. Alright, so the next thing that we have to do is add a member in our group, right? So for that, I'll click here, and out of all of these entities, you can select the members that you want. So we had created a user named Jordan, right? So I'll go ahead and select Jordan and add Jordan as a member in my group, right? Alright, I'll go ahead and select one more user here. I already had a user named Amrit. So Amrit, I'm going to add Amrit also in my group, right? Alright, so now I have two members. I'll just go ahead and click on select, and then I will click on create. Alright, so as you can see, I have received the notification saying that the group has been created successfully. That means my group is here and available for me to use. As you can see, that the membership type is assigned, and this group type is security, and the name of the group is development. If I go inside that group, I will be able to see that there are two members in my group that are users actually, right? And if you want to delete this group, you can just go ahead and click on this delete option here. The group will be deleted easily. So this is how you create a group and add members in it in Azure Active Directory.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure Certification Training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now, guys, let's move on and start off with the hands-on. And what I'm first going to do is I'm going to explain you what we are basically going to make, and then we are going to go ahead and start it. Okay. So guys, let's first understand the website architecture that we're going to deploy on Azure today. All right. So what we are basically going to do is we will have two sets of servers, right? So the first set of servers would be in the US region, and the other set of servers would be in the Indian region, right? Now, since these will be multiple servers, what we are also going to do is we are basically going to have a load balancer on top of them, and through this load balancer, if you are in the US region, if you go to a particular domain, basically it should be pointed to the US server automatically. And once you are pointed to the US servers, your load balancer should basically divide the load between the people or between the servers that you have in your fleet, right? Similarly, if let's say you are from India, so you will also be accessing the same domain, which is this, right? And once you access it, you will be basically pointed to the Indian servers. And in Indian servers, we are going to have a load balancer, which is basically going to route your request to a specific Indian server. Okay, so this is the architecture that we are going to deploy today. Let's go ahead, and the first thing that we would do is go to the Azure dashboard. So the URL is portal.azure.com. So once you guys log in or sign up on Microsoft Azure, this is how your dashboard is going to look like. Now I already have some resources that I have deployed over here, so you don't have to worry about them, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a resource. And once I've created a resource, now I will choose what kind of resource that I want to deploy. So when I'm creating a new, now it's asking me what kind of resource that I want to deploy. Let's say I want to launch a Linux server. So a Linux server is basically either an Ubuntu server, or it could be a CentOS server. Or if I want to launch a Windows server, I can choose this Windows, or I can choose some other operating system as well. So this gives me limited option over here. These are the popular options that people basically deploy. So what we can do is we can just search for virtual machines. I can click on that service, and as you can see, I have some machines which are already running over here. So we are going to ignore them. So first, let's deploy our first virtual machine. So we'll click on add, and now I can fill in all these things that I want. Okay. So first things first, it will ask you a resource group to basically deploy it in. So a resource group is nothing but it's basically a logical grouping of all the resources that you're going to deploy on the Azure cloud. Okay, so what we can do is we can just click on create new, and let's say this is demo-webinar. This is the resource group that I'm basically going to create right now. Okay, so the resource group has been created, and now we have to enter the virtual machine name. So let's say it's Indian server. So this is the server that we are going to deploy, right? Next thing that I'm going to see is the region that I want to deploy it in. So it's in central India, which works out for me, which is great. What is the operating system that I want to launch? So these are the different kind of operating systems that I can choose between. So I have some Microsoft options, then I have Oracle option, I have the Linux options. So whichever I want, I can choose. So for this demo, I'm choosing the Ubuntu server. Then here I can choose the size of the virtual machine that I want to deploy. So let's say I want to deploy the lowest on this list, which is 1 vCPU and 1 GB of memory. So let's choose this. Then it is asking me what is the authentication type that I want to choose. Do I want to log in using a public key, or do I want to log in using a password? So let's choose password. Let's give some username over here. Let's give the username, let's say, as Intellipaat. And now let's give some password as well. Okay, it says the value must be between 12 and 72 characters. Okay, let's give that value. Okay, now which ports do I want to be opened on the firewall? So whenever you want to connect to a Linux machine, you basically connect using the SSH protocol. Okay, and the SSH protocol basically always works on port 22. So port 22 is going to be allowed in the firewall for us. Let's click on next. So now in disks, we are being asked which kind of disk do you want? Do you want premium SSD? Do you want standard HDD? Do you want standard SSD? So basically, this is going to affect your performance. So HDD is basically a disk-based hard drive. Then you have solid state hard drive, and then you have premium solid state hard drives as well. So all these three will have different IO values. For this demo, let's choose standard SSD, right? And then let's click on next. Now it's going to ask me where do I want this server to be deployed. So it's automatically creating a virtual network for me, which is called demo webinar vnet, right? And it is automatically creating a subnet as well. It is assigning a public IP also to my server, etc. So we'll keep everything at default. We'll click on next. Now it is asking me what kind of monitoring do I want on my server, right? So I don't want any monitoring, so I'll just switch it off and click on next again. This can also be left, so you can just click on next, next again. And finally, now you can basically just review all your settings, right? So it says verification failed, so probably we did not fill out some information. Let's verify that. So we'll just click here. Okay, it says the requested size for resource is currently not available in central India. So it's saying the size that I selected, which is basically this is not available. So let's choose some other size. Let's choose, let's say, an 8 GB machine or a 2 GB machine, let's say. Let's click on review plus create. Okay, even this is not available. All right. So sometimes the region that you choose, they might not have the required size that you want to launch. And in that case, you just have to go ahead and choose for a size that might be available. I think if I go for a premium size, it should be available. Give me a second. Okay, so you can see there's a high demand for all these servers, and that's why they're all used, right? So what we can do is we can just go back, and none of the servers are available in this region. So let's go to some other region. Let's select South India. I think that should have some servers available for us. Okay, so here some servers are available. Great. So what we can choose, let's choose the same size that we selected earlier. Click on review plus create. And as you can see, the validation has now passed. So let's click on create now. And with this, now my server is getting launched. Okay, now it will take some time for this server to get deployed. But basically what we have done is we have deployed one server in the South India region, which basically is going to make use of an Ubuntu server. Okay, so let's go back to the dashboard and let me show you the resource group, which is basically getting created. Okay, there are a lot of resource groups over here, but what you can basically refer to is this. So demo webinar is the resource group that I created, right? So now let's go ahead inside the demo webinar. And here you can see the resource that you've just deployed, the Indian server. It is getting deployed in here. So as you can see, the deployment has got succeeded. Great. So let's deploy a US server as well. So again, let's click on add on the resource group. Let's create a second resource group for our US servers so that we can differentiate between the resources that we are going to deploy. And let's deploy it in the West US region. Okay, click on review plus create, and finally create this resource group. Okay, so the resource group has got created, and now I can just go to that resource group and I can deploy some resources over here. So let's do the same thing. Let's deploy a virtual machine again in the US resource group. So I'll just click on create a virtual machine, US server 1. Let's give this name. Let's deploy it in West US. Okay, this is the image that I want to launch. This is the size that is automatically selected. Let's hope it is available. Let's give the username as Intellipaat and the password as this. I think I'll keep the same password which I used for my previous server. Okay, click on disks. I think rest everything we can leave at default. Only in management we will turn the monitoring off and click on review plus create. So as you can see, the price is just 80 paisa per hour, which is great. So we'll just create it now. And now a server is being launched in the US region. Okay. Now to make it more authentic, let's deploy one virtual machine more so that we have two. And on top of these two virtual machines, then we will deploy a load balancer as well. And we'll also figure out a way so that when we basically hit the load balancer, we automatically get to know which server basically we are trying to connect to. Okay, so while this is being deployed, let's deploy one more virtual machine in India. So let's add one more. It will be in the resource group called demo webinar. Virtual machine name, it will be Indian 2. It will be in South India region. Same image, same server configuration. Username would be Intellipaat, and let's give the password same. Okay, let's go to management, turn off boot diagnostics, and now let's create it. So in networking, let me see. Yes, so we are under the same network that we created earlier.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And now let's just go ahead and create this. All right, so with this, guys, we have now deployed uh, 2 servers in the India region, and let's do the same for US as well. Let's deploy one more last VM for our US region as well. So this will be in the US resource group, right? And the virtual machine is going to be named as uh, US server 2. It's going to be in the West US, same machine config. Username would be Intellipaat, and password would be the same what I entered for others. Again, finally, we'll go to management, turn out diagnostics, click on review plus create, and create the VM now. Okay, so now this will be deployed in the background, and what we can do is we can start configuring our server now. Okay, so let's head over to the US server, sorry, the Indian servers first, and let's try to configure the first server that we deployed. So this is the IP address of this server. Let's connect to it. So for connecting, you will first need a terminal. So people who are using Windows, what you can do is you can download a software called Putty, right? So you just have to go to putty.org, go to download Putty, just click over here. And then what you have to do is you have to download the Putty 64-bit version, which is this, right? And once you download this, you know, you will see a window like this, right? So in this window, all you have to do is, okay, 1 second. Yes, this is the window that you will see. So just enter the IP address over here of the server. So in this case, the server's IP address is this. Just enter that over here and click on open, right? And that is about it. Same screen, then you will see as I'm seeing right now. Okay, so I'll just enter SSH. So people who are there on Linux or Mac, you just have to enter this command. So SSH Intellipaat @ the IP address, hit enter, type in yes, it'll ask the password. So just enter the password of the server. Even the Putty guys will see the screen. And then you are now logged into your your Indian server in the Azure region. So this is your first server. Let's connect to a second server as well. So SSH Intellipaat @ and then the second server is this. Let's copy the IP for this server as well. Put in here, and now it's asking the password. And yes, you are now connected to your second server as well. Okay. What I've done is I've deployed 4 servers, 2 in the US region, 2 in the India region, and now I've connected to the servers in the India region. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and configure these servers now. So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to basically install a web server software which is called Apache 2. So in order to install that, first we'll have to update the machine. So let's update it by typing in the command sudo apt-get update. And once the servers are updated, now let's install the software by using this command, which is sudo apt-get install Apache 2. So the software is being installed over here. We can do the same on the other server as well. First update it, and once it's updated, we will install the Apache 2 software. So both the machines now have the Apache 2 software installed, and now let's try to see if that software is working or not. So ideally what should happen is if you install the software and if you copy the IP address of your server and try to paste it in the browser, you should be able to see the website that you have just deployed. But what happens is, because we have not opened the firewall for the HTTP protocol, that's why we are not able to see this web page right now. You remember we only opened the port 22. So whenever your browser is trying to interact with your server, it always tries to interact on port 80, and that is exactly why you're not seeing the web page right now. So what we can do is, let's say this is my Indian server 2. So all I have to go to is networking. And in networking, I have to add an inbound rule. So in the rule, I have to specify the destination port, which is port 80, and it is going to be allowed. And I just click on add. So with this rule in place, what is going to happen is the port 80 is going to be opened in the firewall. And then once the rule has been created now, right? So this will take around 30 to 40 seconds to basically get updated in the main firewall of Azure, and then we should be able to see this website. So let's wait for some 30 to 35 seconds. And while this is happening, let's also open the port 80 on the first Indian server. So we'll just go to the first Indian server, go to networking, and add port 80 over here. Okay, so this rule is now getting created, and if I go back, you can see on this IP address, I am able to see the Apache 2 page. So this is the Indian 2's IP address, and we're going to change this web page in a little while, and I'll show you how you can do that. So to replace this file, what you have to do is you have to go to /var/www/html and then replace index.html. So that is exactly what we're going to do now. So let's go to Indian 2 server. Let's go to the file location which was mentioned. And in this file location, now let's delete the index.html which is present, and let's add one more index.html. So to create or edit any file, you have to make use of the command sudo nano. So nano is basically just like notepad that you have in Windows, right? So notepad opens a notepad for you to write in or edit documents. Similarly, in Ubuntu, there is a text editor called nano. Right? So we're going to open that. And as you can see, it is now creating a file called index.html. So let's write a very simple HTML code over here, which is basically we're just going to have one line, which is saying welcome to the Indian server 2, right? Let's write this HTML. Done. And now if I refresh this, you can see it says welcome to Indian server 2, which is great. So now let's do the same thing for our first Indian server as well. So right now, if I go to this IP address in a new tab, I'll be seeing the default Apache 2 page. Let's replace that with this code. So what I'm doing is I'll first go to the file path. And now I'm going to paste the code that we wrote over here into this file and change this to welcome to Indian server 1. Okay, done. And now if I refresh it, great. So now I have two IP addresses where if I go from the browser to these IP addresses, I can going to see Indian server 1 and Indian server 2. So let me give these IP addresses to you guys as well. So just open your chat section and you should get these IP addresses. Just try it in your browser and let me know if you are able to see these web pages. Okay, while that is happening, and now what we are going to do is we are going to put a load balancer on top of them. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. So there are a lot of type of load balancers that basically you can deploy. The load balancer that we are going to deploy today is basically an application gateway. Okay, so let's go to application gateway. And in application gateway, all we have to do is, so there are, yeah, so we'll just click on add. And now it's going to ask us which resource group we want to deploy it in. So we will, let's first deploy it for the US region. So we are going to say US servers, application gateway, let's say US server 1. The region is West US. And virtual network, this is the virtual network we want to deploy it in. Now, this is the error that you will get. It says the subnet must only have application gateway. Now, in order to have this, what you'll have to do is you will have to create a subnet which is not going to have any other resource, right? So how we can do that is just go to your Azure portal and then go to virtual networks. Now the network that we want to configure is the US servers, right? And in this, if you go to subnets, you can see there's only one subnet right now, which is the default subnet. So let's add one more subnet, and let's the address range for this. Now the address range can be a little confusing to you, so let me make it as simple as possible for you guys. So right now you can see that address range over here is 10.3.2.0/24. So /24 basically says how many IP addresses can be included. So if you type in /24, it gives you 250 IP addresses in the range of 10.3.2. It could be .1, .2, .3, .19, .99, right, etc. So that could be the range. So similarly, we'll just replicate this and we'll specify 10.3 instead of 2 we can specify, let's say, 5.0/24, right? And let's say this is for our AG subnet. Okay, so it says the subnet is not contained within this address space of the virtual network. Okay, let's solve that as well. So we will first have to go to address space. So we can so here the address space is this. So instead of this range, I can give a better range, which can be /16. So the lower the number, the higher number of ranges you get. So I have specified it /16 over here. So what this basically tells is that the whole virtual network can have IP address in these ranges, and obviously the subnets have to lie between these ranges, right? So my default subnet is obviously within the range of 10.3. Now I'm going to specify a subnet range for my application gateway, which is going to be this. Okay, and let's call it AG-subnet. All right, let's click on OK. So this subnet is now being added. Okay, it's been added. And now if you go back to US servers VNet, you can see that AG subnet we can choose now. Okay, and it's not giving any error now. Okay, so now let's click on next. And now it is asking me what will be the front end of this load balancer. The front end is always a IP address. So there will be one IP address of the load balancer that we will be hitting, and that IP address is basically going to route to the backend servers that we have. So let's add, let's call this as ag-ip-us. Okay, next. Now it's asking me to add backends. So backends, we can add, we can click on add a backend pool. Let's name this backend pool as US pool, and let's add the virtual machines in this. So the target type would be a virtual machine, and it could be US server 2. Let's add this first, and again a virtual machine, and let's choose the server 1 that we deployed is not in the same virtual network. Let's verify that. So let's go to virtual machines, and let's go to, okay, so I think this is a problem. So our US server 1 is in a different network. Okay, let's try to fix that. So it's a good thing we did not configure US servers yet. So what we'll do is we'll just delete this server, that is US server 1. And while it is being deleted, let's quickly add a new virtual machine in the resource group of US servers. Let's name this virtual machine as server 1 US, or US server 1. It will be in the West US. The operating system will be Ubuntu server. This is the size of the virtual machine. Username would be Intellipaat. The authentication type would be password. And as you can see, the deletion happened automatically in the background. And now let's specify the password. Right. Let's go to management, turn off the boot diagnostics, and click on review plus create. Okay, so now my virtual machine is getting created. Now it will take a minute or so to get this ready, guys. So we have now deployed the US servers correctly, and what we can do now is let's connect to them and let's try to configure them, right, before we can actually go ahead and connect to the application gateway. Okay, so let's go to US server 1. Okay, it's taking some time to load. 1 second, guys. Okay, so this is a US server 1. This is the IP address. Let's try to connect to it. All right, so we are connected to US server 1. Let's try to connect to US server 2 as well. Okay, this is the IP address. Great. So we're connected to both the servers. On the first server, let's update the machine. On the second server as well, let's update the machine. So same steps as we did earlier. And once they're updated, let's install the Apache 2 software on this. Okay, so it is being installed. Similarly over here as well, let's install the software. Okay, so while this is being installed, let's copy the code that we have to put on this server as well. Now it's taking some time to load. Let's give it that time. So let's put the website for the US server now. So this is US server 1. So let's put that info there. Similarly, let's edit this as US server 2. Great. Now let's open these ports in the servers. So this is server 2. Let's go to networking. Let's add the port 80 rule. And while this rule is being created, let's do the same for US server 1 as well. And now what we can do is we can just put in these IP addresses in our browser to verify whether these are working or not. So US server 1 is working. Similarly, let's check US server 2 as well. And that is working as well. So let me give you these IP addresses again in the chat. So you guys can verify if these are working or not. And if they are, I think we are good to go with at least the VM architecture, and we can now start deploying the load balancers. If the IP addresses are now working, let's now start configuring the application gateway. So we are in the US server application gateway. So we left off over here. So we have chosen US server 2. Let's choose again virtual machine. And I think we will have to refresh this. So let's reload. Okay, so resource group was US servers. Application gateway name is AG-US servers. Region is West US. Tier is okay. Virtual network is US servers VNet. And okay, so in the previous one, I think it was creating an application gateway, but it got left off between. So I think let's start to configure that application gateway itself. Okay, so I think because we left off the previous application gateway, it has hindered a problem in AG subnet. Or what I think is the US server 1 that we deployed, I think we have deployed it in AG subnet. Let me just double check that. Okay, so this is server 1. And if you go to the overview, yes, so this is the problem. Okay, so let's see if we can change that. So we can go to networking. Okay, so let's do this, guys. Let's delete this again, because if we edit it, I think there will be a lot of steps that I have to do. It won't take much time. And in the meanwhile, let's create one again. Okay, so the sizes are loading, so we'll have to wait. Let's quickly enter the same info. I think let's be double sure that we're deploying it in the default subnet now. And management, let's turn off the diagnostics. View plus create. I think everything looks good now. Let's create it. Great, so it's now getting created. It'll take some 30-40 seconds. So let's complete that and then come back to our application gateway. All right, so my server 1 US has now been deployed. Let's try to copy this IP, come back to terminal. I think server 1 we will have to reconnect. Okay, let's quickly update it. And now install the software. Okay, so the software is being installed. And now what I can do is go back to server 1, go to networking, add an inbound port rule. Port range would be 80, add it. Great. That rule is now being added, and at the same time, the software are also getting installed. It's okay if you do not understand it right now because there are a lot of things to learn in Azure. Right? It's okay if we miss out on some today because the main idea of today's session is to understand how companies like Google or other big companies, they're making use of cloud for basic things that you do not notice every day, but today you're noticing. Okay, so let's copy the code, paste it here. I think that is about it. So now we can just verify if we can see this IP on the browser. So yes, we can. Great. Okay. So now that we have the servers configured, let's go to application gateway. Add one. We're gonna add it to the US server first. US servers resource group. Let's call it at AG-US. It's gonna be a part of West US. Auto scaling, we don't want it. Virtual network would be US servers VNet. Okay, what is the problem now? Well, this is part of, okay, let's do this. Let's just delete the AG-net subnet and let's try to connect to it again. So US servers VNet, we go subnets, go to the AG subnet, let's delete it. Okay, so there seems to be some network interface which I was making use of it. What we can do is, let's leave this. Let's create one more subnet. So let's call it as AG1-subnet. And this could be the range. Let's create it. And now, okay, this is a subnet that we want to configure. Let's choose an IP address. Let's add one, new -AG-US. Okay, let's add a backend pool. So backend pool is nothing but your servers, right? So let's add them. So let's choose a virtual machine. Let's choose the first virtual machine. And now let's choose the second virtual machine as well. Okay, so we have added the backend pool. Let's call it as US backend. Let's add it. Done. Configuration. So is there a routing rule that you want to specify? Let's not specify anything. So in that case, will be a okay. I think we have to specify. So let's specify a backend rule. Let's call it as first rule. Right. Listener name would be, let's say it's listener-US. Front-end IP would be public. Listener type is basic. Error page is URL. Backend targets. So it will be US backend, HTTP setting. Let's add new HTTP setting. Let's call it as HTTP US. Add it. We're not adding any path-based rules in this load balancer. Okay. Let's click on add. And finally, let's just click on review plus create and create it. So with this, now we have created the load balancer that is required for these US servers. Now I think it will take a minute or two to deploy. So let's give it that time. Meanwhile, we can deploy the same for our Indian servers as well. So for our Indian servers, I think the first thing that we would need is the virtual network to be configured. Right. So let's go to our demo webinar resource group. Now in this, the virtual network, the subnets.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure Certification Training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
In this, we just have the default one. So first we'll change the address space, saved. Now we'll go to subnets. Okay, let's add a subnet and let's call it the AG subnet.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now we have a subnet for the application gateway, right? And now let's go to application gateways. And this is the US one, which is getting created, right? Let's add one more, and it will be in the demo webinar resource group. We'll call it as EG-India. It will be part of the South India region. Not scaling. Virtual network would be demo webinar VNet. And yes, the subnet would be AG-subnet, which is great. Now let's add a public IP address to it, and let's call it AG-India. Again, the backends. So let's add a backend pool. It'll be of type virtual machine. So let's first add the first Indian server and then the second Indian server. Okay, and let's call this as the India backend. So backend pool has been added. Now let's add a routing rule. So again, the same configuration, guys. The rule name, let's call it as India rule. Listener name, you can give it anything. Let's call it my listener. Front-end IP, it would be public, obviously. Then let's specify the backend target. So backend pool would be India backend. HTTP seconds, you will have to add a new setting. Let's call it as HTTP India. Here, nothing to be specified, just create the rule, the HTTP setting. And I think that should be about it. We're not adding any paths. And let's just click on create now. So with this, my application gateway has been created. And this application gateway is now being deployed for India. I think my US one should already be deployed. So let's check that out. So if I go to AG-US, this is the IP address. Let's copy it, paste it on my browser. And as of now, I'm not able to connect to anything right now, right? So what I'll do is I'll just go back to my US application gateway. Let me check. So there are a couple of things which can go wrong because of which it is not connecting. So let's first check the firewall. So here everything seems okay. Let's go to configuration. Here everything seems to be okay. Go to backend pools. Okay, so there are no targets according to the rules associated. Let's check that. Okay, so there are no targets in the backend pool for US. let's add it. Although I think we did add it, but it's not there, so let's not waste any time and save this. Okay, while this is happening, we can also check out the other settings. So HTTP settings look good. Front-end IP configuration, public we have configured, it looks good. We have added a listener, which is okay. Rules look good. First rule, health probes, okay, nothing here. Then I think you also have something called as backend health. So let's wait for it to get completed. I think our application gateway is still in the deployment phase. So as you can see that deployment to group US servers is still in progress. So I guess the application gateway has not deployed fully, and that's why it's taking some more time. So load balancers are a very heavy resource, guys. So it usually takes around some 5 to 6 minutes to deploy. So let's wait for that time uh, while this is completed, right? Okay, so US servers, one is failed, one is succeeded. Let's see if we have everything in my application gateway. Okay, this is my US application gateway, guys, as you can see from the name. Let's check the backend health. So now you should have 2 servers listed over here, which are not listed. Okay, let's go to backend pools. So there are 2 targets, which is good. Let's go to HTTP settings. This looks okay. Rules looks okay. Okay, let's try to go here. Okay, and try to refresh this. Okay, so at least our application gateway has been deployed. It just says that there's a bad gateway. So we will see how we can fix this. Meanwhile, even our Indian server has been deployed. Sorry, Indian application gateway. Let's see how that is working out for us. So we'll go to the application gateway India. Let's copy the IP address, paste it in the browser, hit enter. Okay, this seems to be working just fine. So it says welcome to Indian server 1. Great. If you keep hitting refresh, it as you can see, it is now routing you to Indian server 2 as well. Right? Again, it is routing to 1, again to 2, again to 1, again to 2. So it randomly basically takes up your request and it is now routing it to you, routing to one of the servers. Okay, so this is working fine. The US application gateway is giving some issues to us. So let's see how we can figure that out. Let me just go to the US application gateway. So first things first, let's see if the US servers are working fine. Yes, the first server is working fine and the second server is also working fine. Great. So I think the problem is that the backend health is still not restored over here. And because of this, I think it's giving us a 502 error. Okay. So to fix this, what we can do is we can go to backend pools and we can just delete these targets, save it. And once this deployment is successful, we can add the new 2 targets, again the 2 targets, and I think that should solve the problem. Okay, so while this is happening, let's go ahead and configure our traffic manager now. So we can see that the India load balancer is working perfectly fine. So now what we'll do is let's create a traffic manager. Okay, so let's create a new traffic manager. Let's click on add and let's call it as global traffic manager. And we can deploy it in any region. Let's say we are deploying it in US. Okay, resource group would be US servers. And okay, this is very important, the routing method. So we want to route it according to geography, right? So wherever the request is coming from, that request should basically be routed to the servers which are near to it. So we have chosen the routing method as geographic. Let's click on create. And with this, our traffic manager has now been created. Okay. Now this will take some time. So let's give that time to it. And now let's click on add. So in the traffic manager profile, okay, we have already added it. So it should list here. Let's refresh. So it will take some time to, okay, so deployment has succeeded. Great. So the traffic manager, we can see it over here now. The status is enabled. So we can go inside this traffic manager now. And what we can do is we can configure it to connect to our load balancers. Okay. So for doing that, you will have to go to configuration. Okay, everything looks good over here. So now we will have to add endpoints since there are no endpoints over here. So we'll go to endpoints, add an endpoint. So let's add it for the Indian server first, right? So whenever you're adding the endpoints, you have to make sure of one thing, which I'm going to show you in a little while. So first of all, let's select the public IP address, and the IP address would be for AG India. So as you can see, it says no DNS name is configured, right? So what you'll have to do is for the AG India IP address, AG India is nothing but the application gateway of India. You will have to configure the DNS. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. Let's go to the IP addresses page. Go to public IP addresses. Here we'll go to AG-India, which is this. And AG-India, now what we'll do is we'll go to configuration. In configuration, we can give the DNS name, right? So all our DNS names are going to have this suffix attached with it. So let's give this as AG-IP. Now it is checking whether it's available. So it's AG-IP. So it's available, and now we can just click on save. With this, our public IP address is now going to have a DNS name. Okay, so it's done. And now over here, I will have to, I think, refresh this. So let's add an endpoint again. Let's call it as AG India endpoint. It's going to be a public IP address, and the IP address is AG India. Great. So let's click on add. And now I can just do a regional mapping over here, which is going to be mapped to it. So here we can choose to distribute traffic based on specific geographic locations. Okay, so anybody who's pinging from Asia, in Asia, let's say India, then they should basically be routed to this endpoint. Okay, so with this, your endpoint has now been configured in the traffic manager to connect to your Indian servers. So now let's verify if my AG US yes, so in application gateway, for the US servers it was successful. Great. So now what I can do is I can again add the targets, and that should solve our problem. Okay, so the deployment is now happening. Meanwhile, let's verify if we go to our traffic manager, which is having this DNS. Are we able to access the servers or not? So yes, we are able to access the Indian servers, right? So that means our traffic manager is working just fine. So I can give you this IP address as well. So right now, because only Indian IP addresses are there, that's why our Indian servers are connected to it. Our Indian endpoint has been added. That's why only the Indian servers are connected. But as soon as we also add the application gateway for US, people who are from outside Asia, they will be able to connect to it, right? So while this is happening, now let's come down to the last part of a demo, which was to configure DNS name. So we will just search for DNS. Just select DNS zones. So here you can basically add a rule, or you can configure a custom URL which can connect to your traffic manager. And let's see how we can do that. So if you want to do that, guys, the simplest thing to do over here would be to first go to, so there's a website called Freenom. Just go over there. So Freenom is a website which basically gives you a free domain to work with. Okay, so let's sign in. I already have signed up over here, so you guys can also sign up. And with this, what you're going to get is you're going to get a domain that you can use for free. So for example, I have a azure-project.tk domain, which now I'm going to configure to connect to this traffic manager that I have specified. And then all I have to do is, the moment I go to azure-project.tk, I would be able to see the website that I've deployed. Okay. So in order to do that, just go to DNS. So first you will have to add a DNS zone. Let's specify it in US again. And the name that we will give them is DNS-public. Okay, or basically it's expecting us to get the domain name itself. So it will be azure-project.tk. Okay, let's click on review plus create. Create it. And with this, our DNS zone will now be created. And this DNS zone, we will have to connect our domain to this DNS zone. And then we will configure a DNS zone to connect to our traffic manager. So that is how the flow is going to happen. So the DNS zone deployment is complete. So we can just go to the resource. So here we are. And here, this is the most important thing, guys. You get name servers. You get 4 name servers over here. And these name servers, you basically have to configure in your website, which is basically giving you the DNS name. Okay, so let's copy these. Let's go to a Freenom website, go to the domain that we are going to configure. It's going to be Azure-project. So we'll click on manage domain. And in manage domain, we'll go to management tools and then name servers. So just replace the name servers that are there with the new ones. And that should be it. That's about it, how to configure your domain to basically connect. So just copy it one by one. Okay, so now just click on change name servers. And that's it. That's all you have to do on the Freenom website. Okay, now come back to your DNS zones over here. And now what you can do is just close this. Okay, now you just have to point your DNS zone to your traffic manager. So just click on record, add a record set. And this, let's configure it to be CNAME. And it is the global traffic manager that we want to point on. Okay, let's click on OK. So here we have to enter something. So let's enter www and let's click on OK. Okay, so with this, our record set has now got created, and it will take like a minute or two, or sometimes it even takes 24 hours to basically make a change on the DNS server. So we'll check that. Meanwhile, let's come back to our application gateway, check the backend health now, and let's see if this has loaded. Great. So now it is showing us both the US backends, right, in the application gateway of US. And now if we go ahead and try to connect to it, this is the IP address. Great, we are able to connect to the US servers, and we can see that it first connected to the first one, then the second one. So let's copy this and let me give it to you guys so you can test it out. Now what I'll do is on this application gateway, the IP address that we have just got, let's configure that to have a DNS name. So we'll go to configuration. This would be AGUS. So it's available. Let's save it. And then once this is configured, we can just go to the traffic manager now and add an endpoint for the US servers. So we'll go to endpoints, add an endpoint over here, and this will be for AG India. It's a public IP address, the target resource type, and we have to connect to new AG US. Click on add. Okay, so again, we will have to do the regional grouping. So in this case, now anybody can connect, right? So the whole world can connect, and if the whole world is connecting, sorry, this will not be AG India, this will be AG US. The whole world can connect, and if they want to connect, they will be able to go to this endpoint. So now let's see what happens. So once let's wait for this to come online, and once it is, we will just check if we go to the traffic manager, which server it is basically pointing us to, given the fact that this particular endpoint is for the whole world to access. Okay, let me see if we have any questions. So Komal is saying how to get a domain on Freenom. So Komal, just sign up on Freenom, and then okay, let me show it to you. So once you have signed up, go to the homepage, then go to services, go to register a new domain, and once you go to register a new domain, it will basically ask you which domain you want to go for. Just enter the name over here and find your new domain. You will get a list of available options. Choose the one that you want, and then do the steps that I just told you. So that should help you out. Okay, Samir is saying, sir, how the process differs if you use Nginx to route. Do we need to configure the IP in the .conf file of Nginx? So yes, Samir, if you do using Nginx as a routing software, in that case, yes, you will have to use the conf file for mapping to the IP addresses or to the URLs that you want to map to, right? But when you're using Nginx, I think over there it's more of you will also have to define if it's a redirection. So in the case of redirection, the IP address or the URL will change, right? Or if it's load balancing. But to overcome that only, now AWS or Azure or Google Cloud has given us these services, because if you have to deploy Nginx as a load balancer, you will have to deploy it on a separate server, right? And you will have to do the configurations manually. Over here, since everything is available as a dashboard, you can actually go ahead and do it. Now that our traffic manager, let's just verify. Okay, so traffic manager is online, and if I go to the traffic manager URL first, let's see where we are being routed to. Okay, so I'm being routed to the Indian servers. Always great. Now what I can do is I can connect to a US server, right? And then through VPN, and then we can see if it is working out for us. So sometimes there are inconsistencies. Sometimes people in other regions might get redirected to the region to another service, but I think that is just because the service has just been started. If you leave it for 24 hours to work or 30 hours to work, it will start functioning properly. And then everyone, I think 95% of us got the right answer, right? People from India are able to access the Indian servers, and people from US are able to access the US servers. Great, guys. So, and now let's check the final part of our project. So now just let's go to azure-project.tk and let's see if that is working out for us. Great. So now even the azure-project.tk URL is pointing to our servers. Try it out. So now the people from US also should be seeing the US page, and Indian ones should be seeing from the Indian page. Great, guys. So with this, guys, I think we have successfully completed our hands-on, and that is exactly what we intended to do. So people who are trying it from other regions are getting to US regions, US servers, and people who are trying it from India, when they are going to this URL, azure-project.tk, they are being routed to the Indian servers.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now let's get started. First, let's understand what is AWS. So most of you would have already know this, only then you would have come into this session to basically understand the difference between these two. So the first thing you would already know is that both of them are cloud providers. So AWS is owned by Amazon and Azure is owned by Microsoft. So now coming to AWS, AWS is the #1 cloud provider according to the public cloud share. That is the percentage of companies, the money involved in AWS is around 32% right now. So it is the maximum, and that's why AWS is the leader for the cloud industry for the past 10 to 15 years. So now the introduction. The first point I want to talk about is the similarities between these two services. So I already told you they are both cloud providers. Second, they have variety of services, and most of the services are similar. So the name of the service can be different, but the functionality or the service provided by that particular tool is going to be the same. So that's the first point which I wanted to talk before moving on to the comparison. Okay, I think you get the point right now. They are both cloud providers and have similar services. So now let's start. First, the launch date. AWS launched in the year 2006 and Azure launched in the year 2010. So basically in technology years, 4 years is a very long gap, and that is one of the main reasons AWS has captured a lot of businesses and are in the lead in the cloud computing race. So now AWS came into the cloud industry with EC2 and S3 as their first projects or their first tools which were out for the public. And in 2010, Azure came up with their basic services like virtual machines, Azure storage, Azure databases. So they came up with their own services. This was the launch date. There is a 4-year gap between AWS and Azure. Now coming to another important point, which is regions. So now talking about regions, why should we talk about regions? So that's the first question. So AWS have multiple data centers. Azure has multiple data centers. But what exactly are these data centers? So AWS has 77 availability zones in 24 geographical regions across the globe. So basically AWS has 24 geographical regions, and in those 24 geographical regions they have 77 different availability zones or data centers. So these availability zones are the ones which have the physical servers, all the physical components which are required to basically launch servers, database engines, or storage units. So all of these are available in these locations. So over here you can see 3, 3, 2, 4, 1, 3. Basically in this location, I think this is North Virginia, there are 6 availability zones, and in these locations there are 3 respectively, 3, 3, 4, then most of it is 3. And the green ones are upcoming regions. Right now they are not available. They are upcoming regions which are being built right now. So AWS are the cloud provider who have the maximum number of availability zones in the world. So now why is availability zones really important? Let's say you are from India, you're launching an application in India and it's very successful and your customer base is growing even out of the country. So now when that is happening, you want to expand your application to a global audience. Now if you're using an on-premise setup with your own data center, a small data center, so in this case you'll have to buy more servers to accommodate more users, or you'll have to buy the servers in whichever location or whichever country in which you're going to basically extend your application. You'll have to buy a data center over there, or you'll have to buy a location, buy a space and set up a data center over there. But instead of doing that, if you're using AWS or if you're using Azure, in that case you can use their global infrastructure and set up your application anywhere in the world just by sitting in your own office. So you can do that across the globe and you can basically engage your application with the global audience. Now this is availability zones. Now Azure availability zones, there are 60 different availability zones, but they are in 60 different regions, which is most by any cloud provider. So even though AWS were early in the cloud business, Microsoft were early in the tech business. Microsoft came into the tech business way before Amazon came into it. So Amazon first launched as an e-commerce website, not a tech website or a website which provides cloud services. So Microsoft was already having a wide infrastructure across the world, so they were able to build their architecture accordingly. So their cloud infrastructure has grown across the globe at 60 different regions. So why 60 different regions? So let me give you a brief example. For example, over here in India, you can see there are 3 different availability zones in one particular region, which is in Mumbai. But if you look at India in Azure, over here you can see West India, Central India and South India. So they have 3 different basically availability zones in 3 different regions, which can be helpful for low latency in applications. So let's say your application is mostly concentrated on South India, you can host it on the South Indian data center. If it is Central India, or if you want to concentrate on the whole India, you can basically put in all of the data centers. Or if you just want to concentrate on the north side of India or west side of India, you can go ahead with west or central. Same goes with every single availability zone or every single region available across. Okay, so also you can see this dotted lines, right? And over here where you can see that, so dotted lines over here, they are small but still there are dotted lines. So these dotted lines basically represent that there is going to be a data center there very soon. So they're also building data centers and they are continuing to improve the infrastructure in a global level. So this is the difference. They have 77 availability zones, but in 24 geographical regions. Microsoft has 60 availability zones, lesser than AWS, but they have it in 60 different regions. That's the main difference. So now, also at the beginning of 2019, AWS had 54 availability zones. Right now they have 77, but at the beginning they had 54, and Azure had 44 availability zones. So both of them have grown pretty wildly, 54 to 77 right now. Azure had 44 to 60 right now. And coming to 2021, so AWS are planning to basically build 18 more availability zones in 6 more regions, and Azure are planning to get 8 more availability zones in 3 more Azure regions. So they're still planning more regions. I'm just coming up with a number which has been provided right now. So this is the past and the future, guys. So you can see how rapidly they're growing. In just a single year, they have grown. Basically, they have developed more than 20 data centers. So AWS has grown from 54 to 77, more than 20 data centers in just 2 years. And same goes with Azure. From 44 they went to 60, 14 data centers they increased within just 2 years. So start of 2019 to the end of 2020. So now 2021, again as promised, they are going to bring in more availability zones and regions. Coming to the next one, which is the market share. So why do we talk about market share? So because as a common person, it doesn't matter. You can choose any of the cloud service that you want and you can start working on it and you can get a job in it. But why do we talk about market share? So let me tell you. So first, whenever the market share for a particular business is high, that basically means a lot of businesses or a lot of things in AWS. So now if a lot of companies are investing in AWS, that basically means you have an abundance of jobs in various companies. So even though, so here you can see 20% to 19%, 31 to 32%. So the growth, some years it is increasing, some year it is decreasing. So this was just in 1 month. So sorry, this was quarter 2 of 2020. Then after 3 months, quarter 3 of 2020, they grown by 1% and they got reduced by 1%. Google Cloud grown by 1%. Even Alibaba Cloud grew by 1%. So if you go with AWS or Azure or Google Cloud, you have a lot of companies who are working with them. You can basically get into a job with them. And one more reason why you'll have to look into market share is the spending, which is increasing every single year. So from quarter 2 to quarter 3, the growth was 32.5% in spending. It went from 34.6 billion to 36.5 billion, and over here it is 27.5 billion in quarter 3 of 2019. So in 1 year, it basically increased by $10 billion. One more thing is from Gartner. So the Magic Quadrant for cloud infrastructure and platform services. So whenever a tool is in the top right corner, so Amazon Web Services is in top right corner. So this basically means they are visionaries and they are leaders. So Microsoft, Google, Amazon Web Services all come under this category, that is leaders and visionaries, but the leading leaders are Amazon Web Services and the leading visionaries are Amazon Web Services according to Gartner. Now challengers, there are no challengers right now. So niche players, they basically play on their particular role. So Alibaba Cloud or Oracle or IBM or Tencent Cloud, they basically have their cloud services which can accommodate their own company's infrastructure and the companies which are using similar services. And so that's why they are called niche players. They only play on that particular area. They don't move out of their expertise. But AWS, Microsoft and Google are basically exploring the entire industry. So from healthcare, from retail to IT companies. So every single place they have put down their stamp. Now we've looked at the current graphs. So we looked at the expenditure and the market share, and we looked at the Magic Quadrant. Now, what are the future predictions for the public cloud infrastructure? So it will improve by 35% to $120 billion in the year 2021. So over here we can see the increase. So this is from 2018 to 2020. So this is the percentage increase, and these are different services. So this is business process services, cloud management and security services, cloud and application services, cloud application infrastructure services, cloud system and infrastructure services. So this is basically platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, software as a service. So now you can see the spending in infrastructure as a services keep on increasing, that basically means the companies are moving towards a cloud first approach than an on-premise data center. So now this is again from Gartner. So 2018 to 2020 predictions, and in 2021 it would be 35%. The growth will be 35%, and the overall industry's basically value would be $120 billion. So it's increasing every single year, so there is no surprise element over here. I just wanted to show what would be the future of the cloud industry. So again, when the cloud industry is growing, I would suggest you to get in on it so that you can basically grow with the cloud industry. Now coming to the next point, which are the clients. So now Amazon Web Services top clients are Netflix, Twitch, LinkedIn, and Facebook. So I think most probably you would know these 4 different services or 4 different websites. So Netflix is the top media streaming platform in the world. Twitch is the top live streaming platform in the world. LinkedIn is a top, let's say, job connectivity or job finding portal as well in the world. And Facebook is the largest social media network in the world. So 4 of these companies are using Amazon Web Services for their cloud needs. And for Azure, the top spending companies or the top companies who are using Azure are BMW, Twitter, Samsung, and eBay. Again, you would obviously know all of these companies. They are top companies who are using Azure for their cloud needs. So if you are working good enough, you can basically get into these companies as an Azure architect, or you can get into the previous companies which I mentioned, Netflix, Facebook, or LinkedIn, or even eBay or Twitter. So you can get into these companies if you are a cloud architect or a cloud developer or an administrator, whatever it is, you can get into these companies and basically get a high salary. Now coming to services, I'm going to compare the 3 services, top 3 services. Basically they are similar. That's why I wanted to show you like the difference between AWS and Azure. Now AWS, the relevant services is EC2, and in Azure it is Azure Virtual Machine. So both of these services basically provide a secure, scalable, and reliable compute capacity. There is a server in the cloud. You can basically create a server as per your needs on the cloud. So if you want to do it in AWS, the service you'll have to go for is EC2. If it is in Azure, the service you'll have to go for is Azure Virtual Machines. The next one is storage. So in Azure, you'll have to go to Azure Blob Storage. In AWS, you'll have to go to AWS S3 or AWS Simple Storage Service. So again, these 2 are similar services. S3 basically uses object storage. You can see the similarity over here. Object storage built to store and retrieve any amount of data from anywhere. Massively scalable and secure object storage for cloud native workloads, archives, and data lakes. So basically any amount of data, data lakes, archives, they are all similar, just different explanations or different definitions for the same service, but they are provided by 2 different organizations. Finally, I just wanted to show this relational databases, relational database service from AWS, and SQL databases from Azure. So what is the difference between relational database and an SQL database? So they both use SQL, and they are both database engines. So set up, operate, and scale a relational database in the cloud with just a few clicks. Build apps that scale with the pace of your business with managed and intelligent SQL in the cloud. So basically you can create a cloud engine over here or over here. You can create a database on the cloud which is scalable. So you can set it up as scalable automatically. So it won't matter. It'll automatically scale up for you. So these 2 are similar because in this case, again, you are creating databases, different names provided by 2 different cloud providers, but the same service. So in this case, they have similar services. The only major part is that AWS provide more services than Azure. AWS provide more than 150 plus services right now because, again, saying that they have a 4 years lead in the industry, in the cloud computing industry. That's why they are leading by a lot. Even Azure provides a lot of services. They provide 100 plus services, not as much as AWS. So the services part I wanted to show because they have similar services, but again they have a variety of services, both of these cloud providers. So you can go with any of them In the year 2021, both of them are growing at a really fast pace, and other cloud services are trying to catch up with them, but they're not able to. AWS and Azure are still growing, so you can go ahead and take up AWS or Azure. There is no problem in taking up any of these cloud providers. Coming to the next part is pricing models. So now, pricing models is one of the important factor before considering a cloud tool. In AWS, you have a pay-as-you-go model completely. It basically means whatever you use, you will pay for that at the end of the month. So you'll start with 0 credit. As you use services, it will basically succumb up to a particular value or a particular amount of money which you'll be paying at the end of the month. So even Azure has pay as you go, you can opt for that, or there are also subscriptions.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides AZ900 Microsoft Azure Fundamental Certification Training, mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Where you can basically take up subscriptions which have certain credit limits within Azure. So you can use that credit limit to basically go ahead and use any Azure service which you want. So Azure has two different types. AWS has only pay as you go. Now, I wanted to compare the pricing for Azure and AWS. So for 4 virtual CPUs and 16 gigabyte memory, the on-demand Linux instance in AWS will cost you $0.1856, but the same type of instance in Azure will cost you only $0.1690. So now just considering these two values, they are quite small and there's no much difference. It's just like 0.0015 or something like that, the difference. But if it basically if your server is running for 24/7 and there are hundreds of servers with the same specifications, basically that will save you a lot of money if you are using Azure in this case. But again, there is one more difference, that is in AWS you'll get more discounts if you're basically taking up a 1-year reserved or a 3-year reserved instance, and that basically means you will get a dedicated server where you can run instances at any time, and that can save you 42% of the money, and in Azure it can save you around 36% of the money. So AWS would be cheaper for the long run, Azure will be cheaper if you're going to use on-demand instances. One more part is that in AWS you'll be charged by the hour. That is, even though you have used a particular service for just 1 minute, in that case you'll be charged by the hour. So you'll have to pay the hour rate. But in Azure you'll only be charged the minute rate. So if you're using only for 2 minutes, you will only pay for the 2 minutes you have used. You will not pay for the complete hour. So AWS uses hourly rate, Azure uses minute rate. So we've seen this. So before moving on, so you can go ahead and visit these two sites, aws.com, aws.amazon.com/new or azure.microsoft.com/ this is basically for India. You can basically check out just updates. You can basically check out the newest updates which are coming out for AWS and Azure. They are basically in the latest article at first. So whichever change has been made recently, that will be at the top, and you can get to know more about the changes or the changes of services in AWS and Azure.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure Certification Training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
First, let's look into what is Azure Cloud Service. So, what is Azure Cloud Service? Microsoft Azure is an ever-expanding set of cloud services to help your organization meet your business challenges. Azure offers services on a pay-as-you-go pricing model in computing, web services, data storage, analytics, etc. etc. So there are so many different domains in which Azure is providing services. So to be very simple, Azure is a cloud provider, a public cloud provider, as well as you can get private cloud services and hybrid cloud services from them. So first of all, Azure is Microsoft owned. Azure is a cloud provider. So after AWS, Azure is the most popular cloud service in the world. So when an interview asks this, you can be basic as well as advanced. I would suggest you just give the apt answer what exactly it is. Microsoft Azure is a cloud service which provides you various different services in various domains like computing, web services, data storage, and you can access those services via an internet device. So you can access them through a laptop or a desktop or your mobile device, anything with an internet connectivity. You will be able to access Microsoft Azure. Okay, so we've seen what is Azure Cloud Service. Okay guys, now let's look into the second question, which is how does Azure compare with AWS? So first of all, AWS owns 32.3% of the market share in the public cloud industry, but Azure owns only 16.2%, which is just half of what AWS owns. But Azure is currently the fastest growing cloud network, and also it has 54 different regions in which it has availability zones, but AWS has 69 availability zones across only 24 regions. So regions in the sense are geographically located regions. For example, Azure has regions like South India, North India, East US, West US, Central US, Europe, Central Europe. So there are so many different regions like that. So like that, there are 24 different regions, but within those regions, AWS has 69 availability zones. But Azure has 54 regions. In 54 regions, it has 54 availability zones, and it's currently growing. So this basically shows Azure is better in availability zones, that is data centers, because it has a wide range of data centers in various regions. Next, comparing the services, if you already know about cloud, AWS and Azure, then this would be easy. EC2, S3, RDS are AWS services. The same exact service, EC2 is equal to virtual machine, Azure virtual machines. S3 is equal to storage, blob storage. RDS is equal to SQL databases in Azure. So EC2 is used to launch and create servers, same as VM does. And then S3 and blob storage are for storing objects. RDS and SQL databases can create relational databases running on the cloud. So you can distinguish between different services. And then finally, the pay per hour model and pay per minute model. So this is one of the important difference you'll have to note down. Because AWS does not have a pay per minute model yet, it charges you for the hour which you used, but Azure will charge you only for the minute. For example, if you're running a service, let's say you're running the same server, Linux server in AWS and Azure for 5 minutes, in AWS you will be charged the hour. For example, if the hour charged in both AWS and Azure is $5, so it would be $5 for 60 minutes. If it's $5, so you will be charged for the whole $5 in AWS, but in Azure that would be not the same, because you will be charged per minute. So if it is $5 for the hour, that is 60 minutes, so that will be reduced to 1 minute, so that would be multiplied into 5. So you will be charged very less in Azure compared to AWS if you are using services for a very less period of time. So if you're using some service for 2 to 10-15 minutes, then go with Azure, because that will not charge you as much as AWS. Okay, so we've seen the second question. So I think you can coagulate into an answer and give it. I'm just explaining you the differences, but you'll have to provide it more of a answer. And then comes the roles implemented in Microsoft Azure. So there are 3 main roles: the web role, the worker role, and the virtual machine role. First, the web role. This gives a web solution, that is the front end. This is like an ASP.NET application, while under facilitating, Azure provides IIS, which is basically a web server, and required services. So web role provides a web solution. Basically, it's a front end. It can be a website's front end. The worker role is a solution for background service. It can run long activities. For example, if you have a log activity, if you want to monitor the log activity, you can use a worker role. And then finally, a virtual machine role. So this can act both as a web and a worker role, and this is executed by virtual machines. The virtual machine role gives the client the capacity to modify the virtual machine on which the web and worker roles are running. So for example, web role only contradicts to the website, the front end. Worker role only contradicts to the business logic, which is the background or the backend part. So in virtual machines, you can run both a web role and a worker role, which means you can have a website running as well as a background process running. So these are the 3 main roles which are implemented in Microsoft Azure. So I think you get the point of this. So basically in Azure, Mostly it is used to launch applications. So for an application, obviously there will be a web role, which would be the application itself hosted, and then the worker role, which is background processes. For example, if a person wants to retrieve an image from the website, so they'll enter the information, click a button, and a background code will run. So that code would be your worker role, and these both can be run on a virtual machine, which makes it a virtual machine role. So these are the three most basic roles. And the next question is, so this might be a question which may be asked, but this does not have a certain answer. I'm just giving you the three most popular and commonly used services. So talk about the three principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform. Okay, so first of all, compute and storage comes by default because they are the most used. Compute services and storage services are the most used services in any cloud platform, and then you can choose one as per your need. For example, you can choose databases, or you can choose monitoring, managing, governance. You can choose anything. So here I've chosen databases. For example, you can tell the answer like this. So the principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform it can be basically anything, but here the most commonly used services comes under the compute and storage platform. And I also would say databases, because every single application needs a compute, needs storage, and also database. So for example, in compute there is virtual machines, app services, and function apps, which can be used to develop an application and also host that application with the backend code. And then there is Microsoft Azure Storage, where we have blob storage, table storage, where we have file storage, we have Azure Queues. So we can use all of them to store objects. We can use them to store images, videos, audio files. We can use them to store NoSQL data. And finally comes databases, where we can store, record, or structure information. And also there is a Cosmos DB, which is for NoSQL. And also if your application needs a analytical database, we have SQL data warehouses for that purpose too. So compute, storage, and databases, I would say they are the three principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform, because they provide so many different services. Pretty sure even Azure uses them for their own benefit. Okay, so this is the fourth question. So we have seen 4 questions up till now. So the fifth question is, what is the distinction between Azure queues and Azure service bus queues? Okay, first of all, storage queues and service bus queues are different. So first, what are storage queues? Storage queues featuring a simple REST-based get, put, peek interface, providing reliable, persistent messaging system within and between services. Service bus queues are part of a broader Azure messaging infrastructure that supports queuing as well as publish or subscribe and more advanced integration patterns. Okay, so the simplest thing you'll have to know is, if your application needs to store more than 80 GB of messages, go with storage queues. But if it needs only lesser than that and it won't exceed 80 GB, you can go with a service bus queue. So the thing is, storage queues are mainly used to move messages between services or to an end user. So you can see it is a REST based get, put, peek interface. Basically, you can get a message from it, you can upload or send a message through it. And in service bus you can do the same, but also you can integrate advanced patterns. For example, you can integrate a queuing system which basically filters multiple messages according to their priority, and that does not come with storage queues. Also, storage queues are very easy to use. You can use it between services. You can create a queue within minutes. Service bus has a broader usage in Azure itself. So these are the main 2 differences, that if you want to use an application for your own personal use, go with storage queues. If it is a bigger application which needs shorter message storing, go with service bus queues. So the main distinction between them is, storage queues are simple, REST based get, put, peek interface, but service bus queues is involved with the Azure messaging infrastructure itself, and this supports queuing as well as normal publish and subscribe, which comes with storage queues as well. Also, you can integrate advanced integration patterns, which cannot be done in storage queues, where you can filter different messages according to their priority and various other features and factors. Okay, So the next question is, what is table storage in Microsoft Azure? So Azure Table Storage Service stores a lot of organized information. Azure tables are perfect for putting away organized non-relational data. It is a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. So basically, table storage is a NoSQL data store where you can store non-relational data. That's basically NoSQL, non-relational database. Okay, so now what exactly is table storage? First, let's look into what exactly it is. First of all, a table is a collection of entities. A record can contain numerous tables. Basically, when you create a table, you can have multiple tables or a single table, and it is a collection of entities. So what are entities? Entities is an arrangement of properties like a database row. An entity can be up to 1 MB in size. So basically an entity is an item within the table. For example, if it is a table for shoes, and inside that every single shoe name would be a entity. Next comes properties. A property is a name value pair. Every entity can incorporate up to 252 properties to store data. For example, let's say in entity we have 3 different shoe types. One is Adidas, one is Reebok, one is Nike, and inside Adidas you can have 252 properties like color, type, shoe model number, and so many different properties under that entity which defines that particular entity. So inside a table there can be any number of entities, and inside those entities there can be 252 different types of properties to store data. So that's what Azure Table Storage is used for. It is a service used to store a lot of organized information in which you can store non-relational data. It is a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. That is, you can integrate it with Azure services inside the cloud as well as third-party services from outside the cloud. And table is a collection of entities. Entities is basically the main item inside a table, and properties are the basically a property explains what an entity is, and the entities completely explain what a table is. So that's it. That is what table storage is. The next question is, what is autoscaling in Azure? So what is autoscaling in Azure? Scaling by including extra instances is frequently referred to as scaling out. So this is a commonly used term which is called scaling out. So Azure likewise supports scaling up by utilizing bigger role rather than more role instances. An auto-scaling solution reduces the amount of manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. So this is pretty simple, guys. So let's say you have a virtual machine which has let's say it has a website running on it. Now there are a lot of users using it right now, but that one particular virtual machine is able to handle them. So let's say there are 20 users. Now right now this particular virtual machine is able to handle all the 20 users and the website is not crashing. But suddenly your website has gone viral and there are 200 users. Now your virtual machine will not be able to handle because there are more users and the CPU utilization will go high, the traffic, the overload of your server will go high. Because of that, the usage also will increase and then your website might crash. So what you'll have to do, you'll have to again start up a virtual machine or another server. Once you've done that, you will have to configure your website and make it run again. So this will take some time. Until then, you would have lost a lot of users. So instead, you can start off with using auto scaling. So for example, you can see the image in the right corner below, in which to the left there are 2 virtual machines which is written as minimum 2. That basically means let's say you have a website and right now your website has 2 virtual machines and that is the minimum number of virtual machines and it will never go below that. Even a virtual machine is let's say even a virtual machine has been terminated accidentally, it will launch one more virtual machine within a span of a minute and that will be ready for your website. So now to the right side, you can see virtual machines as needed and maximum is equal to 5. So the maximum number of virtual machines you will get is 5. The minimum number of virtual machines running will be 2. And there you can add or subtract 3 virtual machines. For example, if you have 2 virtual machines right now, you can add 3 more or 2 more or 1 more, or you don't need to add at all. But you cannot go below number 2 or you cannot go above number 5. You can use auto scaling solution to do this. For example, right now you have two virtual machines and the work overload goes very, very high. So right now you want one virtual machine, so it will launch one virtual machine. Now it will monitor all of the three virtual machines. Again, if the user count is completely increasing, it will launch one more. And again, if the users are increasing, the traffic is overloading, then again it will launch one more virtual machine. So here the maximum is number 5, so it will launch up to 5 virtual machines. After that, even though the user base is increasing, it won't go above that. You'll have to change that in the configuration. For example, max is equal to 10, so it can launch up to 10 different virtual machines. Okay, so got it? So I think you understood what exactly auto scaling is. So you can explain it simply. For example, you can tell auto scaling solution reduces the manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. Instead, we can set up an auto scaling solution in Azure where it gives you the number of required instances, as such as whenever the traffic increases, it will give you more instances. When the traffic decreases, it will reduce the number of resources being used, which is also cost optimized, and this will reduce your billing cost. So now let's look into the next question, which would be, what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So there are so many different features. So let's just look into 3 features. So first, Azure App Services enables designers to assemble the sites utilizing various different programming languages. You can use ASP.NET, PHP, you can use Java, Python, and send these websites utilizing FTP or Git. Basically, you can use GitHub to have this code, and you can integrate it with Azure App Services so that Azure itself will launch your website for you. It will maintain your website for you. You just have to work on your code. Next comes SQL databases, formerly known as Azure Database, makes, broadens and scales the application into the cloud utilizing Microsoft SQL Server. So in SQL databases provided by Azure, you don't need to scale out anything. For example, if you have set up a maximum size, whenever the size of the database increases, it will automatically scale the storage, and also you can manually scale the compute. And finally, this is Microsoft's platform as a service that supports multi-level applications and automated deployment. That is, Azure is Microsoft's platform as a service because they are giving you a platform to work on various different services. Even though services like virtual machines are infrastructure as a service, it comes under IaaS, but Microsoft Azure as a whole is a platform as a service because they are giving you a platform which you can work on different cloud services. So these are some features about Microsoft Azure. You can talk about them. So next question is, what are the difference between a public cloud and a private cloud? This is one of the most basic questions. You can easily answer them. So look at the image at the top. So first of all, public cloud, elasticity, utility pricing, leverage, expertise. And then private cloud, total control, regulation, flexibility. So let's compare this. First of all, elasticity, that is, you can launch any number of services. It can go up, it can go down. You can have any number of users. You can provide the access to users. You can cut off the access whenever you want. So it's more elastic. And then coming to right, it's total control. You can mention the administrator and only they will have control over the private cloud. So this basically increases security in private cloud, but public cloud is widely used. And also you can see leverage expertise. That means if you're using Microsoft Azure as a public cloud, then you will be able to leverage expertise because they have so many different security professionals working for Microsoft, and they will be guarding your virtual machines because you have taken a virtual machine from Azure itself. And coming to private cloud, you'll have to maintain, monitor all of that. And then comes utility pricing and regulation. So utility pricing in the sense you only pay for what you use. In private cloud, you will pay for everything you have taken up. And also regulation in the sense you can stop someone to access something. You can stop a service overall. You don't need to use a service. So in private cloud, you have the whole control. In public cloud, you have partial control. Okay, so now let's look into the most basics of them. A public cloud is utilized as a service through the internet by users, so anyone can use it, while a private cloud is deployed within specific limits like firewall settings and is totally overseen and checked by users dealing with it in an organization. So a public cloud is used for launching applications for public use, that is end user use. Private cloud is mostly used for deploying applications within a specified limit. For example, within an organization, you can launch applications. So you can do that using private cloud. So this is the basic differences between public and private cloud. So the next question would be hybrid cloud. What do you comprehend about hybrid cloud? So basically a company can use both public and private cloud. So a combination of them is a hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud is a blend of internal and external cloud services. So internal in the sense within the organization, external in the sense for users, a mix of private cloud joined with the utilization of public cloud services. This kind of cloud is most appropriate when you need to keep the classified information at your vicinity, private cloud, and consume alternate services from a public cloud. For example, if you have mission critical data, you can store that in the private cloud, and the application itself can be running on the public cloud because the application does not have any important information, and even though there is a security breach, there can be nothing taken from that, but your mission critical data and code is stored in a private cloud which only you can access. So this is hybrid cloud. And the next question is, what is a storage key? So your storage key access keys are similar to a root password for your storage account. Always be careful to protect your access keys. Use Azure Key Vault to manage and rotate your keys securely. You can view and copy your account access keys with the Azure portal, PowerShell, or Azure CLI. The Azure portal also provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy. For example, if you're logging into your storage account in Azure portal, it's pretty simple to log in. You can just enter as such. But if you're trying to access your storage account from PowerShell or Azure CLI, you will have to use your storage keys. So it's basically an entry point for your storage account. So you can use that. Also, Azure portal provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy and use it in your Azure CLI or PowerShell. So to be simple, it is similar to a root password for your storage account, and it is a key which you can use to log in into your storage account to check out the storage containers like blob storage, table storage within the storage account itself. So it's pretty simple, storage account. And then comes what is Microsoft Azure Traffic Manager. So it enables users to control the distribution of user traffic of installed Azure cloud services. There are 3 distinctive load balancing strategies provided by Azure. The manager who uses on traffic applies a routing policy to the domain name servers, questions on your domain names, and maps the DNS courses to the apt instances of your application. So let me explain to you in simple words. So first of all, Azure Traffic Manager is a DNS based traffic load balancer that enables you to distribute traffic optimally to services across global Azure regions while providing high availability and responsiveness. So basically, Traffic Manager uses a DNS to direct client requests to the most appropriate endpoint on traffic routing method. So basically, let me explain to you this. So let's say you are trying to access a website using a website's URL name. Now when you type that, your first point of entry would be the Traffic Manager. So once you hit that, the Traffic Manager will use DNS and it will check to which IP address should this particular URL name should be redirected. So when it finds that, it will redirect the client request to the most appropriate service. For example, in Intellipaat.com, we have Intellipaat.com, which is the main page, and Intellipaat.com/blog. So for example, I'm searching for Intellipaat.com/blog. Now this will go to the Traffic Manager. Once it hits the Traffic Manager, it will check out the IP address for this particular URL. Once it gets the IP addresses, it will transfer me to the blog page, not the main Intellipaat.com page. So that's what Traffic Manager does, and it's pretty simple to use it. So you can start off with Traffic Manager even now. So you can combine Traffic Manager with auto scaling so that it is better to use. So if you're using Traffic Manager with auto scaling, basically what you do, you will be able to launch and terminate multiple virtual machines, as well as you'll be able to launch multiple applications in different virtual machines and connect two auto scaling groups together, in which the traffic manager is the first entry point. And for example, in one auto scaling group there is app 1, in another auto scaling group there is app 2. So now it hits the traffic manager. If you're trying to access app 2, it will take you to app 2. If you're trying to access app 1, it will take you to the app 1 auto scaling group. So this is how you can use traffic manager. The next question is, what is Microsoft Azure Portal? This is again a basic question. So Microsoft Azure Portal is the website which you are logging into when you're using Azure. So view and manage all of your applications in one unified hub. You can view your web applications, your databases, your virtual machines, your network, storage, and VST projects. Now it is easy to keep tabs on current and projected costs. So Microsoft Azure is not just for managing all your applications and services. It can also be used to manage your current and projected billing costs. So Azure Portal automatically calculates your existing charges, as well as it will forecast your future or monthly charge, even if you're managing hundreds of resources across several applications. For example, if you're using only one service, still it will give you the billed amount for right now and also the projected bill. If you're also using hundreds of services, again it will do the same thing for you regardless of the scale. So Microsoft Azure Portal is the website which you're using to access Microsoft Azure services. That is more than enough. If you want to tell more, you can tell it's a unified hub to manage all the Azure services. It also provides cost management services. You can say it has a different web page for every single service. You can access every single service directly from the portal itself, and also manage, monitor, and do everything else through Azure Portal itself. And also you can access Azure Portal from any internet connected device. Okay, so we've seen that. The next question is, what is Elastic Pool in SQL Azure? So we already saw what exactly is an SQL database. So now Azure SQL Database Elastic Pools are a simple, cost-effective solution for managing and scaling multiple databases that have varying and unpredictable usage demands. Databases in an Elastic Pool are on a single server and share a set of resources at a set price. Okay, let me make it simple for you. So right now you want various databases for different applications, and all these databases need to have a different set of specifications. Now what you can do is you can launch an Elastic Pool, which is basically a single server with different sets of resources within it. You can launch multiple databases, and you can specify the required set of resources for a particular database within the Elastic Pool itself. You can launch any number of databases within that server and how much that server can handle, and all of the databases is shared, will use shared resources, and the price for that will be the same even though you're using any number of databases. So let's say you can have 10 databases within that Elastic Pool, or you can have 5 databases, or you can have only one database, but you'll be charged the same because you are sharing the same number of resources across all the databases. So this is Elastic Pool.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Next is, what is your SQL database? So an SQL database is just an approach to get associated with cloud services where you can store your database into the cloud. If you already know about SQL databases, for example, MySQL, PostgreSQL, or MS SQL database, you will understand this easily because it is basically the same relational database on your local system hosted on a cloud system and given remote access to you. So you can tell it pretty simply. SQL Azure Database is a database server running in the Azure data center and to which you are given remote access to so that you can access that SQL database. Microsoft SQL Azure has a similar component of SQL Server, that is, it provides high accessibility, versatility, and security in the core. Microsoft Azure SQL Database has an element, it makes backups of each active database automatically. So this feature does not come with a local database because it does not take backup, it has only one storage where the data is actually stored, and if that is lost, your data is lost. But in Microsoft Azure SQL databases, it's not the case. You can enable automatic database backups. So if your database is active and new data is coming in, it will automatically back it up. So even though your database has been terminated, you can use the backup to launch a database with the same existing data set. So this is Azure SQL databases. Now let's look into the next question, which is what are the different types of storage areas in Microsoft Azure? So there is blobs, there is table storage, there is queues, and there are still more, but you can talk about three maximum. So there is also file storage, which is basically a shared access file storage. So you can also talk about that if you want. But right now we'll be looking into blob, table, and queues. So queues we already looked into. Now we'll just look into blobs and tables. Even table storage was a separate question, so you can also answer that. So first of all, what is blob? So blob is the most commonly used storage type in Azure. So the full form of blob would be binary large objects. So you can see that BLOB, which is basically binary large objects, blobs. So blobs are a component for storing a lot of content or binary data. You can store pictures, audio, visual documents, you can store video, you can store any type of data. They can scale up to 200 terabytes and can be acquired by utilizing REST APIs. Very simple to start off with blob storage. You can create a storage account and create a blob container in which you can upload images, videos, documents, anything you want. You can store any type of binary data within blob storage. So that is one of the main area in Microsoft Azure. Next comes table storage, which is a non-relational data store where you can store organized information, and also you can store them using a format which is table, entity, and within entity you can have properties. So that we saw. Next is queue. The sole target of a queue is to empower communication among the web and worker role instances. They help in storing messages that may be accessed by a customer. So as told, queues can be used to connect multiple services as well as services with the end user. So these are the three main storage areas. One more is a file storage, which is basically a shared storage access which you can use to connect the same storage to multiple virtual machines. So every single user in every single virtual machine will be able to access the same data store, which will save you a lot of storage as well as cost. Next question is, what is the concept of blob storage? I explained to you what exactly is blob. So let me just go into that more. So blob, as told again, it is binary large objects and includes text files, images, audios, and videos. Azure Blob is a service that stores massive unstructured data that can be accessed from any place via protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So how does this work? How can you access these objects using HTTP or HTTPS? So it's pretty simple. Whenever you upload an object like image or audio into the blob storage, it will have a URL. So it will be provided a URL and you can use that URL to access that particular object. For example, if I'm uploading an image, that image will have a URL for that image itself. Now you can use that URL to access that particular image. So how will you access that? Using protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So now what else you can use Azure Blobs for? Storing data for disaster recovery, backup and archiving, also storing files for shared access. Shared access in the sense, if you upload an object and you have a link for it, you can share that link with multiple users so that they all can use that particular blob storage as a shared storage. So that can happen. Also, you can use it for disaster recovery. That is, you can store data in different regions in blob storage itself and use it for backup and then also archiving data. So this is blob storage. Now let's look into the next question. So now this question is, what is Azure DevOps in Microsoft Azure? So if you are already familiar with DevOps methodologies, then this would be easier to understand. If you're not, I'll explain to you what exactly is DevOps in a few sentences. So first of all, DevOps is not a tool. It is a methodology which companies follow and implement in their software development lifecycle to automate the entire lifecycle. So Azure DevOps is not a methodology, it is a service. You may be confused by the name, but DevOps is the methodology, but Azure DevOps is a DevOps service provided by Azure, and it is developed by the Microsoft team. It was previously called as VSTS or Visual Studio Team Services. Azure DevOps provides easy automation by having predefined build options for the deployment of applications. For example, if you're trying to launch an Angular application, it already has build options for it. It has npm packages in build. You can have a build. You can basically create a build in a matter of minutes. For example, if you're also launching a Java application, it has a Maven build option. You can use that to build that application. So that's why they are saying it provides you easy automation and also predefined build options. And finally, it also monitors your tools, and it uses monitoring tools to monitor your application or your project which you have launched within Microsoft Azure DevOps. Okay, so Azure DevOps has various different tools. So let me explain to you those tools. So one tool is Azure Repos, which is a repository like GitHub. So it's pretty similar. It's basically the same. And then comes Azure Pipelines. Pipelines is the tool which you use to implement a CI/CD pipeline. A CI/CD pipeline is the one which you use to automate the software lifecycle. And then comes test plans, which is basically used to test the application. And then comes Azure boards, which is a Kanban board, which is basically like Jira, where you can implement work items, you can implement sprints. And then finally you have Azure artifacts, where you can store the packages like npm NuGet in the same place so that it is easier to access them. Also, finally, you get an Azure dashboard where you can access and also create and launch widgets which will be helpful for your application. For example, you can see how many builds have been succeeded, how many have failed, how much time it is taking to build a particular project, how many times it has been deployed, and how many users are using our application right now. So all these widgets can be used in Azure DevOps. So you've seen that. The next question is, what is Azure App Service? We already discussed this, but still I'll explain it to you once again. So to be very simple, Azure App Service is a completely managed service provided by Microsoft Azure. So within Azure, Azure App Service is a completely managed platform as a service, not infrastructure as a service, but a PaaS. It is a PaaS offering for proficient developers that conveys a rich arrangement of abilities to web, mobile, and integration services. So if a developer wants to just concentrate on the code which he is developing and doesn't want to manage the servers and the other side of it, that is the backend part of it, so what he can do, he can opt for Azure App Service, where he can launch one and he can just upload his code into Azure App Service, which will take care of provisioning servers, uploading the code within the server, and also serving that website, and also provide you an URL which you can use to look into the website. So you can do all of this using Azure App Service, and you don't need to manage anything. Azure will manage everything for you. It will launch, as told, it will launch servers. It will also monitor and manage them for you. And if you want anything else, if you want to scale it up, again you have an option for that. If you want to look into the server which it has launched, again you have a shell option for that. Mobile applications in Azure App Service offer a very adaptable, universally accessible mobile application development platform for enterprise developers and system integrators that conveys a rich set of capacities to mobile engineers. So basically, using Azure App Services, you cannot just launch websites, you can also launch mobile applications, and they are very adaptable and universally accessible mobile application development platform. For example, you might be using Android Studio or Xcode. So in this, you will be able to launch both of them and they will run successfully. So next we'll look into CMD let in Azure. So it's a pretty simple answer. So CMD let is a command, basically it's a PowerShell command, and this is utilized as a part of the PowerShell environment. So CMD lets, command lets are summoned by the Windows PowerShell to automate the scripts which are in the command line. For example, you have created a script, now you want to automate the script, you can go with command let. Windows PowerShell runtime additionally invokes them automatically through Windows PowerShell APIs. You can also automate cmd-let commands, which will automate other scripts using PowerShell APIs. So to be pretty simple, cmd-let is a lightweight command which you can use in the PowerShell environment, and it is used to automate scripts. For example, if you want to launch virtual machine at a particular time, or if you want to monitor a virtual machine at 5 p.m. in the evening every single day, you can launch that script and you can automate it using cmd-let, and it will run that script every day at 5 p.m. Okay, so the next one is Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So Azure Scheduler enables you to invoke activities, for example, calling HTTPS endpoints or presenting a message on a storage queue on any schedule. With Scheduler, you make jobs in the cloud that dependably call services both inside and outside of Azure and execute jobs on demand on a routinely repeating schedule or assign them for a future date. So in the name itself, you can understand Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So it basically schedules certain things for you. But what does it schedule? It schedules jobs on the cloud. So it can be within Azure or outside of Azure, and as mentioned, it will execute those jobs on demand, and it can be done on a repeating scale, that is, for example, every day or every week, or you can assign them for a future date to run only once. So that you can do using Microsoft Azure Scheduler. For example, it can call an HTTPS endpoints, or it can present a message on a storage queue on any schedule. So you can use the scheduler for any service on Azure or outside of Azure. So it's pretty simple. It is explainable by name itself. So to be simpler, you can tell this Microsoft Azure Scheduler is a service which you can use to schedule a certain task in Microsoft Azure or outside of Microsoft Azure to execute a job on demand, which can be executed repeatedly, or it can be set to a future date for execution only once. So the next question is, how can you create an HD Insight cluster in Azure? So let me explain it to you in a very simple way. So you can tell this because this is an interview, you will be asked questions, you will be able to answer them with words. So to make an HD Insight cluster, first of all, you'll have to open Azure portal, then click on new, you can select data services, and you can click on HD Insight, or you can just search HD Insight and get into it. So once you get into it, you will have multiple options. You will have Hadoop, you will have HBase and Storm, and more options as well. So Hadoop is the default and native execution of Apache Hadoop, and HD Insight provides you Hadoop as the default option. And then comes HBase, which is an Apache open source NoSQL database based on Hadoop that gives random access and solid consistency for a lot of unstructured data. Storm, as such, it is a distributed fault-tolerant open source computation system that enables you to process data in real time. So the thing is, I'm not going to explain Hadoop, HBase and Storm right now. I'm just going to explain to you what is HD Insight. So HD Insight is an analytics service which you can use to launch Hadoop on the Azure cloud or other Hadoop ecosystem services like HBase, Storm or Spark on Azure cloud. So to launch HD Insights, it's pretty simple, but to work with it, it is a little tough. So to launch HD Insight, you'll just have to go to the HD Insight cluster, and you can choose the service which you want and you can launch it. So HD Insight, again, it's an analytics service, and you can launch the big data or analytics service which you want from it. Next question is, what is Text Analytics API in Azure Machine? So let me put it simply. First of all, Text Analytics APIs comes under cognitive services. So API, the application program interface. So this particular API is for text analytics, which can be used to search a particular word, or it can be used for keyword mining. Okay, now let us just read this once. The API can be used or utilized to analyze unstructured content for tasks such as sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. Sentiment analysis, in the sense, let's say you have a complete page of content. Now you want to see the sentiment of that content, whether the statement is happy or sad or neutral. So you can check out that using various keys, and you can enter those words into the API so that when it runs, it will check whether it is positive or negative. So you can see it has a numeric score between 0 and 1, and when it comes near 1 it is highly positive, and when it comes near 0 it is highly negative sentiment. So that you can see. This for sentiment analysis. And key phrase extraction, in the sense, if you have a very huge document and if you want to check whether this particular key phrase comes inside it, and you can use the text analytics API to check out the entire document. The upside of this API is that another new model need not be planned and prepared. The user just needs to bring the data and call the service to get the sentiment results. So they are telling that the best part of this API is that you don't need to call another service to run this API. Instead, you just have to bring the dataset and call this API to run on the dataset and get the sentiment results immediately. So I think you got it. It is a text analytics API mainly used for tasks like sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. You have two numeric scores, 0 and 1. Near 0 it is negative, and near 1 it is highly positive. It's basically sentiment, and the upside is you don't need to call any other service. You can directly call this API and upload a dataset, and it will give you the sentiment results. Next question is, what is migrate tool? So again, in the name itself you can get this answer: migration, a migration from the on-premise setup to the cloud, or from the cloud to the on-premise setup. This is a central hub of tools to discover, access and migrate workloads to Azure. So you can migrate any type of workload into Azure. So it provides support for key migration scenarios across servers, data, databases, web applications and virtual desktops. It saves costs and migrate efficiently with free tooling and Azure Cost optimization. So you can use the Azure Migrate tool to migrate databases or servers or web applications from your on-premise setup to the Azure cloud seamlessly. So for example, if you want to migrate your database, you will have to provide the details like the endpoint, then you'll have to provide the username and password, and then the destination would be a Azure database. You can provide the details of the Azure database, and once you click start, it will migrate the data from the on-premise database into the Azure database, and it's very simple to start with. So this is basically Azure Migrate tool. You can easily explain this with 2 or 3 sentences. And we've come to the final question, which is, what is Azure Service Level Agreement? First of all, the SLA ensures that when you send 2 or more role instances for each role, access to your cloud service will be maintained not less than 99.9% of the time. Additionally, identification and recorrection activities will be started 99.9% of the time when a roles instance procedure isn't running. So let me explain to you SLA in simple words. It's an agreement in which Azure tells you that this particular service will be running for this amount of time. So for example, if you are using a service for 10 minutes, Azure provides you a SLA stating that your application will run 99.9% of the time in that 10-minute period. So your application can go down only for a 0.01%. That's very less. So like that, Azure will provide you. If you are using a free trial service, they don't mention an SLA because it's your free trial and they don't give you any benefit for you. But if you have a paid Azure account, if you're paying every single month, they will provide you an SLA for every single service, which will mention that this particular service will run for this amount of time. So for storage, it's basically high. For example, it would be 99.9999% of the time. It will be always up. It will never go down. So SLA is a statement which tells you this particular service will stay up for this amount of time and it will not go down. For example, if you're using it for 1 hour, it will stay up for 99% of the time, and it may go for 1% of the time. It's not that it will go, it may go. So this is Azure SLAs. So we've come to the last question of this session, guys. I hope you understood all of the questions which we've taught.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides Microsoft Azure Certification Training in partnership with Microsoft, the course link of which is given in the description below.